let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our Two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, we'll never be apart. Shine on.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Read the page. what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
It is day 2 of the second week and we're almost halfway through regular season, which means that some teams are going to have to decide whether they can wake up or if they'll opt for a longer hibernation until spring flourishes. Orange is the new black and red so far in the LEC, and Fnatic will take on Jitsu Esports in our match of the week for the 113th time. A good time to see if rivalry rhymes with repeating history, and also if Mickey got the memo and actually changed team. Today in Ready Check, we take a closer look at the younger generation and how they're doing on the Rift so far. And brace yourselves, because GB games are back with a revamped version of Red Light, Green Light. So let's get to it. And hello, LEC fans, we're back for another day of League of Legends. I hope you're comfortably seated at home. And you guys as well, ready for the next set of games, 5 games ahead of us. Name me, Rafin, how are you doing?
I'm so comfortable right now.
So
Excited to watch good League of Legends from this couch. Yeah,
great.
No, we have a lot of interesting games today, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of really close games. I think usually you come in with expectation that some games are going to be one-sided, but I think today a lot of interesting games to look out for.
Yeah, and we're going to be halfway through the regular season here, so I want to spend some time judging the newcomers we had in the league so far. A lot of fresh blood, a lot of younger talents, a lot of rookies entered the league this year, actually, when you look at almost every team.
I count 11 newcomers, and that's a very big number, a lot of new faces.
Yeah.
And I think the performances have been varying. Some people come in with a massive hype, and some people come in with no hype at all, but that doesn't always translate to performance. Like one guy, for example, comes in with no hype, then he performs insane. It's just very varied.
I really love what you said yesterday in PGL, Finn, about the fact that we're getting more younger talents, and it feels like there's a new... Oh my God, look at this guy.
Oh my goodness.
He's so big.
Crazy, quoted and everything. No, but I think you had a really, really interesting point about the fact that we have a new generation of players coming. And do you feel like this batch we have in the LEC this year are going to be players that are going to stay for years? And if so, what was different?
Yeah, so my rookie year was 2019, right?
Yeah.
And the year before that was 2018, when this Vitality roster just came from nowhere and went to Worlds. And before that, I think it was the Misfits roster. There was just so many. Every year, it was like a new rookie roster, Origin 2016 or 15 that was. And there was just always the expectation that in Europe, we have these crazy rookie rosters that come in, sweep the league and go to Worlds. But I think we didn't have that for some time now. We had Mad Lions last year that kind of did the same thing. And these years we have a lot of exciting rookies and very young players like Vladdy. We have Jackies. He's not a rookie, but also we have Kalist, which is like this just mega star in the making.
And it's crazy to see that some of these players spend a lot of time in ERL, and some of them are just fresh out of 2nd division, 3rd division sometimes, not even participated in any leagues. But I want to talk about maybe some of them Who could we highlight here? I feel like we
well,
have to talk about Kelly's given
big
the
one.
past 6 months about him, because standout debut from him.
And for me, the most important thing is the way that he's debuted. He's debuted with confidence, he's not afraid to make mechanical plays, he's picking different aggressive champions. I don't see a noticeable drop in the way that he's been playing from the way that he's been hyped up to now. Now, this is still best of ones in the regular season. We'll see how this goes in Fearless, which will definitely be a trying time for all of our rookies. But Kalist, for me, right now, he is definitely getting a passing mark. Let's see if he can go further.
It's not always easy to have the same level of performance you had in ERL
Absolutely
and
not.
translate this to LEC level, Finn. How you feel?
Yeah, he's him.
He's
just him. I don't know, he just comes in with this immaculate confidence, just so many like mechanical outplays already. He's played four games on stage, and you can already make a montage of his plays. How crazy is that? Can't believe we have someone like this, and it's such a luxury for the league to have someone like Kalist, someone we can rally behind and hope to reach these new heights. We've been at World Finals before. I want to get there again, and I think this is one of the players we have to treasure and make him sure he's
and take care of. Take care of really
nurture.
and see how far he can go. Another player that I feel like has been counted out, and I don't want to say disregarded, but like the expectations weren't as high. It's Stand, another player from France. Who could believe here? But I feel like he has a really, really interesting story, because Stand, in 2019, his parents told him, if you want to become a pro player, we give you 2 years. 2 years, take your shot. After that, you have to go back to your studies. And he gave everything from 2nd division, joining the Spanish league, joining Dusty here as we see in the NLC, and touching India Masters for the first time. Namira, you were casting those games, I believe. You saw his debut.
I remember this series, and I remember him winning a very crazy reverse sweep for the NLC Championship there too. There's an interview he did with Ashram in 2022 where he was very, very down to earth about his expectations, saying, I want to win this league, but then I want to just keep climbing up the ladder step by step, not just immediately jumping to LEC. Go to the LFL, then work your way up there. Make sure that he's earned each place on the ladder.
And it's crazy to see players like this, Finn, we were just saying it, who spend so much time in ERL and how much time it takes for them to break through and finally joining the LEC.
Yeah, I think you can categorize rookies into 2 categories.
Yeah.
There's the
good ones and the bad ones.
No, there's the really new ones, the fresh ones like Kamilu, Shayek, not Shayek, but the Jackies who just come in from nowhere and just take the league by storm. But people like Sten, who's been developing in the ERLs for so long and getting so much experience, I think Sten comes into this Heretics team, and I think he's one of the main voices. He's one of the people they rely on to make plans in the mid game, just because he has so much experience already, even though he's played 4 games in the LEC.
Yeah. A little focus on the top lane, maybe. Lot. I know it's not a player we've talked about a lot, actually.
He
but you have.
I can't stop talking about that.
All right, one more time. Go on then.
Just look at his beautiful solo killer, knowing his limits perfectly, knowing he's gonna win this fight. No, Lot came in for me as one of the big surprises. I didn't have many expectations of Lot. I played against him in solo queue a few years back. I was like, this guy's an average top laner, he's gonna come in. But this play, especially a 4v5 defense of their base against Elder buff, and he does so much damage, spacing is so well in this team fight. I think he's just very delicate in his playstyle. He's just keeping his ranges and he never overreaches. I think a lot of top laners, they come into the league and they try to do everything. They try to do so much, but he has so much patience. The patience of a veteran, and I'm really, really, really impressed with what he's shown us so far.
I have to say, with all of the names that we've mentioned, I'm really surprised that our rookies are standing up as well as they have done so far. I think it's not necessarily the easiest thing going up towards LEC, especially with Atacon changes, with Fearless coming up. It's a difficult time to be a rookie in some ways. The fact that we've got some good success stories already, at least for now, I think that's a great thing.
And especially with the format we have and how ruthless it can be on younger players. But we'll see a lot later in a few minutes against Team Heretics. But we want to make sure that he's warmed up, so they're standing by on stage for a quick round of GB Sports. Goldberg, what are we looking at here?
Giant X, welcome to the GB Games. Today, you'll be playing Red Light, Green Light against Noah. On Green Light, you're allowed to move down the mid lane using Swiftness Boots and 2 Summoner spells. On Red Light, you will dodge Noah's Cassiopeia ultimate. If you are last to make it to the end of the mid lane, you will be eliminated. At the end of 3 rounds, the last player standing wins.
Yeah, that's stop cheating, Bart, by the way. What is this? Yeah. What the f***? Huh? Bart is cheating, bro.
No, look, I have no midges. What?
Bro, look Bart. Look Bart again.
I mean, Lot is perma-trolling.
Round 1. Start.
Red right. Red right. Okay.
Okay. Oh, no! No, don't focus me.
What? What the f***? I'm turned around.
What?
How do I get I'm CC locked, bro. Go focus lock, please, please, please.
No. My champion is already too slow.
Bro, don't CC lock me. I'm running. I'm first. Come on, Lot is dead. Lot is dead.
My champion.
I'm doing it.
Bro, he's not saying light again.
Lot eliminated. Round 2. Start.
Red right.
Focus June, please. Focus June.
No.
Oh my god, look at this.
What?
No, I'm actually.
Red right. Red right. Red right.
Bro. Focus the Senju, bro.
Bro, I'm your jungle.
No way,
Red right.
I'm smurfing so hard on this guy. I'm smurfing so hard on
No.
I'm him. Oh my god.
Oh, wow, you're so good actually.
Bro, I'm so good actually.
Jackies eliminated.
Bye, Jackets.
Bye. Jun, the 2 best players in the team, bro.
There is.
GG.
Final round. Start.
Red right. Red right.
Bro, what are you doing now?
Red right. Okay, whoever get my ass, you're okay?
What the Let's go! Jungle mechanics, baby!
Jun eliminated. Congratulations, Closer. You are the winner.
But not yet.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeannie, and I'm joined with Machiye from Heretics and the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. We were laughing because someone was screaming, but anyway, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. Let's talk a little bit about Heretics, about the plans for this year. We've already seen the team play last week. We've seen them play yesterday. It feels like you guys are ramping up. So what's the final goal here?
I mean, the project is started, to be fair. Like, all the plan has been to build something long-term. Okay, maybe some things has to adapt during the time. But I think we are on a really early stage. Still, like we are getting practice on a stage. There is 3 new rookies that have been not used to play on a stage, and we are still in that moment that we just want to get games as much as possible on a stage and to feel how it's to win, how it's to lose, how it's a close game, what is a stone, what is everything, you know, to have those feelings and keep developing during the year. But I will say, like right now, for example, we're still on a really early stage in terms of gameplay, I will say. Yesterday we got the win, yes, but I think our early game was like really bad. And yeah, we still had to make a lot of progress. But yeah, at the end, the objective is to keep developing these guys. And I'm pretty sure on summer we will be a really competitive team among the top tier.
That's actually really interesting to hear from the perspective of wanting a long-term vision as well, because, I mean, as I said, you guys are ramping up as time goes on, so it's working. Yesterday as well, when we had the conversation with Sheo, he mentioned that himself and Flackid being more the veterans, and then, as you said, the 3 rookies, that he himself took on a lot more of a leadership role. Is that how it looks like in game 2?
I mean, they're as well learning, no, how to be these kind of veterans, because at the end, I mean, it's the first time of Sheo being one of the oldest in the team. Flackid has been always surrounded by people who had more experience than him. So they're still, I mean, they're as well on a learning process, you know, and they have to adapt this new role and to work better with it. But I think so far they have been doing great, like how Flackid can control the entire mood of the team is insane. Sheo is pretty close with Camilo, teaching him things as well with Sten. But then in game, I will say like Carl is having way more voice and he's adopting as well a role on mid game that when we don't really know what to do, he's like giving some clear directions, Sten as well. So I think it's pretty balanced and it's all about how these roles develop during the split.
It sounds like everyone is really meshing and like gluing together. So for your role as a coach, what can you do to make sure that that keeps happening and that it actually works in the first place?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question. I mean, it's a work of day by day. You put focus on individuals as well. Like, yeah, we have some goals as a team that we want to work on the week, but as well, there is always a side page, no?
Yeah.
That, okay, how is Carl doing on these calls on mid-game? Is Esten being able to focus on these individual things, you know? So at the end, yeah, you have to have team goals, no? But you have to make a track, no? Or to track the progress of the individuals. And so far, I think it's been pretty good, yeah.
When you track the goals, do you have like a whiteboard with this person, this is their goal, tick, or is that not how it looks like?
We have it on Google.
Okay.
We use Google. We have a whiteboard actually, but it's just to sign when we arrive to the office, and everyone can sign in the way they want. You know, like for example, yesterday I signed like Sheo Day because he was playing against BDS and he was so excited. And there is, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many things I can say from the ones that are written in that whiteboard, but there is a lot of funny ones, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And good luck with your game today as well. We're ready to head over to our casters. We're going to have Medic NGB covering GX against Heretics. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Very excited to be here for the first couple of games of the day, and very excited as well to welcome Goldborg back to the caster desk. It's been a while, mate. I had to walk you through all of our gadgets and gizmos.
And I'm so happy you did, because last time I think I was next to you was MSI 2023, and you kept muting me instead.
That's true. We were on the AD at that point, though.
That's very true. Now I'm on your territory.
That is true. Hopefully I don't mute you too many times today, but we'll see as we get on into the draft for game one of the day. Officially the halfway mark of the LEC Winter best of ones. I was going to say winter season, but it's not. Obviously, we have best of threes, we have playoffs, etc. But the best of ones after today, everyone will have played 5 games. Giant X currently looking near the top of the table at 3-1. Obviously, a disappointing loss for them yesterday, but we'll see if they can bounce back with a win here against Heretics.
Yeah, and straight off the bat from GX, I actually really like that Syra ban. I think Sheo really got enabled when he was playing a Syra into a Sejuani. The fact that he was allowed to full clear and dictate the pace of the game with his own jungle clearing really helped Team Heretics to be more comfortable that your veteran player was the one with resources that could dictate some of the fights.
And it is interesting because when we saw Sheo on BDS, they had it was at the start of summer last year, they had a long time where they were experimenting with these AP jungles and it never really clicked for them then. But it did seem yesterday, as you say, that it really clicked for Heretics, although their early game not as good as perhaps it could have been.
Yeah, but I mean, if you were a jungler last year and you didn't know how to play AP junglers, you're probably doing your job wrong at the same time. So, I mean, Kalista coming out here as well. I think Victor has probably been one of the most red side bans. He did see some changes on the patch, but yesterday we still saw teams ban it. So I'm expecting it to come out as well here.
Yeah, already got the Skarner and the Rumble off the boards there. Lots Rumble obviously very strong. We saw Finn talking about it a little bit ago. The Zyra, the Maokai, and the Kalista bans away from GX.
Oh, wow.
Sejuani will be the final ban. So that Victor is available, as you say. Did have a bit of a love tap on the latest patch, 25 S1.2-C subsection 16420 blaze it, but he's still pretty strong overall. Is the Victor. Cassante though, the first lock here, and the crowd goes mild for it. I'm going to be honest, I don't blame them. Cassante not the most exciting thing to see first picked on blue side.
No, but I will say it's definitely been Carlson's most comfortable champion so far, and taking it away as a takeaway is still completely fine. I mean, Corki and Victor is available. Varus is available. There's so many power picks left available because of the Rumble and the Sejuani ban on red side.
Yeah, Corki already locked in for Heretics. Can go mid, can go down towards that 80 carry role. We've also seen a rise of Smolder mid happening over the last day as well. A couple of times played yesterday. With the Infinity Edge changes, seems to have just come up in a few more people's minds because it's not always Infinity Edge we see being built on him. He's still just a strong pick if he can scale.
And now the question is, I mean, we know where Victor's going unless they're actually confident in playing that Victor bot. But for now, let's say it's going mid. I mean, you still have the option of Varus, you still have Ezreal for now. He's been a monstrous Ezreal as well. And I think so far there's not really too much lockdown. So if Jackie's again wants to skill check mid lane, Akali is an option. But there we talk about lockdown, we get that buy, and that talks about all in. You still have options available.
Yeah, there's a lot of power already in this Giant X composition. Front to back looks very strong. Varus plays into that as well. Noah's Varus very powerful. Saw it at the finals last year against G2 as well, if I recall properly. And you just got great lockdown already coming out from Giant X. Heretics on the other side, AD carry locked in, mid locked in, probably looking to jungle here because otherwise that pool is going to get very pinched going into phase 2. But Mbessa has been left available. Pick Mbessa, ban Poppy, seems like it's a possibility.
It does, and I'm actually really excited about this. Carlton, if you didn't follow him in ERLs, I mean, he did play the Cassante and all the normal boring top laners that you're used to, but he was actually really good at Camille. One of the strengths that he brought was that you can play him as a strong sider. I'm curious to see how he's going to do with this Mbessa, because in lane, Mbessa has had the edge on Cassante.
He's had one game so far in the LEC where he has been strong-sided, that Jax game where they just constantly ganked him, and he got ahead and was able to pick up the win. I wonder how much you can strong-side him when you have a Victor in mid who, if his flash is burnt early, you do need to pay some attention there, and a Corki in bot lane who can really snowball the game if he gets ahead. We'll have a look at it. The Poppy actually banned away by Giant X themselves, which is slightly surprising, although with a Vi and a Cassante, Poppy does work well into those.
But I will say, I'm surprised we're not seeing a Talia ban here. You got the Corki, you got the Mbessa, you got Vi already on GX, so just slamming that Talia would be super plug and play, and you just have a good pick composition, and you got pretty good amount of range to play around with yourself.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there, Goldborg. Talia Vi as well, such good lockdown against a low mobility mid laner in the form. What's up? Are you giggling at me? What am I doing wrong, Mikkel?
I just love hearing you, so that just makes me happy, you know? I'm just smiling.
That, you know? The TikTok stream can see all of these behind the scenes antics that we're going through right now. Obviously no one else can, and you should be thankful for that. Xin Zhao picked up by Heretics once again. Very heavy skirmish, lots of damage in this composition so far. Looks like they are leaving their support for last.
And I mean, Jun so far has been such a good support. I mean, he's been a joy to watch. His rel has been fantastic. You can throw him on the alley, start any engage, and this guy, he will set you up for success. I mean, my big question is just, Jackies, if you're not playing Talia here, what are we actually looking for in the mid lane? He had to play some, Asir in the past, but I wonder what's going to synergize best with the composition that they currently have.
It looks like Azir is their current thought process. Alongside the Rel, once again, just good team fighting. You've got good range. You have a lot of poke as well with the Varus as you get into team fights. And Heretics aren't the tankiest of fellows so far. You know, Xin, when he's got the Crescent Guard down, obviously a lot more tanky, but he has to burn his ultimate to do that. So looks like Giant X are playing more of the range game with the option to engage through the Rel or through the Vi, whereas Heretics, they do have a bit of range on their sides. You know, Death Ray from Victor can put a bit down. Obviously the Corki as well has those missiles, but if they can get up close and personal, they have a huge amount of burst potential.
And I mean, it is going to be the Renata, so not the likes of Alistar or anything like that for the matchup against the Rel to disengage, but you're actually getting a little bit of disengage as soon as that Vi come in. And honestly, I kind of like it, especially if we're seeing the on-head barriers, if we see Asir with the attack speed, and if these champions getting locked down, it's a lot easier to follow through with that Mbessa ultimate, with Victor on the range and Corki to dive in at the right moment.
We'll see how Heretics are able to pilot this composition as we get on into the game. Having a look across them, we've kind of gone over how the two teams want to fight, but are there any key focuses you think through the early game here, Mikkel, that we should keep our eyes on?
Yeah, I mean, I think early game-wise, like, Xin Zhao definitely has room to make some plays before that Vi hits level 6. That's crucially where she becomes a bit of a nuisance. But, I mean, my main worry right now is just the lack of engage on Team Heretics, I suppose. Like, you have that Renata ultimate, you have the Mbessa ultimate, you have Xin Zhao, but none of it's, like, this big team fight engage that you usually think about. So I think that's where GX is probably going to have an easier time.
Does make sense. Like, Vi just presses R on someone and you go in. Rel does a very similar thing. You know,
it is quite easy, I'll give you that.
Yeah, and you've got Chain of Corruption, you've got the Azir for follow as well. So the simplicity of the composition coming out from GX definitely in their favor, but a lot more skirmishing, a lot more high damage in the early game, in my eyes, at least from Heretics. And Mbessa can put out a lot. Xin Zhao the same. If you get on top of someone, they are going to struggle to escape from you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do wonder who you play around, because it's not the best setup that you currently have, right? I mean, Noah, if he gets caught by a Renata Q down in bot lane, I'd say that would be a huge mistake by Noah. So I think as long as the jungle tracking is decent, I mean, Sheo's amount of play potential can be a bit limited unless you're looking to gank as, you know, a Cassante.
And let's get into it. First game of week 2, day 2 here in the LEC. The start of the halfway mark for all of these teams. Giant X come out to a very strong start, and it's a pause. It is a pause.
Oh, I'm excited for this. You guys get that bar now.
Yes, we do get the bar. And now that you've called it out, this is the one time it won't come up on the screen. Never mind, there we are. An investigation is in progress. There's a pause reported by League officials. League officials are now gathering information on it. So the bar is there. Not the most informative bar we've ever had.
No, but I love it. It's my favorite change.
It is great that it comes up so quickly. Great work by the league officials and the graphics team to make sure we have those coming up. And the play looks like it's going to resume in 2 seconds anyway, so we didn't need any more information because we're going to get right back on into the action.
Yeah, but you got that information all along the way, and how nice was that? It's pretty nice.
Yeah. Have you been working backstage a bit closer with some of these people? Because the bar is great, but it felt very much like you have worked directly with this person, and you were just like, hey guys, this is my moment, time to praise.
Shout out to all the production, you know what I mean? Like, they proment right there. They don't know what that is, production know what that is.
They do. Great moment from production. Heretics here pushing in. We talked about their power in the early game. They are trying to utilize it at level 1 just to get some vision in. Shao is going to back away. They were met with a little bit of damage from Noah, who will also retreat. Looks like Lot's going to try and get a ward towards this red, and he will succeed in his mission to do so. He'll be spotted if he walks out of this bush. Camilo on a ward right now, but the ward giving him safety, he can just walk back towards mid.
Yeah, but crucially no sweeper either for Shao, so he will be spotted, or at least kind of his tracking will be known to GX once he come up towards that red side. And as we mentioned earlier, knowing where this Sensao is really important to leverage via getting level 6. And there's a lane swap, and they will see it and they'll match it.
Yep, and that's the good thing about the deep vision, right? The ability to match it if you want to. It looks like it was Heretics who were initiating the lane swap here, matched by Noah and Jun. They want the 2v2. Probably, it's hard to say the best 2v2 bot lane we've had so far in the LEC this year, but I think Noah and Jun have been having a very strong performance after joining Giant X.
I mean, I think Jun has been the best support, and I think Noah just having that pre-built synergy already from Fnatic moving over to GX now has really helped him really continue that strength in the bot side. So no, if someone said that they were the best bot lane right now, I think that's a fair argument.
It is a fair argument. We just can't make definitive statements, because there'll be that one guy who'll bring up that one clip from one moment that we missed, that they'll say, oh, but Noah this time he missed a cannon minion, Mikkel.
All right, I'll say then, week 1, best bot lane right there.
Okay, there we go.
That guy can call me out.
But Stand and Flack had hit level 2 first.
Oh, it's almost like
playing an AD carry with a range support gets easy priority. You should know this.
I do know this, and it's so painful to be the Rel in this sort of situation, because how do you ever step up to the wave? If you ever try and get close to get your Relic Shield stacks, your World Atlas stacks, all that happens, you get auto-attacked by Sten 3 times, he then puts out a handshake, and you're pulled back into the Flackhead who's waiting to put his damage now.
But let's have a look at Shio now. He's cleared 3 camps on his own blue side. He's moving in with the pressure from that bot lane we just saw. There might be issues for Closer now.
Shio looking for that smite. It was Closer who manages to secure it. He's been forced off his top side camps, and with the push from the double range of that Corki and that Renata, Shio is going to go in and try and steal away this blue buff. Closer has no smite. Shio has one of his own. Should be an easy enough secure. The question is, do Heretics look for more? They're holding the smite for now. Shio won't use it. He could look for the Grump. In the end, we'll just take that blue and walk away.
Yeah, but holding that smite really made you worry the fact that they were going to take the Grump from Closer too. And honestly, that's just a bot diff right there, you know what I mean? There's pressure from a Renata, that's horrible. But I mean, there's nothing you can do there. I think it's just really good job by Team Heretics playing around the fact that they had that early priority.
And they've looked forward as well with Flackhead and Stand already pathing up towards the top side. Looking for that lane swap. It would have been worse, obviously, if there had been a lane swap for Giant X, because then Sten can spend a lot more time trying to go for that invade, knowing it's only Lot sitting under the tower in the top lane. But with these Australian lanes, Lot has been able to develop a small CS advantage over Carlson on that Mbessa. Cassante still just ubiquitous in the meta right now, has been for the last 2 years.
I think it's really important that the GX bot lane just chills here, doesn't take any poke, because as of right now, Sheo is still clearing his red side, and Closer has to move down bot side. Oh my god, Jackie's, no mana on Camilo!
And no life on Jackie's! Oh my dude.
That was puzzling.
That was puzzling. Closer's on his way across. Camilo still has the flash here.
Oh no!
Oh, he flashes into a wall!
Well...
Oh, no. They're living up to the name of the lane.
Right.
That was all mid.
That was that was very mid, yes. Up towards the top side, though, need to be careful because Sheo is around. He's putting on his recall. But yeah, right now, there's not a lot Closer could do on the top side. He needed to take the bot side scuttle as well. He may look to invade on enemy Grump spawn, but I think Sheo's going to get back in time, so he's just back in his own jungle now.
The overall sequence actually a little bit bad for Camilo. Obviously gets that kill. Noah pulled back here. Flacker trying to put the damage down. Noah low on mana. One more auto would be enough, but they can't quite get it. Stand has been ignited. Chun trying to trade back in here, but can't get close enough to Stand or Flacker to put that final bit of damage down. Noah is running teleport, which will allow him to get back into this lane as that wave crashes forward, he's going to lose a cannon's worth of experience for it.
Yeah, I mean, Jun, you can just hold this wave right now. They're too low to even contest it, and while Sten has that heal, you don't really want to take that risk getting solo killed by a Rel, so this is going to be a nice lane state.
And it is, we'll see Jackie's going for this again. I wonder if he was looking for the shield off the E. Yeah, he's looking to go through Kamilu. That gives you a shield if you connect with someone, doesn't get it, and then just dies for it.
Yeah, and I mean, Camilo as well. This is just, I mean, it's just a happy little oopsie. There's not much to say here. Expected the flash to come out for Closer at the same time. Closer's just holding it, and then that awkward short flash that Camilo made. Well, hold up, no flash mid lane.
It's the weakness of Camilo now. Without the flash on the Victor, we talked about it in draft. He is susceptible to a lot. Giant X get their second on the board.
Oh, and that's just rough. Closer doesn't even have level 6 yet, but once that 6 comes through from the Vi, you can just continue to return gank, return gang, return gang. So this mid lane right now can certainly be a point of attention for GX, but Grubs has been started by Sheo.
Looking for that first stack of the neutrals up towards the feats of strength. A reminder, you want to get first 3 kills, or first 2-3 kills. First to slay 3 epic monsters, 1 grub count. One grub count, all 3 of them counts as 1 towards the 3 epic monsters, and then first tower is the final one. Updated on this patch, so it looks like it is going to be 1 part of a feat each, as Closer will take the Drake in response for those grubs.
I do wonder if Closer will get contested here, because Carlsen has all the priority he needs down the bot side. Looks like that Sten is going to be recalling in that mid lane, and they're just going to trade that objective. But there was a small moment where they could have tried to create a man advantage around that Drake.
I think the risk was Flacker being up in the top lane, not having TP. He was just catching that, now pushing it out. It's going to be matched by Lot, who will catch the wave as well. But it could have been a numbers disadvantage for Heretics if they had looked to take the fight. Both bot lanes are going to go back towards their assigned positions down in that bot side, and the top laners will match up in top again. The only real gold lead to speak of, anything more than 200 gold or so, is Jackie's in the mid lane because of that kill and the assist he was able to pick up on the first kill on Kamilu.
Yeah, but I really think that's all you need to focus around until you get the next Crook up objective coming through. As soon as Closer's gotten that 6, as he has just gotten, you want to work off the priority that this GX bot lane is getting. Who can you find without summoner spells? Where can you find the pick potential? Rel, Varus, and Vi. Whoever you front hit in the beginning is just going to die.
Kamilu still has no flash as well, so there's always the possibility of just going towards that mid lane, trying to isolate that Victor. Heretics, though, should be able to get priority of their own now that they have their bot lane back down here. Double range still having enough effectiveness that Noah and Jun have to respect Stend and Flacker, who clear out some vision. And with their jungler on the same side of the map, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Lot still doing a good job into Carlsen here. Tanks up a couple of tower shots, but the shield is up every moment, it seems, on that Cassante, so he's not going to take too much of his health as forfeit.
Yeah, the cooldowns aren't the most fair thing on that champion. But either way...
What is the most fair thing on that champion, Mikkel?
It's a great question that I can't answer.
Understandable. The fact that you can ban him, I guess.
That is very fair. He's not immune to any bans.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a spell. Oh, well, I guess he's invulnerable. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
The thing about him is he's just so safe when you blind him. He can do a lot of work in team fights, but so can Mbessa. And we get to see Carlsen bringing out a carry top laner for only the 2nd time this split, assuming you put Jax in that carry camp as well. See how much impact he can have. Currently, he's only been matching up into his lane opponent, so hasn't really had the opportunity to open himself up on the map. But I know that you've seen across the years how much impact he can have as a player.
No, absolutely. I mean, I've been looking at well, not looking at him, but I've been watching Carlsen play since he was 14. I mean, back then he was called Fartkontroll, which in Danish means speed control, nothing to do with farts. But yeah, I mean, he's really evolved after coming to that Astralis talent. I had the pleasure of every now and then speaking with the assistant coach as well to come over and see some of their scrims. And even back then, I heard so much high praise for this guy. So to see him so quickly go from a Danish league to the Nordic league to the Spanish league to then LEC immediately, I mean, what a journey to have.
It's a great journey for him. We'll see how much impact he can have in his rookie split here on the LEC. Currently top lane, or top side of the map, is the place both these teams are looking to have impact. Grubs up in less than a minute's time.
I will say, I don't know what's happened, but the fact that Cassante is so far ahead in CS is probably not the best right now. But, you know, just pointing that out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think Carlsen has more ability to get onto the back line than a Cassante does on the Ambessa just because of the ultimate, but it is going to be very tricky trying to dash through the front line and dash through the Emperor's Divide as well, which just separates teams as they get towards that team fighting stage. For now, though, Giant X with about a 500 gold lead. Nash's Tooth finished on Jackie's and those grubs, the next point of contest you have to feel.
Yeah, exactly, Medic, and I think that's the big spike to have there on Jackie's. Hold up, Lot, and
Carlson trying to dash away here, goes in with a public execution. He was trying to escape, manages to get to safety, but Lot is definitely winning that 1v1 on the bot side right now. Sten stepping forward, gonna handshake Jun, who goes back in with the Magnet Storm, tries to dash away, the hostile takeover coming out as well, and Jun has to flash the wall. Wind becomes lightning, was just wide of Jun. He's able to survive for now. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Carlson and Lot still bussing heads. In the end, it looks like Jun is just going to be able to get a reset off. What did we have exchanged? Crescent Guard was used by Sheo. Sten used the hostile takeover.
Here we go
Lot
again.
with a Q3 again, but Carlson is looking for the opportunity to trade back in. The Drakehound step giving him that little bit of extra range that he needs to stay out of the clutches of Lot.
yeah, and in the end, they're just both going to recall. Little greedy by Jun there as well. It was actually GX who didn't have the man advantage. Camilo had come through from the top side, so they almost managed to get that killed. In the end, though, had to reset, and that means GX can actually get this grab.
Their second of those neutrals towards the feat of strength. Dragon up in 40 seconds. TP coming out from Lot. Carlson just resetting now. See if he's got his first completed item. Eclipse, I believe, is very powerful on Ambessa if you can get it. It's Aegis Giant spell. There's the Eclipse for Carlson. Won't have his ultimate for a little while, so the next fight might be a little bit tricky for him to navigate, but it's only got about a quarter of the cooldown left on
We'll
it.
be back.
And he'll have a TP advantage, which is big. Lot is currently down on the bottom side. TP coming out from nowhere actually towards top. So I wonder if Giant X want to fight around this Drake, or if they're just saying, okay, Ambessa, if you TP down, we're just going to have a lot of free time with that AD carry on top.
You gotta hit Carlson here, because you already traded the objective, so you're happy to give away this Drake. Just look at the minimap, the way that they're scouring around the top side here. You see Closer getting Raptors right now, getting a benefit from invading, and now Carlson, no resources. He's the one with the TP, so no one's there to cover him if he were to get dived.
And that's why you see immediately Sten bases before the Dragon's even done, gets back, runs, beelines for this top lane. He's like, maybe I can help save Carlson, because if you do give him the bailout, if you bring him back to life, he has that mobility to get back into the fight and maybe pick up a kill. 2 plates currently falling for Giant X. Carlson now stepping forward, but they will see Sten coming across. And so I don't think Giant X will look for the dive. Would be greedy if they did. Would be miraculous if they managed it and got out with their lives.
Yeah, I mean, excellent point, Medic. And now you're just seeing the map being split this late into the game. Sheo's taking care of the red side cams on the other side of the map to get what he couldn't get on his own side. But they might try and find him. Kazanti can chase him down. Closer's already coming in. Sheo does have flash, but if they spot him, this could be dire.
He's been spotted by that Scryer's Bloom. Closer's going to lock him down for now. Sheo going to get the knock up onto Closer. Flashes early. Jackie's worked his way all the way around towards the red camp. No follow-up from Closer. Did have that cease and desist, but decided not to go for the ultimate.
Man, that felt almost criminal that he got away there. That was 3 entrances that should have been covered out, but Jackie's kind of got caught in the middle and didn't have the dash over yet. And then, of course, 3-point strike into the flash away immediately before the Vi alternate could come through.
The risk as well for Giant X was they didn't have any deep vision towards this blue side. This control was only just being placed in the river as well, so Heretics could have had 3 people just around the corner ready to react. They didn't, but Giant X couldn't really know that, so it's how much do you want to invest when you've already got the flash out of Sheo. Giant X willing not to invest anymore. Now trying to gain control of this blue side jungle. Sheo and Camilo will try and defend the tier 1 in the bot side. You do feel that the first turret blood or first tower being taken is going to be a big point towards those feats of strength, with it still only being 2-1 between these 2 teams, and honors even in terms of the neutrals.
Yeah, and right now they're just playing off wave flow and where they see their enemies. Carlson was just out of vision. All right, as soon as he's back in topside, we try and invade a bit, see what we can get. But right now it's so difficult for anyone to pull off a dive, so we're really waiting for those big objectives fights before we really see the big team fights.
You're telling me I'm going to have to wait 2 whole minutes before we see a team fight?
This meta has been great for you. If this game goes any like the ones yesterday and what we've seen, you might be in for a 50-minute banger.
That's
right?
true, but I did also cast the day 1, game 1 rogue game, where it went 45 minutes and we had like 6 kills in the entire game. So you might be in for a bit of a slower one today as well, Mikkel.
Well, I'm happy to have one of the highest ranked casters right next to me then to help me through this analytical game.
TP behind here. Carlson is going to try and dash around, but Jun can lock him up for a moment. Counter TP coming out. There's a Shadowing Strike. Carlson flashes early. Jackie's comes in with the Emperor's Divide. Camilo's here, but he's a little late to the party. Jun takes the kill. Giant X get their 3rd, and with it they get that portion of the feats of strength. And alongside it, with only a minute before the Rift Herald, they can set up control towards this top side.
Yeah, and it's not really that big of an investment. Yeah, you use the ultimates, but it's again Knight and TP, and you'll have that up for the next, well, still going to be 5 minutes, but you happily take that. Camilo, though, can get a bit chunked here, which would give Giant X priority around that Herald.
A lot still pushing out bot. Carlson would have to use TP if he's going to match that pressure, which gives Giant X a lot of time towards the top side. A lot now moving away from that bot tower. Camilo does have the flash.
That's nice.
Sheo, there's the season assist going in from closer as he looks to lock them up. Camilo diving towards the top side, but a lot with the TP behind, and now Send is all caught out. Giant X with their second. They're looking for more. Well, the second of this long fight. They're looking for more. Camilo does still have the flash. Has to use it to get away from closer, but Lot's not done. Camilo's going to get pulled back alongside Sheo. Locked up. Crescent Guard comes out, but I'm not sure it can guard you from the might of Cassante. In the end, Lot and Closer will back away, but it's 5-1 in favor of Giant X.
But Lot has been so damn impressive, not just mechanically right there, even with the knowledge. As soon as he saw Carlson TP come through, he said, right, I'm joining you topside. That's the TP advantage we need. And they take the fight with a man advantage through Lot's aggression in bot lane.
Lot has been on absolute fire coming into the league. We heard Finn talking about him obviously in Ready Check earlier on and showing why he is a player to be talked about right now. The rest of Giant X teaming up well as well. You have to give credit to Closer. He's been in the right position, the right time. Jackie's as well has been involved in 4 of their 5 kills. But now with Drake up in 42 seconds, it looks like Giant X are going to wrest control of this bot side out of Heretic's hands.
Ultimate's back up for Jackie's as well, so you still have a lot of fighting capabilities. The buy ultimate is not too far either. Just playing through that pressure once again. It's so simple for Giant X. They get mid lane priority, they move it into the jungle, and they force their opponent out.
Also shows where Giant X's priorities are. They took the tier 1 in the top side, chased for a couple of kills, then backed off the Rift Herald entirely to try and control down towards the Drake. Lot finds Sheo, and the rest of Giant X are like, oh, maybe we can make a fight happen around here. I feel it was a little greedy, but all the while, Jackie's is pushing through bot. He's got a tier 1 there. He's looking for a tier 2 as well. Giant X do give up some control. They lose the Rift Herald, but they are going to get pressure through bot.
What's the aura in this guy? I mean, he's walking up alone. 4 members of Team Heretics has to come in and defend the plate. Yes, the rest of GX comes afterwards. But as you said, Medic, that allows Jackie to get that bot side turret. So slowly but surely, you're getting these outers.
In the end, the Rift Herald is a possibility of a tower later on, or a possibility of 2. I'll take the tower over it every day of the week, especially when you already have the feats of strength for your team by taking first turret and being the first team to 3 kills. Now they'll get their second Drake on the board, and everything is coming up Giant X so far. For Heretics, again, a struggle of an early game, especially for Camilo. That flash burn, where he didn't get over the wall for the second kill of the game, really has cost him a lot because they were able to punish him, and they've continued to burn that flash at every opportunity.
I will say, Team Heretics, in general, hasn't had very good early games.
Yeah.
Where they found their victories has often been through, you know, soaking up that pressure that's coming through and actually remaining cool, calm, and collected, finding ways to come back into the game. Is it a good strategy for a team to always find behind and then find your victories in a comeback? No, but with a team of 3 rookies with absolutely 0 expectations upon them, the fact that they're already sitting on 2 wins, I mean, that's really good for them.
I've got to give them credit for where they are currently, but in this game state, falling behind is gigabad, right?
I will agree with that.
Like, they're playing against 2 strong tanks, a very solid teamfight composition, and Azir who's already at 1.5 items with those Triumphant Boots as well. A Varus who's at 2 items with that Manamune going all the way up towards the Muramana, needs about 90 more stacks on it. Like, Giant X are very strong, and in team fights, I take their composition every day of the week.
I totally agree with you. Oh, hold up. But I also think it's the context of the expectations that were of Team Heretics. I mean, if they get top 8, I'm bringing out the champagne, dude. That's a success for me with the roster right now. But as you said yourself, game's not over, and this is where they need to stabilize. This is what they were so good at doing. They did had a smolder yesterday, which made it a bit easier, but Victor is still a strong champion on the patch.
Oh, very powerful as it scales up. Chain of Corruption going wide there from Noah. It was more fishing than anything, I feel. You can do bow fishing. I see people in Canada do it from time to time. Usually you attach a rope to the end of the arrow, though, and they can't pull the Chain of Corruption back after you have unleashed it. So Noah still has a little bit to learn about fishing strategies if he's going to continue to do that.
Yeah, it's not as easy as just playing Jackson fishing in the early games. Then, though, fishing, finding Closer.
Closer's going to get pulled back here with a handshake. Hostile takeover coming out as well, and Closer was very greedy here. Flacker needs another auto or a missile. Doesn't have one in the tank, but he gets the auto for the shutdown. That was bad from Closer. I'm going to put it out there. Just a little greedy fighting for vision where he didn't need to.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not even that much of an objective up, but it's kind of the pattern of the game, mid lane priority into jungle pressure. This time around, though, the blue buff had already been stolen away. So yeah, not much to stick around for, and as you say, Closer getting punished.
The good thing for for Giant X is that they don't have any objectives really that are going to be fought over right now. There's no Drake, there's no Baron. Artican has spawned, but Heretics aren't going to just pull the trigger on an Artican because they managed to kill off Closer. We'll have another look at it here. You can see Jun going for the recall. Closer starts his recall, then just hits Stend, and it's like, where are the men? Where are your teammates?
But I think it's really good presence of mind for Sten. Like, even though there could be someone in that bush, you just saw the rail recall, so you know no matter what, you will have that man advantage. So I respect that he's just walking into that bush.
I mean, good stuff from Sten. We can agree on that. Yeah. Every good play has an element of misplay on the other side.
But I think that is League of Legends in general. Like, sometimes
true.
The best League of Legends team is the team that makes the fewest amount of mistakes. But it is very human to make mistakes, especially in League of Legends.
Yeah. Getting all philosophical now, especially in League.
I mean, how many times have you seen someone run it down, you flame, I mean, we don't flame people.
Obviously not.
But then everyone runs it down themselves. I'm just saying that this is an extremely difficult game. Even Faker fail flashed earlier. Well,
that is true.
So, yeah.
He does. If even Faker can falter, what hope is there for the rest of us? I guess is what we're saying.
Who's getting philosophical now?
So true. Giant X still controlling the spot side of the map. A minute 20 before the next Drake. It is Artican, and unsurprisingly, red one's Voracious, right? I always forget the colors. Pretty sure that's Voracious Artican.
Yeah, it is, because it doesn't make sense to me that it's Voracious, because I feel like it's been a slow game, so why is it so Voracious? But
well, okay, so Voracious is hungry, right?
Oh, yes.
So
which I
it
totally
wants
knew
more
when I said
food.
that. Right.
So it's Voracious. It's like, give me more action, which is why you get the Voracious Artican.
Right. So far, Rift Tower getting spawned in mid lane. Let's see what happens here.
Well, the tower is going to die as Heretics secure it, and that's looks to be all they wanted out of the push. So they have used their Rift Tower to get a tower. They were even out on 2 towers apiece. Now they'll try and use the pressure they got from that mid lane to get some vision down towards this bottom side, or at least that's where the pings were for now. You can see Carlson flanking, but might end up finishing this recall. Has the Black Cleaver and the Eclipse. He's in a strong position, as are all of Heretics when you look across the board. Redemption, Triforce, Manamune, Leandries, Blackfire, Torch, Sundered Sky, 2 Black Cleavers and an Eclipse. They are strong. It is matched on the other side with 2 items apiece across the board for Giant X.
Yeah, and Jackie's has already upgraded his boots as well to the Spell Slingers, I believe. So that's an early upgrade, but I will say Sorks is one of the few where they actually give you a lot. And if you want a power spike right before an objective, you couldn't afford anything better. That's a good buy.
It's a lot of magic penetration and not a lot of magic resist on the enemy team. In fact, I don't really see an item that gives magic resist at all for Heretics right now.
Here comes some of the issues with Team Heretics' composition. Who face checks for you? Because while Carlson does look a bit tanky, it's all HP. There's no resistance here. Oh wow, Sten's not having a good time either. Noah's fighting a lot of those arrows. That's point and click right now, and just because of that poke alone, they're just going to be forfeiting the objective.
Yeah, the Drake will definitely go over to Giant X. Obviously, tanking up the Artican as well does reduce your resistances, so they're not going to do that yet. They'll take their 3rd dragon of the game, putting themselves on soul point. Will Heretics look to play around this bot side? Will Giant X decide to go for Artican? The answer currently is no. Heretics just going to catch the wave. And actually, with Flackett and Sten coming across here, and Giant X starting up the Artican, it looks like Heretics might want a piece of this action. You do feel if they don't win this fight, it's a slow bleed out from here. Camilo looking for that flank position, flashes up across the board, apart from Flackhead. Jun has that flash engage possibility. Lot going in, gets the lockup onto Camilo. The cease and desist coming out as well as Camilo's forced to flash to the rest of his team. Artican's patience ran out. Not enough action happening for them.
That was a perfect flank. Why was no one there to follow up on that? Why wasn't that communicated? He was behind them. I feel like Camilo should have been 100% dead there. But Artican is starting up again. And resets has come through from Team Heretics.
They have the double TP, but it looks like they're just giving up the ghost on Artican. It will be secured by Giant X. Sten puts a bit of vision down. Now a couple of pings coming out. Camilo's still pathing up towards top. It does have that teleport. Teleport coming out from Lots as he's going to act as a bouncer. That Artican's already gone. Sheo locked up by Jun. Artican secured by Giant X, and now they have the false life, and they can take the fight to Heretics. The knockback with the Empress Divide on Camilo. Sheo's locked up as well. Giant X looking for more. They'll find 2 so far. Sten flashes away, but Noah's still there for the chase, and I'm not sure Sten is going to stand much longer. A double for Noah. Giant X just sweep away Heretics in the river.
Oh, it's a horror. Team Heretics finally crumbles. TP's coming through after the objective's gone down, then the fight. And to make matters worse, as you rightly found out, Baron is spawning.
Well timed by Giant X. Looks like they're just going to start up the Baron immediately. Lot doesn't have TP, but he is recalling because they see Carlson in the bot side. They see Flackhead in mid. It's like, is Flackhead really going to be able to fight against us here? Getting the Voracious Arakan just allowed Lot to dive in immediately, distract Heretics, and the rest of Giant X collapsed on the top side and got themselves now a 5,000 gold lead.
I mean, GX is just playing the composition so well. They're playing around that poke that you see from Noah. And I mean, he's kind of gotten hidden with his performance here. I mean, that Change of Corruption did miss, but all of his other Qs, they've been crucial in terms of buying space. Vi ulting with a corpse, hadn't seen that one before, but I guess that looked cool. And at this point, it's just too late for Team Heretics.
It was Closer distracting the team, not Lot that time, but both of them doing a great job of just making sure that Heretics never really have an avenue to play the fight. And we talked about it a little bit in draft, right? Heretics in skirmishes have a lot of power, but they do not have hard engage. They don't have great disengage either. It's so difficult for them to play a fight unless Giant X full send into them and then Stend pops the hostile takeover.
It absolutely is. And it's not like they didn't try to invade this Vi while she was in level 6, but they just couldn't get the early leads that they needed. And then GX has just been playing a fantastic game. They have been the guys that had priority in mid lane, move that around again and again and again. And I mean, it's hard for Team Heretics now. You feel like it's already over.
And it's clean from Giant X, 26 minutes in with Baron. They are pushing in the doors. That false life about to come off. Just a moment. Jun gets a little bit more of the buff. As now we see the inhibitor falling. They still have the Baron remaining. Giant X will look for their second inhibitor as well. I feel like the force life should have fallen off by now, but obviously my timing is slightly wrong.
I'd love a timer
It's
for
still
it.
going on, right? Jun goes in for the engage. Magnet Storm onto Camilo. There's a Shadowing Strike. What you gonna do, Victor? Sent back to the Arcane, sent packing by Giant X. It is clean,
Oh
it is
my
methodical, a public execution is not even gonna connect. Hostile takeover only hits onto Lot, although he's been doing a bunch of work this game. I don't think it matters too much. The Force Life finally falls off as Jackie's does get sent back to the fountain, but the reset comes out and Heretics are 2 inhibitors down. And they are looking at a long road back into this game.
I mean, this is going to be so difficult for them. They're going to need a miracle. They're 2 inhibitors down, as you say, so they're going to be fighting against super minions. What's that going to do? Well, that's going to make it harder for them to contest on the next dragon. Spawning in 50 seconds would be Soul for GX.
I think we can say will be Soul for GX right now.
Oh, wow, can we?
Unless there's some crazy steal from Sheo. I think Giant X are just dotting the T's and crossing the I's right now.
A bit of predicting casting, I like
yes,
that.
Yes, that's predictive casting. Right
yes, absolutely.
I predict that Giant X will get 50 extra gold at the end of this game.
Oh, wow. I think they're going to win this one.
The fact that you get 50 gold for the Nexus kind of implies that there is some sort of extra Nexus shop that you can spend your money on, as we see Sheo dying. And yeah, I think it's going to be hard to contest Drake now.
I would agree. Unless, I mean, I've seen Piglet steal a Baron one time with like a Corki rocket.
Yeah. I've seen Gumayushi steal one as well, with a Varus Q.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sadly for Team Heretics, the Varus is on GX right now.
That is true.
That would make it very difficult.
Yeah, and the fact they have to defend topside in a 4v3.
Yeah.
Closer and Jackie's will take the Drake. It will be Soul for Giant X. And now Heretics, you're just setting up bushes. I like it. Yeah, it's what you have to do. You find a small pocket of vision where you can get a small pocket of vision, and you try and find a pick, but your engage tools aren't there. You don't have easy hard CC, only the handshake really. So if Giant X are on the other side of this and they were trying to defend, they have many more ways to pull the trigger to go in for the fight, but Heretics don't really have that option at their disposal. Carlson's going to try and catch a couple of waves, and I will say the Ambassador experiment, I'm not going to say it's failed, but it hasn't really
done anything
this game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's his fault.
No, I mean,
I'm going to stress.
It's hard to say, right? Team Heretics is players from all different systems coming into this one as well, so building up an identity can be difficult. Also hard to execute.
Jackie's! Oh, Jackie's, you absolute beauty! He slides 3 back and it's all done. Sheo trying to escape, but what can you do in the face of so much hate? Only Carlson survives. He gets the shutdown, he flashes away, but Lot's having none of it. He'll chase Carlson back down, Noah walks away from it. And in the end, Giant X will get the ace. Closer will secure it. and the Nexus will fall alongside it. Noah TP's in just to add a little bit of salt on the wound. Giant X will be 4-1 at the halfway mark of the split.
Yeah, that's just a fantastic performance from Giant X. I mean, pretty much everyone got their lane counters, so really hard for Team Heretics. I think their draft, as we already said ourselves, with the lack of engage, was a bit hard to pull off. You have to be extremely creative, find some insane flanks to make that work, and I mean, as soon as Giant X started being the one with the priority, it's really difficult finding those flanks because the vision will just be there to spot you out.
Yeah, and everyone on Giant X had great games as well. You can vote for your key player of the game, Jackie's, Noah, or Jun. I feel like Jackie's probably going to jump up in the votings just because of the final play, but he had a good game all round as well.
I mean, I would actually give it to Noah a lot. Actually, I think they had a phenomenal performance too. And I mean, Noah was just hitting OP with all his arrows. He was securing them those objectives.
He had a great game all round. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Ginny is standing by with Jun and Noah.
Hello.
Jun's first time interview.
It's my
First time you're interviewing?
It is. It is.
Are you nervous? You know, you guys. Welcome back to the LEC on Jun at the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Another win. Yes, you guys have been doing amazing. I would love to ask the same question. Really, I will start with you, Noah. How has it been being on GX? What's it like for you?
I mean, I think it's like new challenge. I mean, I like this environment is different, so it's good to have another teammate and another environment. So like I can improve other things, so it's good too.
You guys had fun with the red lights, green light game, yeah?
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
You didn't win.
I did well. Yeah.
So how are you finding it on GX?
I mean, I like.
Has it been like a new environment? Like, have you been enjoying the friendly vibes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you guys get to do like a lot of things together outside of the game? Do you maybe go out for dinner together, or is it just practice?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Not always.
I mean, Jun doesn't like to go outside that much.
You want to stay inside?
Yes.
And just play League?
Mm-hmm.
What's been your favorite moment so far with the GX team? What have you been enjoying? Besides the winning, you know? I know the winning is nice.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think we don't have yet because it's just start, you know. So,
Yeah.
But it's good to have time with GX, like this practice process, and doing good, you know. So.
And what about the fans? Are you guys happy
I
with
like
the
fans,
support?
yeah.
And you know?
Same.
Yeah, well, thank you both so much for the time for the interview. We are ready to head over. So Lore is standing by and she will be taking it away.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to Noah and Jun, and thank you, Ginny, of course. Absolutely wholesome interview from them, and also nice comeback from GX compared to the game they had yesterday. But Finn, this is what you want to see from a team like this who aims to be at the top.
Yeah, coming into the day, the expectation is that GX is just going to roll over Heretics. They are the stronger team on paper. We've seen great stuff from them, and we need to keep seeing these kinds of we need to see them keep growing.
Yeah.
We need to see them do more than they've shown. Because yesterday, I think it wasn't the best showing from them.
I think coming into the splits, expectations were mixed around what this Giant X roster would look like. And after the start to the split with their 3-0 start, expectations immediately started to rise, right? And as you rightly said, should have been a stomp. It kind of was a stomp, and I kind of want to start with the draft. Because when we see them drafting up against Heretics, my expectations was initially that they would go for kind of matching in this teamfight style, but we were talking extensively about these drafts and how while we're seeing it a lot in the LEC, this kind of style, one of the things that stood out to me that we talked a lot about yesterday was the takeaway of the Vi and Bessa combo, prioritizing the Vi with the Cassante, and also the way in which these fights are expected to play out.
Yeah, it's really funny because I came into this draft thinking that, oh, we're going to see team fights. Only team fights, team fight, team fight. There's a lot of team fight mechanics you have to focus in on. But when I actually watch the game unfold, what happened in every single objective setup is that Noah is just poking out all of Heretics every single time. They want to approach, oh, we don't have any health in our mid laner. We want to approach, oh, our jungler is at 40%. And every time they just are too low before the objective every single time. And I think just kudos to Noah, the way he manages to snipe them every single time with his arrows.
And we have been talking about the predominance of range and the advantage it gives Valiant, especially in some specific setups. I know that teams were fumbling around Arakan last week. I feel like teams got better this week.
I definitely feel so. Leveraging range seems to be the name of the game. The LCK have been dominant at it, and while I don't think the LEC is as effective, it feels like that when they're properly set up around objectives, GIANTX demonstrate a fantastic way of how to utilize that poke. And we have hopefully a bit of a long clip to show people at home because it demonstrates how you can leverage your range to play around these neutral objectives.
Well, I would love to see this from Heretics' point of view almost because they're so blind. They know the threat of Atakan is very real and they need to all focus in through this little tight choke point. You see Camilo tries to get an angle, but he ends up getting caught and losing his flash. When your Victor doesn't have his flash, it makes it so hard to play because now suddenly the threat of the buy, the threat of the Asir shuffle is just so very real, and it makes it almost impossible for Heretics to actually face check this.
The thing that stands out to me is the way in which GIANTX continuously keep those waves pushed in. There is non-stop pressure. The moment that they stop skirmishing in the jungle, it's back to the waves. They quickly reset, they TP back in, all the while Atakan is being started. It feels like Heretics is being attacked from multiple angles.
Yeah, and I love what Noah is doing, because most AD carries, they will default to that wave, but they actually send their top laner and their mid laner for this wave, so Noah can keep standing in these bushes and keep shooting his arrows every single time they want to walk in. And here you see Heretics just really wants to walk in. They're so desperate. They don't want to give Atakan, but in the end they just take so much damage and they just end up losing the fight as a result.
And not even being able to come back. And when you look at the domination on the side of GX today compared to what they play against MKOI yesterday, what is the understanding of the team right now, especially matching up against G2 tomorrow?
I just find that GIANTX is a very smart team. They're incredibly patient. The way that communication seems to work is just phenomenal. And I feel like that you're seeing the aggression that this bot lane learned from Fnatic tying to what I feel is just cold calculation from the side of Closer. And this jungle support synergy is truly fantastic and a joy to watch.
I love that you use the word patience, because I really think that is what it. They have so much delicacy in their play, and they never rush things. They always take their time. This play at Atakan, they started 1.5 minutes before they actually took the buff. So they just always take their time, and they really know when to just hone into an area and just don't leave that, because they know the enemy eventually has to face check.
And it feels like all the players have their moments to shine. You talked about Lot on the top lane. We've talked about the bot lane, of course. Jackie gets the Kia player of the game today, so we're going to forget the oopsies of the early game, but amazing performance on his team.
I will say he kind of robbed it a little bit there. I feel like Jackie's, he did have a good game, but yeah, I feel like there were some other members that maybe we could have highlighted. This bot lane continues to shine for me, but well-deserved ultimately. The team is on an upward high, and I think that they're going to have another challenging test. They lost yesterday, they won today. G2 tomorrow is going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, and if they can keep this momentum rolling and beat G2, then we really start increasing these expectations. How far can this GX team go? We have seen rookies before come in and dominate the league. I know Jack is not a rookie, but he has come in pretty recently, and him and Lot together as a solo lane core, I think is very exciting.
Let's see if they can bring in hope tomorrow. But that's all for us here for now. We'll be testing to a quick break, but afterwards, we're back for more League of Legends. SK Gaming versus Vitality is next.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that. Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC Winter Split, day 2 of week 2. That's where we are.
That's correct.
Sometimes can be a struggle to remember exactly where we are in time, but that's where we are. And
Time's
we're
a
here.
construct.
Time is a construct, it's true. We're here for Vitality versus SK, and the Vitality fans are in loud voice, and I think have good reason to be, because although they are struggling in terms of win-loss, they have looked like a team that is 5–10% away from converting those losses into wins.
I mean, if you're looking at yesterday, yeah, I would say that. But
Yeah.
I think like yesterday, Vitality is probably the first team that looked happy after losing a 50-minute game. When I saw Pat come out to talk with the players on stage, they were actually smiling, going through the game. And while that game yesterday would have been lovely to be a victory, in a team that's currently struggling, the fact that the culture and the mentality is still in a good place where people can come up losses as that with a positive mindset where you can review the mistakes, that's really good for a team that needs to improve. And that they do, because this is the bottom of the barrel. These are the two teams that needs to beat each other to make sure they at least have an easier way to that 8th place for playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Remember, at the end of these 3 weeks, we get rid of our bottom 2 teams in the LEC. Currently, SK, definitely one of those bottom 2 teams, sitting at 0-4. Vitality are matched by Rogue at 1-3. So if you win against a team who is battling in that bottom 3, bottom 4 position, it's almost like a 2-win game. You're relegating the enemy team by 1 win, but you're also getting 1 for yourself.
And draft already where I'm paying attention to SK, because my main criticism of them so far is that they've been trying too much, and specifically compositions that's been too hard to play. We've seen it in Italy, we've seen some of the Callista, and for a team that's struggling, I think they're playing way too hard to execute compositions. I think they need something easy to rely on. Easy engage, the R buttons that we talk about, that's what they need to really get back into this. But Victor, one of the 3 red side bands, usually has made it through.
Does mean Corki and Vi available to Vitality if they want them. Corki obviously can be flex mid. It is, we have a mystery player in top lane. It's still Naknako for Vitality. I just saw that his name isn't actually on the screen there. He's going to lock in Varus instead of that Corki. I wonder if Vi will follow up for Linsus as well. Anything that can really jump on a Victor, I like. Anything that can pressure them in the early game, burn that flash, and then have the follow-up, I just think is really good. If you can put Victor behind, you can tend to put the entire enemy team behind.
I also just love the fact that they are taking away some of that extra range themselves. If you had Victor and Varus on the enemy team, we just saw the zoning potential in our earlier game today. Having to see that again would be hard. Ezreal's still one of the champions that fit that thematic, but I will say every time I see a Varus, I am reminded that Naknako used to play this top a lot in the ERL, so I never know where that is going to go. I said easy to execute for SK. Vitality, that's a different ballpark. They're kind of doing a bit of everything right now as well.
Yeah, currently they do have an easy to execute composition in the 2 champions they picked.
But it can go anywhere.
It can. I totally agree with you. I do think Radiant Virtue being removed from the game kind of pushes Varus top down a little bit, although I'm sure Kerberos still has 5 or 6 builds on which he likes to pilot the champion. Ezreal and Sejuani for SK, Wukong, Varus, and Azir for Chayek on the side of Vitality. And that battle in the mid lane is one we will bring up as we get into the game as well, because Chayek and Rika played against each other a bunch, and I think on reflection, it was Rika who came out on top in the ERLs.
I'll be honest, if you had swapped it, if you turned off nameplates right now, I would have thought that Rika would have been the mid laner for Vitality and Chayek would have been the mid laner for SK, because in the ERLs, Rika was on it. He looked completely different than he did when he was playing on Mad Lions. He had fixed a lot of the issues that he had, and Chayek and Rika played against each other a lot in the LFL. And honestly, I saw Rika gap Chayek a lot there. Yep. He was by far the better mid laner in the LFL, but in the LEC, I'd actually say Chayek's had a better performance.
Chayek has had a great start to a split. Talia game 1 as well was one that will go down in the ages for him, at least. Poppy and Alistair banned away by Vitality. Rakan removed by SK on this second rotation. Lots of support bans coming out. No real surprises when Hilly is on one side. Rel as well taken out. You can see that SK are like, we don't want you to have a wombo for your combo, with the Azir and the Wukong and the Varus already locked in. Will Vitality leave support for last? Are they going to look towards top here? I think most likely you pick support here and make sure that your top lane has a good matchup into Gen-X.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the team's priority itself. So there we go. We just go for Braum, and it's kind of okay because of the fact that a lot of the engaged... Actually, is it? I feel like with Rakan, Alistar, and Leona out, that's some of the best champions that Braum can play into. So on the side of Loopy, I mean, you still have range supports. You still have a lot of range in general with the Ezreal and Victor that would fit the composition. And it's not like you're crucially lacking engage because you still have that Sejuani in the jungle.
I totally agree with you. I think Braum, as you say, usually best into engage. Things like Leona, the Rel, the Rakan. Also, things like Nautilus. Braum works really well into one of the most standard counters. But is Hilly's most played across his career? It gives them safety. He can eat up the Glacial Prison being thrown out by... Oh, yes.
My.
Okay, that's Elise support. Oh, baby.
But I will say, does that fit this composition? I'm super excited by Elise support. We've seen Elise support a lot by Carrier as well in the LCK. Loopy isn't Carrier, but this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how it's going to work, though, because you're playing around with a Cocoon. It's not the best disengage. That's what I thought this comp really needed, because you got 3 poke champions right now. Yeah. You need something that could back that up a bit, and I will say the Elise might not match that profile.
I 100% agree with you, but it's Elise support in the LEC, and so we're going to be happy and excited about it, Google.
I am so happy. That's the best goddamn Elise spot I've ever even seen in my life.
Let's go. Okay, so what you do on Elise support, in case anyone doesn't know, you just buy Storm Surge. You get Sork Boots, you buy Storm Surge, and then you pop everyone on the enemy team. Expect Loopy not to be bot lane for the majority of this game. Often what you'll do is you'll look for your first dive, and then after that, you're just everywhere else on the map. It is going to be a little tricky diving into a Braum and a Varus, but Elise can avoid the concussive blows stun, because as soon as 3 procs of it are on her, she just repels up, drops the tower aggro, and then can repel back to a minion.
Right, but you also need to find a very good dive spot here, and Ezreal can be a bit difficult because of the fact that when you are behind a turret, that often blocks that W, which is a big part of the damage too. That
is true.
So not the most easy lockdown, it still requires a bit of skill. Yeah, well, you say
Go
that.
somewhere else.
We want it easy to execute. I think from a philosophy standpoint on SK, having range, super nice. But in terms of team composition in general, I think Vitality's team comp might be a bit easier to press ultimate.
It's much easier to press ultimates on. And that does seem to be the way of the world right now in the LEC. If you're pressing our composition works better than the opposition's, you tend to win. We'll be jumping on into the game for SK. They're still looking for their first win of the split. I had a look back. No team has ever gone 0-9 when we've only had 9 games in a regular season of the LEC. Astralis back in 2022 did go 0-9 in the first half of a split, but ended up picking up a win through the rest of it. So SK, if they are unable to pick up a win here and unable to pick up a win over the next 4 days of play, would be our first team in these best of 1 9-game splits to end up without a single win. And to be honest, I'm not too hopeful for them. We'll see if they can bounce back on the Rift. They can always show us something new. They can always bring something new out. But so far, this team has not been firing. I was going to say on all cylinders, but I will say on any cylinders.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Harsh, but very fair. And I think it's just a team that feels the most like a non-team right now. It looks like they're struggling to be on the same page. Actually, I'd say it's one of the most incohesive teams I've seen in a very long time at the start of a split. I mean, you can say Rogue last year also was, but at least all 5 players was on the same page of rolling over and dying. So, I mean...
It's true. It's harsh, but true. Sorry, I just didn't expect that all 5 players on the same page of rolling over and dying, because that is what Rogue did last year. And we'll see if SK can find a new strategy. The Elise, you talked about flexibility in compositions and the fact they played through, you know, the Nidalee jungle. They tried these things where you had to accelerate the game a little bit more. Elise does like to do that. Later in the game, she is just a cocoon bot. She does do a lot of damage, but getting onto the backline of something like an Azir and a Varus here is going to be very tricky.
I like this, though, because now they're baiting SK, or not Vitality, to think that they're swapping up towards the top side because they removed that top side ward, but actually they're sending Gen-X up there. And if you want to dive with an Elise in the early game, you want this lane swap to happen. So because of the way they control the vision, they're actually baiting Vitality into a state that SK would prefer.
They ping Nako as he walked across here. We'll see if Nako steps up to the wave. He will. He'll take a little bit of damage from Rahel here. Loopy in the spider form will change. Using that venomous bite, I believe the Q in human form, to do a little bit of damage and force Nako away from the tower. Chayak in the mid lane is going to be met by Gen-X. This is good early game from SK as Chayak's forced down to 100 HP. Rika lands the laser as well, so Chag will have to back away and TP back into the lane.
Yeah, and GenX could go up towards the top side and just pick up the wave that's coming in, because I think that Hylissang has to reset and cover for the dive that might potentially come through. But once again, really good early game vision control here. GenX now messing with Lincers as well. He does have that smite and he will get away, but now Lincers can't cover for the dive and you will have complete control of this bot side.
But that's why Hilly's already walking down here.
Yeah,
like, Hilly
absolutely.
knows, even if Lincers was able to come across, having that extra support of the Braum, of the Unbreakable Wall, of the heal as well that Hilly is running in this game, makes it so much easier for Vitality to survive this dive. SK, as soon as they see the support, looks like it's just going to be going for plates. Demolish is being run as well. Should be able to pick up one plate out of this. The minions will help them do so. So first plate goes over to SK. TP away by GenX.
Oh yeah, I really liked everything in the beginning, but once she saw that Hylissang was coming back, I really think you needed to TP GenX up towards that top side immediately. This Jace has farmed 0 minions, right? That could have been some of the XP that he got earlier had that TP been invested. They're already super happy with throwing Lincers out by getting, well, a small advantage in the mid lane too. But now it's just rough. He's 2 CS. He's going to be playing up against Naknako, who at least is starting with a tier. So you're never having any pressure on this Gragas.
Naknako almost a full level ahead on the Gragas there. SK tried something spicy in the early game. They've got about a 200 gold lead out of it, but now things are going to equalize as we get towards standard laning. Lince is skipping his red here to make sure he gets that first scuttle grab on the top side. Hilly down to half HP, as is Loopy. Hilly healing, jumping forward, looking for the damage onto Loopy. Concussive blows coming out. Loopy flashes, but he's still in vision. First blood, though, goes over to Rahel. Kazi tries to answer it with one of his own. Isma now coming in. Oh my god, Vitality! What were you doing?
Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. It's important, but look at that minion wave. Look at that minion wave. If I'm Kazi right now, yes, I'm happy that I got the double kill, but I'm crying. Look at that minion wave. That is so much XP, and despite Death Guard being a thing, he still has to respawn. There's no cannon to tank the tower shots.
It's Hilly and Kazi. I don't know why I expected anything less.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel died with flash up. He could have flashed out, then picked up the wave for himself. Could have been played a bit better. So I think everything considering from that Vitality play, it could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Both the AD carries get the kills, and that's where we'll leave that. Loopy now showing what Elise can do in this support role, immediately roaming away, looking for Naknako on this top side. Get some vision in the control wards.
GenX needs to be careful not taking too much damage while he's trying to get this in.
I mean, but with Isma on his way across, this should be a relatively simple, in inverted commas, dive. Naknako hit with the grasp, now under tower. There's a cannon minion there. Loopy can tank. Cocoon goes wide. Naknako still has the flash. Isma with the slow, and Naknako has to invest the flash.
That's fair enough, but they're not in a position to cross-map anywhere else. The Astral's alone down in bot side, but Lince's on the Wukong, not anywhere near to actually fight it. So let's see what actually happened here. Miss in the beginning. Crucially, the auto attack does connect. But I think like this is where it gets a bit dicey. You know, enemy junglers coming down. Rahel could probably just back off into the push where there's no vision, flash away, anything on the queue. But I mean, it's unlucky as well. It's one past the mid.
Now Rahel is by himself in the bot lane. Loopy's on his way across. Rahel gets Rahel! Rahel's gonna get 2. It's a double on the tower. He'll lose the XP.
Oh, it's another horror.
But it's an absolute horror for Vitality. Oh, Rahel is just blazing them. 4-2-0 his score now, as Loopy gets back on the map immediately because there's nothing for him to do in bot.
Oh my days. I mean, if you wanted your AD carry to get ahead, I mean, why even happen? We only came through this halfway, and I mean, Rahel's doing I mean, it's a bit greedy being here in general, but somehow Kazi takes aggro!
Well, because he autos first! That's how he takes aggro. Hilly didn't get in range to get the auto down.
No!
Naknako's now dead in the top side as Isma gets his first of the game, and we asked for SK to come out firing. They've done exactly that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Loopy goes up, comes down, locked up with the concussive blows, down to 100 HP, but a good storm from Rika will keep Kazi at bay. Rahel jumps across. Lince's diving forward. Isma is just going to go for the grubs instead. Vitality took 1 of them, so SK will only be able to get 2 from this initial spawn, but Hilly and Kazi...
Are we still going? Really, Hilly? Are we still going?
I don't think we should have been. I do not think we should have still been going. I'm going to be honest.
I don't even know where to start.
Well, wasn't it yesterday that Hilly took 40 minutes until he died?
So he's making up for that now.
Making up for lost time, guys. Praise be to the
Hey, I mean, at least they're getting a dragon here, but this has been a comedy of errors in a row now coming through from Vitality. And to make matters worse, while they were contesting on those grubs, multiple waves just got pushed in on top side. Genex has kind of equalized his gold lead to what was lost against Nagnako earlier. He's not even with him in CS yet at all, but he's managed to come back.
Yes. Yes, he has. Vitality managed to get their first straight. Let's take stock of where we are.
I think that's very healthy right now.
7 minutes in, it's a Cloud Drake to Vitality, 2 grubs to 1 in favor of SK. They are 6 kills to 3 up right now.
Got it.
They got the feat for the first 3 kills. Bot lane to top lane to bot lane.
Yep.
Nothing new there. Loopy actually spending a lot of time around Rahel right now. He doesn't have flash or cleanse, so that does kind of make sense.
Damn, we're just in the upside down. Is that what's happened?
I've seen stranger things happen. Nagnako getting jumped on by Genax. You can see what Vitality are trying to do. They're trying to force Genax away from the tower, but Lince's tanks up a couple of shots. The Cyclone comes out, and it's a good enough dive from Vitality. They'll force Genax away from the wave, which is what their intent was alongside getting that kill.
Yeah, but now Crossma's on top side. There's priority from Rico, so he's moving up as well with the Victor. Chaik doesn't have TP. Nagnako does have a TP to defend should it be necessary, but he's very low. He'd have to recall before he can really do it.
I do love the fact, we made a graphic to talk about Rico and Chaik because we thought it was interesting how the roles have reversed from them being in the ERL to now. And the first 8 minutes of this game have been about anything but Rika and Chaik. I don't think they are the point of focus so far in this matchup, although Rika has been able to pick up an assist. Isma trying to steal away these Razor Beaks while Linces waits in the bush. Try and get one for himself. Didn't quite see who landed the smite there.
I believe that was Lincet with the Q smite.
That makes sense. Good execute for him there. Rika's going to hold this minion just outside of tower range, but it's mid lane. Holding a freeze is basically impossible. This means that Chaik has to hug that bottom side because Isma is on towards the top.
Okay, so let's actually talk what's going to happen now, because we got 1 minute and 40 seconds till Grubs comes through. Right now, you're not really in a position where you can punish on anyone. You can try and burn some flashes if you want to, but kind of want to hold on to like your Sejuani ultimate or anything like that before that fight really breaks around Grubs. So we're not going to be seeing much. But I can promise you we're going to be seeing more action of the top side unless they decide to cross-map in bot lane with Vitality.
They might do. Loopy
that's
manages to
nice.
stop
That's
both
so
the recalls
nice.
there. And nicely done by him right at the last moment. Hillisang will stay around. As for Kazi right now, Hilly does have 6. Loopy hit with the Winter's Bite. In the end, it looks like Kazi and Hilly are just going to catch this wave.
I mean, we were talking about Loopy in general, like he's had some oopsies, but on the elite support right now, he's been fine. And I actually think he's been doing very good. So good to see those signs of Loopy.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if he gets level 6 as well. We talked about the level discrepancy with Hillisang, but it's Elise, right? You already have your ultimate from the start of the game.
Oh, they're going to get stopped again.
Unbreakable comes out from Hilly. And Kazi could have kept his recall going. Loopy still another volatile Spiderling just to be a little bit of a nuisance. Kazi is going to finish his base and he'll run back up towards the top lane, it seems, with Linces coming across as well to try and cover, but there's good vision for SK in that top side jungle, so it's going to be very hard for Linces actually to make a way towards this turret.
I wonder how close to Triforce Rahel is as well. He's got a lot of gold from the kills he got. The plating's coming through now as well, but I don't think he's going to be in a position where he can get that big first item power spike before the game Rift Grubs comes through. There we go, Hilly getting really aggressive.
Looking for the stun, Loopy coming across again. Cocoon landing onto Kazi. Hilly down to 400 HP or so. Lince's here, but he's been tracked the whole way through his jungle. Glacial Prison only hits onto the decoy there. Let's force that W out, but not an exchange that Isma really would have wanted to make. However, they do gain control around the Grubs from it, and it should be 5 Grubs going over to SK.
Yeah, but Genex is staying bot. He doesn't have TP. Nagnako's already coming up, so they're in a great position to fight here as Vitality because Isma already used that ultimate, as you said.
Yeah, they have a man advantage. Isma might just look for 4 here. They're not to consult away. Nagnako looking for the flank. He's hit with the Cocoon. Loopy has been on point with those. Vitality will take the last remaining grub, but it's 4 to SK. And because Genax didn't move, he now has those Void Mites spawning down towards this bottom side. Will be able to get himself a plate.
Yeah, that turns out to be a super solid play for SK again there. So very nice to see. And, you know, I talked about the disengage that SK needed. So far, Loopy's been doing a really good job with those Cocoons to be disengaged enough to make sure his team can get out.
I think it becomes a little trickier as we get towards team fights if those do begin to manifest, right? He's had
Absolutely.
Obviously, Cocoon is it's not the longest cooldown in the world, but it does still have a cooldown. Loopy looking for Chaik. force him across the wall with that neurotoxin. True Shot Barrage doesn't quite connect onto Kazi, but Drake up in 26 seconds time, and it is SK who have control of the bot side, and a lot of that is through Loopy. Like, we started off this game saying SK had to show us something. We said they've been disappointing, which no one can doubt they have been, but they are definitely showing up in this early game. 12 minutes in, a 1.3k gold lead. Yes, the first Drake went to Vitality, but look at how much control SK have on that bot side now.
Yeah, and even with the items coming through now, Yashin's going to help you a lot going through this turret. Play coming through from Isma as well. They could dive Nako here. No one is around to defend him.
So Gragas is so hard to dive him. He goes in with the body slam, flashes away. Isma with the lockup, the ignite ticking, and there's the repel from Loopy to avoid the final tower shot. Hylissang and Linsus on their way across. Rahel looking for the tower. Hilly flashes forward. TP coming in. Counter TP by SK as Rahel dashes away. No flash on him now. Does have the cleanse, but Chayak puts him back. He dashes across the wall. The Cyclone will lock him up in the end, and as much as Rahel can try, he can't escape. Linsus and Chayak. Hylissang now running for the hills. Dashes back to a minion. The stun going in from Isma as well as Linsus will fall. Chayak and Hylissang trying to escape to their tower, but their tower will fall over with just a small breath of wind. A double for Rika. He's looking for more. Chayak underneath the turret can put up the Sun Disc. If that tower does go down, that might, can it? No, not quite. Take down the turret as of yet. Vitality unable to defend against the power of SK in that bot lane play, and the tower falls at the end of it all.
Damn, no one picking up that local gold there, I think, on the turret, but still either way, Rahel bought so much time. The fact that no one, though, was around to defend Nako on this becomes a bit of a disaster because they get the kill, just barely, I will say as well. But it's what happens after. It's Rahel's movement. It's how much he forces the enemy to invest. Hylissang forced to use his flash for the Q, misses the ultimate, and then Rahel with the arcane shift over the ultimate, forcing Linsus to flash in as well. He made his enemy use so many tools to try and kill him.
Loopy might be dead here. Doesn't have the flash. Did have it, but Chain of Corruption enough to lock him down. Isma on the Drake as well, as Vitality just want more of the action. They have the numbers advantage as well because Genax is in the top side and Nako is in mid. Genax does have TP. Isma should be able to jump out of the back of the pit. Nako now on Rahel, who remember has no flash. Knocked into the wall, but it's not quite enough to take down the Ezreal as of yet. The Drake begun again by Vitality. They will secure their second of the game.
Yeah, but it is traded on the top side. They get another turret this time around for Genax, so it's not like they're not getting anything. And once again, really nice movement from Rahel, making sure he's not falling in that mid lane exchange.
I wonder if we get over Ruinous this game. You know, 15 kills, 2 towers going down,
I will
1.5.
say, I'm not fully sure what the new threshold exactly is. I'm pretty sure they never actually said anything. But I mean, yeah, it's true. Honestly, with the amount of bot lane fights we saw and the flashes in and the damage that's been exchanged, maybe.
I feel like maybe it is going to spawn down towards the bottom side as well.
We're making statements on this broadcast.
It's like trying to predict how much bounty gold someone's going to have, you know? We don't know the numbers.
297 on...
yes, we do. Okay, it's not predicting if you just read it off the screen, Goldborg.
I can tell you the match of the week as well is G2 and Fnatic.
Good prediction there. It's the game up next. A 3,000 gold lead in this game, though, for SK over Vitality. A different sort of match for the week, you might say, as SK currently sitting at 0-4, looking for their first win of the split. Chayak should be able to take this tower, had Hylissang as backup, and because of that, Genax just respecting the fact that he's outnumbered on the bot side of the map right now.
Once again, harsh but true. But this time around, SK is not really in a position where they can trade this to anything, so really nice from Vitality. They found a window to at least take down a turret here, and they're not getting much over on the other side of the map. Red buff is spawning in a bit, but that's probably going to be it.
I wonder if we're getting towards the position where SK's composition loses out just a little bit. Loopy has been very active on the map, involved in over half of his team's kills, but now when you're looking to catch people a little bit more, it's a bit harder to enact dives because it's tier 2s you're looking to dive. It becomes a lot more tricky as an Elise to really have that much impact, especially in professional play. In solo queue, a lot of the time you'd be able to pick someone out in the jungle, but pro play, people are a little bit more apprehensive to step in.
And this is where I'm really keeping my eyes on SK to see if they can actually pilot this range composition around their poke, because they've had a really good early game so far, but they need to drive this one home, and you're playing without any meaningful engage tools outside of your Sejuani, so it's really about your own spacing around these team fights.
Tamsi grouping up towards the mid lane right now as well. Let's put some pressure on this tier 1. Linsus seeing if Genax takes the greedy route. He takes a moderately greedy one, but not greedy enough to be caught out because he had Isma waiting just around the corner in case anything did begin to go in an untoward fashion. Loopy caught out, jumps to the blast cone. You can do that on Elise. She's a slippery spider. An agile arachnid, you might say. Terrifying tarantula, and then that was a trapezing tarantula. There we go.
My English is way too terrible to contribute to this
You do
conversation.
it in Danish. What's spider in Danish?
Well, now you're just going to mess up my wires in my brain, so let's not go down that route.
My mistake, my mistake. But for the moment, still only a 3,000 gold lead for SK. We see things slowing down just a little bit. There aren't those neutrals to fight over. Drake 2 minutes, Atakan 2.5. You see Hazi putting a lot of damage down on Saluki.
Wow.
It's one of the weaknesses of the Elise, right? She is very squishy, already down to half HP. Nako looking for that flank position. Ping's coming out towards him as well as the Cocoon just short of landing onto that Gragas.
This is also where you take a look at Vitality's composition again, right? Where we're talking about the spacing from SK that they can buy themselves with their champions right now. It is also the ease of execution that Vitality will have going for them. And as you say, Medic, the gold lead's not gigantus. So it could be very difficult if SK were to make a mistake and Vitality maybe come back.
Yeah, it really feels like how the next couple of team fights go, right? Because Vitality have already got 2 Drakes, so you don't even have a sole win condition for SK. They can't really accelerate the game. If Vitality say, hey, we don't want to fight the next 2 dragons, what can SK do about that? It's very hard for them to deliberately force a fight unless it's finding these picks, but Vitality are playing safely around the fact that these picks don't materialize, right? Loopy is looking for that vision, trying to get into the enemy jungle. You can see right now he's stepping up towards that bot side, but it's superficial deep vision. I know that sounds like a bit of a misnomer, but it's not towards where the wolves are, it's over the wall from the river.
And another one as the crowd erupts.
Everyone confused by superficial deep vision, apparently. Pause has been reported to League officials. They are gathering information on the cause.
Which means we don't know what's happened yet.
League officials may. SK initiated it, so we do know it's come from SK. See some chatting happening, as you would expect during a pause. But yeah, it does feel very much like we are building up towards the team fight, right? I think if Vitality win the next team fight, they kind of just win the game.
I mean, I would agree, because that's the turning point where you stop the momentum of their dragon stacking as well. So, I mean, at least from the side of Vitality already having to... Wait, did you say SK Vitality?
I think if Vitality win the next team fight, they win the game. I think if SK win the next team fight, they are better positioned to win the game, but I don't think it's as cut and dry if SK win.
I agree. I think Vitality really can't force, allow themselves to fall further behind, just because the sieging will almost become impossible once you start playing into these range. And once you get to these moments where you can't even approach the neutral objective, much like we just saw in our previous game, that just becomes impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for them to play it. There's a peripheral issue, as you can see on your screen. League officials will be investigating it. And I do wonder for SK, we've talked a little bit about how obviously they are currently winless in the LEC. Their next matchups, tomorrow they face up against MKOI, which is not going to be an easy game.
Damn.
Then they have BDS, Rogue, and Fnatic. So I would say 2 of their remaining 4 games after today are winnable without a big upset. I would say anything more than that would be a large upset. For SK to be MKOI or Fnatic, I think is quite a gigantic gulf to surpass right now.
I agree.
So this game is really make or break. Like, I don't want to count a team out after only 5 games. But I think if they lose to Vitality here, I don't see them getting any more than 2 wins the entire split.
Now that's predictive casting, right?
That
there.
is predictive casting.
But I do agree. I think BDS and Rogue are in a position where they're not so clear-cut in terms of their own strength right now. At least they're kind of hard to quantify. Really, well, I don't know the word that I'm looking for. Yeah, quantify. That's the word that I'm looking for. Just because of their showing so far. But I mean, even still, then you're right. Like, this game has to go to SK if they really want to contest for the top 8.
Yeah, to get into that top 8. Vitality, on the other hand, obviously in an okay position. They still want to be picking up wins. Only picked up 1 so far. They have a slightly easier strength of schedule. I don't know. It's hard to say because they play Vitality.
Do you want to let me know what their schedule is?
They play Rogue, KC, Heretics, and Giant X. So like Giant X look crazy good. KC look crazy good. You could say it's a similar.
I think it's like 2 that maybe that's kind of beatable, and then 2 where you think right now on paper it looks like you're going to lose.
Yeah, and I think although Vitality have looked better than SK, I wouldn't put it past them losing to a Heretics or losing to a Rogue either, right? I think Vitality have a bit of variability in the way they play from time to time. exemplified by the 2v2 that we saw in the bot lane.
But that is what makes them so exciting to watch. You never know what you're going to get.
They're a lot of fun to watch. And I think SK so far this game have been a lot of fun to watch as well, with the Elise support and with Loopy being out on the map, right? I just don't think it gives you the best option to win games if you are as explosive in a not very controlled way as sometimes Vitality are. Like, Hilly died 3 times in the first 5 minutes of this game, you know?
You know what? I think watching... do I want to say that? Yeah, I think watching Vitality is probably a bit like what Scrims feels like at times, where they just go fully in.
Oh, 100%. I entirely agree with you, and I love them for that. I don't think it wins you the league.
I mean, okay, so let's go. Is that the current objective that Vitality needs right now? Because I think that them winning Winter, absolutely impossible, right?
Okay.
I mean, but that's also the question in general. What is this Vitality project? What is it built towards to achieve? Because you know you have winners on your team with Kasi and Hylissang in general, but you got new rookies coming in here. How do you make them championship winners?
True. I like the argument, right? Because it's very easy from an outside viewpoint to say everyone is trying to win the league. And obviously everyone is trying to win the league. Everyone is trying to win every game they play. But there is a sense of realism in saying, hey, we're not going to beat KC, MCoy, Fnatic consistently enough to win the league.
But I will say, you should always have the mindset for it, and as long as the vibes are good, they have a foundation where they can build upon themselves and improve. And that loss from G2 yesterday, I'll bring it up again, they weren't happy about their loss, but they weren't devastated. And there would have been so many teams who'd lost a 50-minute game where they had soul, where they were in a position where they could win, that would have been devastated if they lost that game.
That's true. I think we see Rika just doing a little bit of a hardware swap right now. You can see that on your screen as well. I assume it's Rika because he's the one who is talking to the referees. So as soon as that hardware swap is done, obviously we'll get back, and Rika is happy with the hardware swap. We'll get back into the game. We're not just going to give him a random, you know those mice that had, did you ever have the rubber ball mice?
Yes, I did. Yes,
yeah,
I did.
I don't think most of the modern generation understands the pain of a rubber ball mouse.
We can give him the MERS. Was it Kerb that used to play like with
well, no, Kerb played with the one where his thumb was on the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
But there were mice where there was a rubber ball in the bottom.
The bottom was the one I played with myself.
And you could take it out.
And clean it.
Yeah, if your mouse was moving funnily, you would take out this rubber ball, you'd blow on it, and then you put it back in, and for some reason that would make your mouse smooth again. It was this weird, there was a whole...
I mean, it was a rubber ball that was collecting dust, and because of all these things...
I understand the mechanics of it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I do.
Sorry, I'm an analyst. I break down mechanics.
As a millennial, I was there. Don't speak the ancient magics to me, okay?
As a Gen Z, I had a VHS and cassette player.
Yes. I think there was a whole generation of electrical appliances that worked better if you blew on them. Because VHS, if you pushed the thing up and blew into the hole, if the VHS wasn't working, you had to blow into it. The SNES and the N64 cartridges, you had to blow into them sometimes.
Right, but then we entered the era of PlayStation. Then you started putting toothpaste on your discs instead.
To get rid of the scratches.
Yes.
That's true.
It's crazy.
I wonder if anyone's ever tried that with like League of Legends stuff. If there's
with toothpaste on League of Legends?
It sounds like an exploit, and maybe I shouldn't go too far into it, because you can't really do it with a computer, right? It just works or it doesn't, I guess. So. But people, I guess turning off shadows is a way people make their computers run better so they can play League at higher FPS.
Yeah.
Turning off shadows is the modern generation blowing on a VHS tape. That's the conclusion I've reached from this.
I like this conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that conclusion as well.
Well, we had to have a conversation as we were just waiting for the game to restart, and that was the conversation we were going to have. And for now, I believe people are fed up with our conversation, so we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk. Take it away. You ever blow on a VHS?
We're never fed up about
toothpaste.
Yeah, chit-chatting conversation about toothpaste.
Personally, as a fan of the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, I wouldn't turn shadows off. Great addition to the genre and to the movies. What do you have to think about shadows?
I just think about like Colgate.
Colgate, okay. Nice branding.
No, I mean, yeah, that conversation kind of derailed, but it is an interesting game we're having, because I was sitting backstage watching it, and I'm like, wow, this game is actually really, really funny to watch.
Well,
but it's not because the gameplay is particularly high quality, but we have a lot of plays that's happening all the time. Especially those dives have been very, very crazy. The bot lane dive into Rahel where he gets the 1v2 double kill, or like the early 2v2 kills where just like Carsey barely killed Rahel with the last minion out attack.
And really interesting champions, honestly. I love the Ezreal paired with Don't ask.
We're
It's a
gonna talk
vitality
about
game.
that.
Of course, I have a baguette. I'm French.
I was
But
like, you're like brandishing it like
I
a
will
weapon.
bonk you guys if you say something stupid about the game.
Oh,
So
dear.
it's
Better leave.
time. It's time for a test now. Elise support, a champion that I've talked about with Mickey last week, expecting that he would be the kind of support to pick this champion, a pick that we've seen in the LCK as well. Why does it make sense here, and does it?
So I think this actually tags on quite well to what we've been talking about top lane and in terms of Jace building tank and stuff. Now, Jace builds tank because he cannot get a 1v1 lane. He must survive dives. Elise is on the better end of this bargain. She knows there's going to be a dive a lot of the time if you get a 2v1 lane, and it doesn't matter if you're a jungle or a support. Elise is still the best tower diving champion in the game and has been for many years because of the repel. You get to do that at very low amounts of gold, very low amounts of XP, and you can still force a load of threat onto the strong side of the map. It gives a load of value.
Yeah, crucially why it's coming to pro now, and maybe previously it was a solo queue champion, is because a few patches back, you can now input your E and then a flash, and now the cocoon will let player from your new flash location, making it very, very, very hard to react to. Because
Syra
usually
had that too, actually.
Yeah.
Usually in pro play, when Elise would flash cocoon, people would just flash it.
Yeah.
But if you now at least you cocoon flash, it makes it almost impossible to react to, and it's just a very, very strong early game tool. And she actually has some kind of way to start a fight that is so much reliable, even if it's just a cocoon flash from Elise.
You must love this as a top laner when you get dove,
Yeah, how do you
right?
feel getting dove by not just supports, but also don't jungle Elise, but also support Elise as well, Mr. Top Laner? Come in. It's okay. We'll make it fine. We'll get rid of the lane swap at some point.
It's been a tough year, and like this is not something I need right now. Just like Elise support's coming top. What is next? Talia's coming back into the meta. Just gonna Shurima shuffle into my lane.
Difficult times.
Well, it's just so much happening
For
right
top
now.
laners.
Top laners just never catch a break.
No.
First we get
You guys like to complain as well,
yeah.
but that's...
First we get lane swaps into our lane, so we have to go bot and catch the residual minion waves. Like like the crumbs of XP, the crumbs of gold. That's what we get. We get nothing.
Look, I will say there has been. We talked about this one of the days. Yeah. Well, it would have been yesterday actually, because we've only had 2 days this week, and it wasn't today. I'm very good at process elimination.
I
but
know.
if you're going to try and avoid a lane swap, if you have a good level 1, you can at least do. I mean, Samsung White back in 2014, for those of you that were still back watching with us all those years ago, did a really good kind of strategy around. That season where you would invade very early on, put wards in the lanes, go for a jungle invade if you had a powerful kind of group up comp, and you could use that to force vision so deep that you cannot get to the lane you want to swap to in enough time before you're alerting the enemies. You can kind of see it coming, and you can match the swap, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, get yourself your 2v2 and your 1v1. Now, that does take a lot of level 1 prep. We've seen some teams do that. We've seen a lot of Australia lanes, which means it's been working to an extent. But there's still a lot of upkeep to do with that. If you slip up in level 1 vision, if it takes you by surprise, you're still in the same problem.
It takes a lot of communication and like gathering information really early on, or knowing your opponents and what they're gonna throw in the early levels. You've been in these situations, man.
Yeah, I'm a bigger believer of the silent strategy.
Right.
By the bows, where you go 0-10 and just pretty much are useless the entire game. I mean, the bows actually plays full AD, but when you play Sion, you can kind of just like sit in the bot lane, in the bush, looking for Q angles, trying to just make yourself as useful as possible while having 0 resources. I think that's the next development for Europe.
I just had a blast from the past about Sion, random level 1 strats and warding. SK Gaming back in 2014 had a support called N-Rated, and he said, you don't need wards if you're really clever. I'm pretty sure that was a direct quote from him back then. I'm just saying, channeling one of the old greats of the team. They were the old strategists back then, 2014 Worlds.
Yeah, he was actually my coach last year at Rogue.
How did that work?
I think he changed his mindset. He was pretty adamant about our sport buying wards. I don't know, he reached some kind of nirvana conclusion there sometime.
You adapt depending on the players you have, I guess.
What?
Sorry. You're talking about SK Gaming here. I want to talk about the team actually because
him and the
they have been struggling so far. 0-4 in the LEC, and well, when you look at the game they have against Vitality, you feel like Vitality has been super messy. We have some bot lane replays here. What was the approach? What was expected from SK here? And I was satisfied with what we've seen so far.
I want to quote something. The last time we were watching SK, I think Fane just said, wow, their bot lane is just too Korean. They're really good! This bot lane is super good! Kazi apparently just about got away with that one. I love this.
So he's vibing.
But the bot lane of SK are really good as an individual piece. Even if the rest of the game is a little bit messy, the bot lane's really good.
I think you asked me what the expectation was for SK there. I think the bot lane expected you to crash the wave because they had a jungler behind you, but then Hylissang just flashes on your face and you have to fight.
Yeah, got a surprise surprise the enemy.
There. I'm really surprised Carsey actually had enough damage to actually kill Loopy there, because that would be a disaster. That's 2 waves crashing into this tower. If he doesn't get that trade kill back, which is just by the sliver of his little hair, then he's just going to be so behind that I think the game looks completely different. Very lucky, I think, by him to get that kill.
And looking at the state of the game, both compositions and what both teams have displayed so far in the league and overall in the game, what can we expect? What are we waiting for the later stages?
Well, much like most of the rest of the compositions you see in the LEC, we do have both the long-range, backline, kind of protect the carry kind of comps. I think that the front line being quite ahead now from SK in terms of Isma having a very active participation in the game, and then also Hylissang dying quite a lot too. Not that putting a support behind has the same impact as putting a jungler or top laner behind. I do think that SK are going to have a much better platform for that. I'm a little bit worried about Elise going to the late game, though, as we saw, and as Medic and GB were highlighting. Just a bit of poke lands onto the Elise, that's the HP gone, and you're playing in a 4v5. So it's still quite interactive, but I think the Sejuani being quite powerful at the point of the game will really give SK a much easier way to play the game.
Yeah, I will say that one of my main critiques for SK in the week 1 was that they drafted themselves into really difficult comps. And when I look at their comp now, sure, it's not the easiest, but having a Victor, a Sejuani, and an Estral means a very cookie cutter front to back kind of setup. And I think that's going to really help them coming into these mid to late game team fights, because now they have a clear plan. There's a Sejuani ult followed by an Elise Cocoon to burst on one target, and then the Victor ult is going to spread. So that is what they will be looking for in these fights. Because, I mean, while I don't really love the Jace, I do think that their comp is really good. Jace and Victor do want to be on the same team together, as shown in Arcane.
But if I think about...
The sign makes that so brutal.
What is it? Yeah! I mean, I get it.
I'm just saying,
I'm with you,
stars are aligning.
I am with you, fans. And the stars are aligning indeed here. But talking about the composition from SK, I do feel like they had an easy to execute composition yesterday as well. Didn't manage to make it work. What has been going wrong for SK? And I know that beginning of the year, new players, synergy and everything has to play into all this. But do we see a light? Do we see hope for them?
Well, starting from the point we're talking about the drafts being good, because I think that informs the rest of the answer. The drafts have been good from SK, I think, quite a lot of the time. I think we were saying similar things about Rogue as well. Some of our teams that have been struggling still had good drafts. You can't fix the drafts to then suddenly get a magical fix, which is the problem. And I think that they do have the tools to make these games work. I do think some players are getting a little bit lost in lane swaps. I think GenX has been punished quite hard in them so far. That hasn't helped them, which has often meant that they lose a little bit of punch power when they come to the mid game. That hasn't happened this game, though, I don't think, in the same way. So that's a better start from them in this game.
Any closing thoughts on Vitality, maybe, Finn?
Hylissang is fun. I like him.
All right, we'll leave it there. I think the players are ready to pursue the game. Casters, take it away.
That he is.
That he is?
Yeah, Hylissang is very fun.
Hilly is ready, probably. I hope so, because Hilly, it was an explosive first 10 minutes, and then it kind of chilled out a little bit. But we've only got about a minute or so until the next Drake comes up, so hopefully all guns blazing, let's get back into the action as soon as possible. Obviously, the players just going through the end of their ready check. We had a peripheral issue. One of the players' mouse batteries died, or the one battery in the mouse died. So, yeah, they had to recharge it. I'm sorry, guys. Like, there's not much we can do if the mouse isn't charged properly.
I guess you gotta have 2 on standby or something like that. But yeah,
I think we do usually have a spare on standby, but obviously something didn't quite work with that one. So, charge your mice. This is a reminder to all of you at home. Charge your headsets, charge your mice, because you never know when you're going to need that last little bit of battery. We are back into the game. 18 minutes 30 on the clock. Just to remind you all of where we sit, it is 9-6 in favor of SK. They have about a 3,000 gold lead. 30 seconds on the Drake, and currently Vitality have 2 Drakes to nil.
And let's make it serious as soon as we can, because we talked about this a bit before, but there's 30 seconds to this Drake. Vitality already has 2 of them. SK are looking good to contest. They have poke composition, they have Herald, they're getting some priority. Let's see what happens.
Isma's riding the Herald through the mid lane here. Kazi dodging to the side to avoid his Edge of Night being procced by that Herald charge. Tower will take about 90% of his HP, but currently still stands. GenX has TP, Rika's pushing through bot and has teleport as well.
Yeah, but just from Chayek's positioning here, he doesn't have TP himself, so it looks like they just want to kind of try and cross-map here. You can already see Hylissang, Linces moving into the enemy blue side. They want to punish GenX on the weak side.
That's the weakness we talked about with SK trying to keep the tempo of the game up. They lost the first 2 Drakes. It's really hard to force Vitality into fights unless Hylissang just space checks. because they don't need to fight. Vitality can wait it out. They can get 3 items on their AD carry, 3 items on their mid laner, and then be in a strong position to fight you later.
Yeah, and I love that you're talking about items because I think that's what they're waiting for right now with Chayek. He was the only one who didn't have, or at least he doesn't have the second item like Rika. And when you're playing this composition, you really want your Azir to be in a good spot.
That was really nice from Hilly. Jumps in the way. Get down, Mr. Kazi. Blocks the Glacial Prison. Isma should be able to get away from this. Does still have the flash. Lynch just jumping across the wall. Was hit with a cocoon as he was invisible. But Hylissang doing everything he could to keep Kazi topped up there.
Yeah, not much is going to come off that. Resets now coming through from SK. GenX pushing out the top side. Jungle camps have been clearing bot, and I think we're just going back to our own sides here.
But Arakan's up. Who knows?
Right.
Maybe a team will force
Hylissang
an early
and Chayek
Arakan.
is not starting Arakan right now.
Yeah, it's Voracious again as well.
Wow.
So
you really wanted the Ruinous, didn't you?
I like to see something slightly different. I will say the power of the Ruinous Articon is a little bit more hidden, because obviously it gives you a 20% buff to the buffs you're already getting. A bit harder to track. Isma is looking for something in this bot side. Hylissang has the flash. I'll have the stand beside me as well, as he jumps over to Chayek. Loopy was coming in from the side, but in the end it's much ado about nothing as SK just get a little bit of vision control towards this bottom side.
So what are we doing down here? Are we trying to actually leverage pressure for Arakan, or are we just waiting for Pride to come through and then move Rahel down? Because there's not a lot to get right now. Blue buff has just spawned. That could be something you're looking to get.
You can poke your nose in there, prod around a little bit, but yeah, not going to get too much. And the gold lead that SK managed to acquire early in this game has not been extended at all by them as of yet. They are still only about 2,500 gold ahead. And it's a bit of a struggle for them to really find any avenues to force a fight. We talked about it a bit, like they're waiting for maybe a 6th Dragon of the game Soul or a Baron fight or an Artican fight, but for them to actually up the tempo of this game is going to be very tricky.
Yeah, it could be a long one, and it's not like Vitality don't want to push lane and try and force a team fight around any of these turrets or neutral objectives, but I mean, Rico is such a big nuisance for them right now. He keeps clearing the wave, they keep having priority through Rahel in mid lane, so it's so difficult for them to be the one with the proactive move.
Talking about Rika being a nuisance, he was a nuisance for Chayek last year as well in the LFL. 9 wins to 3 in 2024. Rika was really the up-and-coming mid laner, or one of the up-and-coming mid laners. Chayek a little bit lower on the totem pole in the LFL.
Yeah, and I mean, it really sucks for Rika, right? Because he had that stint in Mad Lions. It didn't go well. He went back to the ERLs. He improved, okay? He was insanely good in the LFL and in EMEA Masters when he won that. And now he's back in the LEC and he's still struggling again. Might even be caught out by Hilly, or is Hilly the one getting caught?
He flashes away from the Glacial Prison. Loopy flashing for the cocoon. Stand beside me used by Hylissang, but now he's being chased down, and once again, it's Hilly overextending and dying. Nako's TPing in behind, though, as SK look to collapse on top of him.
Ooh, when they see that, he's flying in and he's out of there.
Linsus eats a Mystic shot. Nako should be able to retreat. GenX will pick up those blood petals. The Artican, a possibility here for SK. They do have a man advantage.
Oh, no,
Kazi having to flash away as well from Isma. Chain of Corruption going down. Chayek forced away by Rika. Kazi now dead as well. The bot lane doomed to death together. SK find 2, and now the Artican in their eyes.
Chayek's resetting. He does have TP. Linsa's still around. He's trying to come around from a flank position, but it's already warded out in that tri-bush, and now the resistance is getting
cocoon. Loopy has been on point with these cocoons. Linsa's forced away. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Wukong. Force him down to 150 HP, but they will stop the Artican from being taken by SK. There's a possibility Linsa's heals off of the jungle camps and then immediately comes back. Vitality could start this up. You can see Linsa's will be about half HP after he's taken the Gromp.
I was going to ask, how desperate are we? But I actually think this map state now really favors SK because of Nako having to use that TP earlier that resulted in nothing. You now had that TP advantage on GenX, and that means you can keep a lot more pressure on the map, specifically that top side, to help the rest of your team build that pressure around Artican.
Vitality don't pull the trigger themselves on the Artican, instead just get control of the area around it. 40 seconds on the next Drake would be SK's second or Vitality's third.
I will say, Medic, once again, I feel like Vitality is the one opening these leads to SK. I don't think SK did anything extremely remarkable there, but really, members being caught out of position, and that's really what's costing them a lot of this game right now.
SK are punished, right? That's exactly what they needed to do in this moment, because Vitality won't give them the full 5v5, right? Hilly oversteps, punish him. Kazi oversteps, punish him. That's exactly what SK needed to do. We see the knockback on Rahel. He oversteps, punish him too. The cleanse comes out. He's able to dodge away, even with the Chain of Corruption landing. He's still at a 3rd HP. Isma dashing away as well. Linsa's going for the chase, but Loopy puts the cocoon back down, hits Hilly. Rika trying to put some damage down from the side. No ultimate for Naknako now, nor for Kazi. Glacial Prism going out onto Chayak. Unbreakable out from Hillisang. Isma still dodging in, dodging back, doing some damage himself. Janax takes the chunk from Naknako. As Vitality now on the right side of the health bars. Hilly, though, down to a 3rd himself. Janax being forced away by Naknako. Isma looking to jump out of the back of the Dragon Pit. Rahel can't quite land the Mystic shots, and with Janax so low, it looks like Vitality have been able to fend off SK at this turn.
That's huge for Vitality. That's going to put them on soul point. Resets are going to come through. I don't think Vitality is feeling as desperate to need to start this Arakan, but just that moment right there, that's a huge win for them.
Oh, it really is. They're on soul point for the rest of the game, and SK, if they ever look towards the Baron, they know, well, from 5 minutes from now, that Mountain Soul is a possibility, and such a powerful shield as well. As the game goes on, SK coming back out onto the map. They'll take their turn as Vitality took theirs to take the Drake. A couple of pings up towards the Baron. I wonder if SK will try and set up control around that side, or even Vitality could, knowing that SK will want to get control over bot side for that Drake in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah, but I actually think that SK is getting a little bit scared with their leads and how they really drive forward this game, because they didn't, I mean, they put Genex in the side lane just in the beginning, but straight after that they were overgrouping again, even though they had TP advantage. I feel like that tier 2 could have been gone by now by the fact that you had that Jace in the side.
Genex sitting on 2 items right now. It is the damage Jace. Can't really build tank right now, so...
even the AD Jace, as we've seen, started going Grasp just because it's Grasp.
It just works so well. Vitality do have control over the top side, though. You can see SK's invested so much in getting control over that blue side jungle, over that bot side jungle. The Vitality immediately can start off the Baron. Janax is coming across. It looks like SK know that this is happening. Hilly going to put the Glacial Fissure down. Genex has a good flank position. 4,000 on the Baron right now. 3,000.
Oh, great!
And they just can't get close enough. The barrel enough to distract. Vitality starting to retreat. Isma looking for the Glacial Prison. It goes between the uprights somehow. Chain of Corruption for the root for the slow. Loopy goes up, comes down. Vitality get out with the heist.
What a sneak from Vitality, and SK over-prioritizing this Arakan down on that bot side, not ready for the Baron to be started, and then what a cast from Naknako. His ultimate specifically the last 2 days has been fantastic. We saw him on the Rumble yesterday, but today on this Gragas now as well. That is solid work.
Really good, just kept SK away from getting in towards that pit, and now SK on the back foot once again. Vitality have this Baron for the next 2.5 minutes. They can push it into the Artican. What comes up in 2.5 minutes time? Well, there's a Drake, there's a soul for them as well, Gulborg.
But this is where the scale should tip in their favor, because before you had a hard time making these proactive plays because it was easy for SK to get priority in the lanes and make them move first. Now you have Baron, that should be easier. Naknako.
He doesn't have flash, so he has to dodge away from everything. Loopy on the back line. Naknako with a Seeker's Arm Guard. Loopy already dead as Linces takes him down. The Cyclone coming out, knocks up Rika as well. They're still trying to kill Naknako, and they just can't do it. Naknako survives. SK paid for it with 2 of their lives. Meanwhile, Chayek's just pushing in bot with the Baron empowered double cannon minions. Another tower to them. Kazi will take mid-tier 1, and the gold explodes in Vitality's favor.
You said it yourself. All it took for Vitality to get a lead this game. Really? Are we really taking this fight? I feel like they're just going to go. I'm just going to continue talking. What you said is all it was going to take was 1 fight for Vitality to drive it home. They found that 1 fight, and I will say you saw 2 things there. Loopy, how squishy he is on the Elise, was immediately blown up by Linces, but also the value of Hilly's and Sprong there, keeping Naknako alive, fantastic positioning, and really good tack on Camilo, or Rika rather, to get that kill.
And Voracious Artican picked up as well for Vitality. The gold only just in SK's favor, but you can see under the Red Bull Baron power play, 4,000 gold so far from it for Vitality. They have a minute left on it. They've got a Drake in a minute 30. Their false life from the Artican will expire just before that dragon spawns, if I've done my maths correctly. They have 3.5 items for Kazi. Chayek sitting at 2.5 himself. Got the Seeker's Arm Guard, will go to a Void Staff next.
This is where it becomes really difficult to play SK's composition. You have one engaged toon and a cocoon, but not that reliable, and you're playing against a full-fledged team fight composition. The moment one of you gets tagged to run down, you can have a rough time. And Kazi is doing a great job himself as forcing them away.
Yeah, Loopy's half-life before he can ever get close to a fight. Genex is going to be able to get a tier 2 in the bot lane. True Shot Barrage coming out, trying to clear out some of these minions. Hylissang down at half HP as well. Will be caught in that Chaos Storm. Glacial Prism going down as well, but Hilly will just come back with a false life. Chayek able to take the tower and take a kill alongside it. A false life exchanged for a real one. His inhibitor tower in the bot side does fall as well. Genex able to secure that one, but the inhibitor forfeit for it as Vitality crack open the base of SK.
Yeah, and I mean, 30 seconds, that soul point already now, that's going to be sold for them if they have the priority around that Drake. And you know what? With the current map pressure that they're able to pull out, I think they will.
I think so too. It really now comes down to, can SK find some miraculous fight? Can they find Hilly perhaps beforehand? He now has a Mikhails as well to avoid even more of that CC. It's just a cocoon in the Glacial Prison, as you were saying.
I mean, what can you do? Wukong's going to have the clone. Cassie's already got Cleanse and Edge of Night. You have a Seeker's Arm Guard currently on Chayek too, so even if you were to find something, he will have that Sonya's ready.
And he's got Mikhails in case he does get caught.
I mean, it's really, the odds are stacked against SK here.
A TP coming in as well by Vitality. Isma looking for the steal. You have to feel this will be the final nail in the coffin if Vitality were able to secure this soul. Loopy stepping forward, but really the Elise wants to be sneakier than this. Hylissang with the Unbreakable. Genex has managed to sneak behind, but he's on vision.
Oh my god,
Look at him, he's a third HP before anything really begins here. Mikhails on Chayek, Mountain Soul secured, and they're just swept away by the Cyclone, a Typhoon, ripping through SK. Genex caught out as well, is 3 already. There's a super minion pushing into the base as well. Isma dashing forward, but Chayek puts him in his place. Only Loopy left alive. And Vitality, Arachnophobes to the last, trying to take him down, trying to squash the bug under their feet. Kazi and Naknako pushing into the base. Hilly chasing Loopy away alongside Linsis and Chayek. They want the ace. They want to close it out. And Loopy goes up. And then's gonna go 6 feet under. Loopy dies, an ace for Vitality. The minions pushing into the base, and this should be over.
Yeah, the Itsy Bitsy Spider not having the best of time. Kasi and Naknako ready. It was a dire early game, I think it's fair to say, but Vitality, their team fighting, remain vigilant.
From draft through to the team fights, Vitality's composition just coming out on top. Hilly, one last death for the road as Vitality secure their 2nd win of winter.
And good early game from SK, I will give them that, but same criticism as we started the day with. They love drafting hard to execute compositions, and I think with a new team that's built like them right now, it's a lot to ask for them to make that work.
A struggle for SK, as you say. Some shining lights in it. The early game, as you say, was good. Player of the game, though, for Vitality is Alinsis, Chayek, or Kazi. You can vote at LEC on X. And we'll see which one of those guys is able to pick up the win. I think Chayek had a really good game. I think Linsis did the same, you know. In the end, Kazi also really played well. He went 5-3. I think at the end of it, a few happy accidents, a few creating space moments, perhaps, from that bot lane, but...
Wouldn't be a Vitality game if you didn't get that.
Yeah. I wonder if Naka also had a pretty good game. Like, his barrels later on were really solid.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel had a really, had his number in the beginning with dodging them, but afterwards, yeah, I mean, that cast pretty much just gave them the Baron uncontested.
Very true. We're going to be back after a short break. Afterwards, Ginny is standing by with Kazi. But he's still in vision. First blood, though, goes over to Rahel. Kazi tries to answer it with one of his own. Isma now coming in. Oh my god, Vitality! What were you doing?
Oh my god, 9.
Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. It's
Boom, 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 boom.
Now Rahel is by himself in the bot lane. Loopy's on his way across. Rahel gets Rahel! Rahel's going to get two. It's a double under tower.
Hey, bra. Lyssna. Bom. On guys. What do you really want? Okay. Yeah. Nice.
How did you get him? Nice. Good job.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. Ginny here, standing by with Karzi in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Another win for Vitality. The fans are absolutely ecstatic. You know what? Let's start with that. Let's start with the fans. If there's anything you want to say to them, because they've been screaming for like the entirety of that game. Respect.
Thank you guys for cheering for us. You have been very loud and that kept us going. We knew we are gonna win with this insane support. Thank you. Thank you.
Aww. It has been a little bit of a rocky road for the side of Vitality, but I feel like that game gave the fans, but also you, I'm assuming, a lot of hope. So let's look at what's to come here. What is your goal for this split particularly?
I mean, my goal with this roster, like top 4, you know, like that's our goal for the first split.
Yes.
And then by the end of the year, I really want to aim for winning the LEC again. So that's it.
Those are pretty good goals. I respect it. When you're looking at this roster, particularly, as you said, for this split, it's to be top 4. What do you think would be the biggest obstacle in the way?
The biggest upset?
Obstacle.
Oh. Well, the biggest obstacle for us will for sure be playing mid-game against the better teams, because I think that's where we slack the most.
Okay, well, you live and you learn, right? Like, at least you know the mistake, so now you can work on improving it. How would you approach that as the AD carry?
And for AD carry, it's like, it's a lot easier than for the solo laners, because usually it's the solo laners playing like side waves. AD carries are just on mid wave and following team, like most of the times. So, I don't know, I'm just doing my job, you know. I don't want to talk to the job of the rookies on the sideline.
You know, you're also doing your job by keeping the morale high for the team, so that's impressive. We saw some of the clips, some of the noises that you make are pretty funny. Would you say you're the clown of the team?
I don't think so. I'm the most serious person there.
I totally agree. Yes, for sure. Thank you so much for the interview. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are ready to send this over to a break, and we'll see you on the other side with our match of the week. Fnatic going up against G2.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
113 games. 8 finals, 1,000 triumphs and 1,000 heartbreaks since their first face-off 3,286 days ago, played on this stage at the heart of European League of Legends. So indulge us a little as we revisit the past for the matchup that always delivers. G2 stormed into Europe and built a dynasty on a foundation of Fnatic bones. And I don't think Fnatic has ever really forgiven them for that. But like any worthy rival, Fnatic built and struck back. With Rasmus, Winter, Caps at their center, Fnatic had their revenge and it tasted sweet. But not sweet enough to last forever. Caps shocked the world by making the most significant roster move in European history by joining G2 and becoming the first player to see both sides of the rivalry. If it wasn't personal before, oh, it was after that. And G2 did the same again with Fnatic's icon Reckless in 2021, a second player changing colors. The matchup exploded, more intense than ever, fueled by the drama of betrayal. For many, the G2 versus Fnatic rivalry peaked here because surely no drama could match this, right? Everything that can happen already has, surely. We'll hold on to that thought and bear with us because there's a plot twist to be had yet. That's not even happened between these two teams in their extensive history.
While the past boasted a heated rivalry, the present finds itself different today. 2018 was the last year since we've seen Fnatic lift a trophy. And although many rosters have been able to come close since, none were able to achieve and overcome that final hurdle. 2025 is the year of change, and this is true for both rivals today. It's about reaching new heights, overcoming these obstacles, and reaching where no roster has ever been before. It's about vindication, proving yourself, and achieving what they have been so hungry for.
And that leads us to today, a fresh page to a tale as old as time. Now, I know what you're gonna say. It always ends the same way, another year of a one-sided rivalry. But the players never gave up, Fnatic fans, and neither should you. G2 came in this year with a fresh project, new blood, new playstyle, and a new music score they had to learn. Implementing change can take time, and getting to a new system can take time as well. And so far, the Samurais have shown signs of struggles. On the other side of the rift, though, stand Fnatic, a black and orange banner loaded with experience, strong views on the game, and 5 hearts beating in unison. Today is Fnatic's best chance to reverse the trend and show that history is meant to stay in the past. For G2, on the other hand, it is their chance to collapse back and shine. It's time for a match of the week, G2 versus Fnatic.
I think the matchup this weekend will be different due to how much back and forth exists in this rivalry. Every year is different. Like how we beat them in the 2024 season final.
Win the Grand Slam!
Summer playoffs.
G2 reign continues.
Spring playoffs.
They're gonna get 4 titles back to back to back to back.
2024 winter playoffs.
The gray screen for Fnatic, and it's another G2 win.
23 season finals. Key matchup here is gonna be Upset versus Hansama, Labrov, and Mickey X.
I think the key players in the matchup are jungle support, as always. I think Skewmon and Abrov have struggled a little bit at the start of the split, and there's still a little bit of growing pains in G2.
I know Upset is a good player, but I'm not quite sure if he can 1v3 this lane. So if you want my prediction for this weekend,
I think Fnatic is going to beat G2 this weekend.
It's easy. We win those!
And now we see in the El Clasico, I have to say, legacies, dynasties, mementos for the fans.
We've got the Kings. We need the Kings.
Dynasty
Kings.
I should put that first, of course. G2 versus Fnatic. Myself and Sterix and Dagda are going to take you through, and for the last 3 games of the day, inclusive of this. We've been looking forward to it. Of course, whenever they go head-to-head, it's always the fun of the rivalry. But I have to say, with different rosters coming in, fresh faces on the side of G2, Fnatic as well, their bot side changing out, there are different elements now in this 1v1 best of 1 that we have to take account for as we get the rock and roll started for you as we go into game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this feels like, honestly, with the way these two teams are performing, it should be Fnatic favored. Fnatic have come out with great early starts. They've had some ropey team fights, but G2 have really been reliant on Cap stepping up and taking on the role of carry to carry them through the 2 victories that they've had. So, a lot of pressure on G2 now, because this is a rivalry that they will not want to lose.
Now let's kick this off. Cassante banned away on blue side is always good news, being one of the best champions, and as you've been watching, it is the most picked, 13 versus 7 of Ambessa, the second most in the top lane. So, now that that's gone, with Vi as well being one of the premier junglers, we're starting to limit some of the power picks here that are that B1 first pickable.
I am curious what happens here, though, because Kalista is still been something. Okay, it is banned on blue side. I was about to say, Upset has shown that he doesn't want to play it. Even yesterday, they didn't go towards it. They end up going towards the Kai'Sa with the Kalista being open instead. So I think that was a good call, because Draven is kind of the answer to Kalista, unless you want to go for the Ashe, but we haven't really seen a huge amount of that. Varus, I'd imagine, would be the pickup here instead of the Xayah, but they are going to go straight away towards the Maokai, so curious.
Maokai said trade here could be on the tables as well. Side note, they've just decided Skumon doesn't have a name today, Dagda. Maybe he's going in cameo, in camouflage.
What if he has just actually become one with the Nunu, and this is where we finally get his Baron? Not going to be good into the Maokai, but it would be.
Our graphics team had to take Skumon's name off because they're like, we know what he's going to pick. But that Varus you wanted to see instead picked up by G2. Now, the question is, the Rel on the table, skirmishing junglers. Is it going to be something like the Sedge here set up? Where do you want to go?
I was going to say, either you go to Sejuani. Xin Zhao is fine if you want to try and play around early aggression, but I actually would have also looked towards something like a Wukong, just because you can try and lock up some of the stuff with the clone, but not going to be the case. Instead, we'll have to see what the game plan is here. Could go towards the Corki in that bottom side, but it's just going to default towards the Ezreal. Has kind of risen up in priority as one of the premier picks in the AD carry role. And now, no opportunity to go for some sort of roaming support for Mickey if you'd like to, or move around. But it looks like they just want to secure the Azir here for Humanoid, which I don't hate either. Still has a fairly successful time in the LEC here.
Just wait and see that final pick come through. With Ezra as well, Rakan, very popular too, to put down a bit of a tangent for Mickey. But instead, it is going to be Humanoid on Azir. So good control for mid, for AD carry. That's what you want to see as a Fnatic fan. While on the other side, what did G2 round this out as? We know there's no supports picked up yet, which is kind of a first when we've seen the role priority, but a solo lane to match the Azir?
Yeah, I mean, Sylas can do relatively well into the matchup itself, and they are going to go towards it, but my biggest concern is that trying to stick to some of these carries, because you're going to be trying to get through. The Maokai setup, you've already got the Azir knockback, Ezreal's going to be able to play relatively safe, and Mickey has kind of brought out things like the Galio that we saw yesterday as well, which honestly could actually fit in relatively well here if you try and force them into something like the Rel again, or something along those lines. So I'm curious to see what they want to try and go for, but I think if you just even blind a Braum here, it could work out relatively well for Fnatic and just playing for that pushback.
For Mickey as well, we've seen a lot of great disengaged support so far, things like the Galio. Alistar springs to mind as well, especially, well, you're not going to run it into Sylas, are you? So maybe that's out of the picture. Renata's banned away, and Dagda, I was just looking up, I'm like, how much Sylas have we seen? Only one, it was Caps, and it was in the G2 loss. So worth mentioning here that Caps is really the only one who has the gall to pull it out here in the LEC.
Yeah, I'm curious, if this last ban ends up being something that is like a Lulu or something like these, I think it is going to be, okay, so they're going to ban the Rel. So I thought they'd be eyeing up the Braum pick, but it looks like they want to try and get rid of what has been comfort for Labrov. Even if he hasn't had the best of times, this has kind of been his go-to pick. And then I am curious to see what Mickey wants to try and go for, because I imagine he'll be answering blind here.
I know you're talking about the Braum. I was going to say to G2 snap it away. For now, another solo lane here, get the Renekton, and counter pick for support is the angle for G2.
Yeah, so I think the Jace is fine here. You just play at range, because G2 have already kind of committed with the early Sylas rotation to some sort of dive composition, so Labrov has to go for dive. So I think you can just blind the Braum here, or G2 just hinder themselves so much off the back of this, but he's actually going to take the Leona, but I think he can go for the Alistar here, still be relatively okay as Labrov. You got decent setup, and you can just interrupt the engage that the Leona's going for.
But it does mean one of the last supports up and available. Something that can roam as well and play through the skirmishing of G2 is Rakan for the final lock-in.
Yeah, this is why I think you could have gone for the Braum early, is you're now enabling Lebrov to go for what is going to be a solid engage. The flash ults on the Rakan can actually close the distance onto a lot of what Fnatic want to set up for. And Fnatic has been one of the teams that has successfully ran this kind of poke-style composition. They ran away with the game against SK with a very similar draft. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a similar case here against G2, or if G2 can put up a bit of a better fight and actually find that success in side lanes and in those dive scenarios.
You'd hope so, because again, this matchup always delivers in some regard, and now Mickey is on the other side of it. It's so funny they were talking about Caps, you know, in history past, joining G2, joining what you call the enemy, and then has been in G2 ever since. And then on the other side, Mickey, you know, started building up a name for himself with Hans Summer in that bottom lane. Now comes and joins Fnatic, partners with Upset after they just lost Nora and Jun on their side. A lot of changes here, new rivalries being built, and hopefully new dynasties, legacies, kings, people like Dagda getting built up as well.
I mean, I am very excited for this game, so I'm just waiting to see exactly how this is all going to pan out, because for Fnatic, I think they have a lot to prove.
Yep.
This is their time to show that this is the roster they want to create to take on the entirety of Europe.
All right, let's get into it. Our match of the week. No surprise to anyone that is G2 and Fnatic. As we get into game, Caps on the Silas, a big question mark into how he performs here today. I think people will be excited to see that, you know, we've built a bit of range on Fnatic as well. You're talking about it in draft, what Oscar adds in with people like Upset too. A lot of disengage, a lot of space building tools. People like Mickey and Razork, as it looks to be standard lanes for a portion of Fnatic, but they don't know for now that G2 have sent their bottom lane top. And Dagda, no defensive warding here to spot out that lane swap.
It also looks like it'd be relatively standard builds as well. Like if you look over the LPL, we've seen Silas is going for these tank styles with like Rift Maker into Hollow Radiance, but
God.
the Electrocute says to me that we're probably going to see more of that Lich Bane build coming out for Caps, where he just wants to try and burst out someone on the back line. But again, I think you got your work cut out for you here as G2. You've got like good disengage with Maokai, with the Azir, a lot of CC that Mickey can provide, especially if you're playing into him. So I think this is where G2 have to get creative, and it feels like that's what's been lacking from G2's game plan. They haven't been as creative. I mean, they looked like they were dizzy in their game yesterday, trying to go through in the early stages of the game. So I need to wait and see for G2 kind of to strike that note that they found last year.
I mean, it's not the only time they look dizzy as well, right? We saw earlier on, first week, the Atakan meme came out yesterday, but it was actually in week 1 that it was shown. For G2, this early game is going to start with Hans Summer and Lebrov up in the top side against Oscar here. This weak side for Broken Blade. Feels like a standard here with Upset and Mickey getting the push in. Just a side note before we get into the rest of the game as well, I am going to throw this one up, just so we do have an all-time score so you can track at home. And of course, in 2024, G2 had their number a bit.
Yeah, but I think last year, especially in summer, a lot of people were looking at Fnatic saying, hey, we beat them in playoffs. Surely this is the time they were able to take it in finals. Surely this is the time we can take it into season finals, but they couldn't find success. Now they're looking for success in the dive.
Well, the dive is going to be a level 1 Broken Blade. He flashes away. Shield of Duran locks him down. Twisted advance. It's easy as that. Skumon getting bullied by Oscar Renan, but a great re-engage from Lebrov. Damage done onto the Jace. He gets ignited as well. He has to flash over the wall, but Skumon hits him. Wind becomes lightning, and Oscar becomes dead.
I think he misclicked the blast code, so wasn't able to get it. Now the TP back in.
Yeah, the problem is Broken Blade is still level 1. He needs that minion in front to die, and he does. Slice and Dice helps out, and Fnatic only poke from afar. It's a double TP as well. Caps was worried there'd be a redive.
That's such an overcommit from Caps, though, because now you're going to get the push coming in from Humanoid in that mid lane. He's going to get the reset, doesn't have to burn that teleport, and he'll get a fantastic back. Or Caps is now just stuck in a pretty miserable lane to try and stick around in the early stages without any sort of easy reset on the teleport.
That commitment as he walks back. Again, Humanoid, yeah, he still has his, so important to note. I will just say Hans Summer and Lebrov in this top side, they're going to get a plate. Plate was already granted to Upset and Mickey before, as a Demolished Stack was an easy walk-up. Mickey now on top side, as he looks to be around this top side scuttle take from Skumon.
Yeah, this is a brave one, but should be able to get it and then walk away. You don't really have the push there from Humanoid to actually move over. So, yep, he gets it, moves back. Good trade from Caps, but now Mickey's in the area.
Yeah, Caps might be dead. Hello, old friend. Shield of Duran. That's easy as anything. Yeah. Humanoid even gets the kill. Caps, the TP, then the death. Not having a good early game.
Yeah, great roam from Mickey, knowing, hey, look, Upset's going to be fine in this lane. There's no way Broken Blade can really go for the all-in. And on the reset, opens up mid, and Caps is now down. And down that summoner spell as well means it's a very lonely walk back to mid lane.
And look at what Fnatic are doing again. They've already got the flash out. They know there's no TP. If Broken Blade dies here, it's going to be a disaster. They're waiting to balance. There's a Nature's Grasp and a setup from Q, a twisted advance, and that's all that Fnatic need to do. Big kill again.
That juggling was fantastic. Razork starts it off, hovers on the edge of range so they can actually start to get some of that CC in check, and then Upset is actually the one that ends up tanking in the end, which is perfect for an Ezreal because you can play at range, you've got the flash, you've got the arcane shift to get out. Now let's see if G2 can answer in response.
Absolute disaster is up and top. Oscar in he has his TP if things go wrong, but let's see first if it goes right. He's buying time, he goes into hammer form, gets the resistances, but Wind becomes lightning, almost getting the slow down as Lebrov. You talk about good juggling, Lebrov there perfect with his timing.
Yeah, well played there. So he manages to get the knock-up, and you don't actually get the interrupt coming through from Oscarinin or even a slow, so the dashes are good. Lebrov gets away, and the top laners on either side having a bit of a crap day, to be honest.
Yeah. This is classic in the swap meta that we're in. 80 carries going top, so at least we're going to get some kind of normalcy here as Oscar and Broken Blade. There's a bit of a level difference. Thanks to the fact that Oscar, I believe, had Mickey by his side for part of the lane.
Well, it was also, yeah, Broken Blade got that wave when he TP'd back in, and Caps TP'd down. Oscarinin didn't get that luxury, never actually TP'd back up, so just lost that big wave. So it does mean when you get to the 1v1, it'll be a little bit more difficult for Oscarinin to really trade effectively, but as Jace, you should never really be in range of the Renekton anyway, so in theory you should be fine to just continue pushing in. But we're having a bit of a trade on the map. It's going to be Skewmon going for the dragon on the bottom side, 10 seconds to Grubs. I wouldn't be fully surprised if Skewmon actually potentially looks for some sort of play on the bottom side to punish Oscarinin's flash that isn't up yet.
He's also got Tunneler as well, so he's got good combat stats in this early game. The Grubs you mentioned now spawn, and Razork has to start this knowing that they're trading sides of the map. And with Upset here as well, it should be short work of the Grubs. So 3 Grubs for the first dragon of the game. Remembering again that Feats of Strength was actually picked up by Fnatic, so an even trade for objective is also a really good sub effort.
BB just went for a big trade on the bottom side. This is the dive that we were just talking about. I think Oscarin has to be so careful here.
It's Dominus, it's Oscar level 4. I love that you mentioned it because Skewmon, as you said, it's in, it's easy, and it's easily done.
Great timing and like good setup from Broken Blade. Takes the trade, makes sure he hits level 6, and Skewmon's able to come down nice and easy as a like. So good trade from G2 on the map. They trade objectives, but getting the kill, getting some of these plates is just going to make this Jace basically mean nothing when you get to a late game scenario.
Crazy how important it is. As Upset, he has ultimate available, so he's trying to take this all in. Hansummer's poked out. True Shot Barrage is available, but he's not going to pop it. There's no kill threat there, and Upset just forces him out of lane with Hansummer, who has no TP, who has to walk back.
Bro.
How far can he get out? It is a Rakan, makes it hard, but the layering of CC is good. Follow-up damage as Mickey will not take a Zen Blade under turret, but they will take camps. They will enable Upset to continue this push.
Yeah, I'm curious. Lebrov looks like he's trying to force his way back up here. Hansam is here. They don't have the teleports on either solo laners, so this is risky trying to open up here.
Lebrov comes in. Remember now, there's damage there with Upset behind them. Fnatic's still thinking. They get 1 plate, they move out. They get the Krugs, they move out as well.
But they also deny the majority of that wave, so only 2 or 3 creeps really XP range for Hansama there, which works out fantastically for them. And as well, being able to get that plate, so Upset in a decent spot. This is just to try and push the wave. That's all it is, I think.
Also get the cleanse. It's going to turn into a kill at this rate as Lebrov is getting shielded, but Mickey, that's your old team now, brother. You're not on G2.
That was such a risky play. Like, there was no need for it. I thought it was even just to throw the, like, get the wave pushed in or something, but I don't understand. There was no real follow-up there. Upset was basically out of mana as well.
Bit of a mistake. And with what's happening here with Oscar, remember, level 6 on Jace, what does it mean? Yakety sacks, that's right. Hammer form resistance, Broken Blade, he's not tanking up. It's Skewmon, but under turret with the knock-up as well. Here comes the combo, and Broken Blade's out. Instant flash, good balancing, and with that summoner as well, BB in a fantastic position, despite getting dove twice.
G2 are showing how it's done. The fact that they've been way cleaner on these dives has worked out fantastic for them now. Mickey.
Enough damage?
No, I think he's just, it's more like when your mother chases you with the wooden spoon. It's not actually going to do that much damage, but you're just like, it's more the fear that it puts into you. Know?
Okay, yeah. Didn't happen to me, but I understand the reference.
Yeah.
For humanoid.
Is that trauma? Is that
I don't know, but humanoid is it? It's a good question. slide and glide, holds on to everything. Really nice resilience, yeah. Little clap is fair.
But again, I think the fact that G2 are already routing Fnatic in the early stage is fantastic for them. I think Fnatic's early game has been their shining light. They've been so good at playing around with Razork. Mickey being at it as well has actually managed to find some really strong early stages for them. It's kind of been when you get to the team fight and the objective setup that it hasn't been as clean for Fnatic. So I think it's where if G2 can come alive here now in these objective setups, they can catch Fnatic out of position and look to take this one home. But we'll have to see, because again, this is a rivalry that so often has many tosses and turns throughout.
Oh, I mean, it's great when it turns into a BO3, a BO5 especially, right? Especially as we go into Fearless. We hope we get the G2 Fnatic El Clasico as one Raptor left for Skumont, as he just goes back to his camps and start clearing towards the top. I want to say how important it is in these lane swaps that experience is gained. And at first glance, people would have looked at Broken Blade and be like, man, that guy's out of the game, as I started to say. But then because Oscar was so far behind, then because Broken Blade had ult, they could continuously redive Dagda. And it is netted in a 600 gold lead through top, but a 0-4-0 Oscar in this early game. That feels like he's going to need so much more time to scale. He's got a tier and boots, that's it.
But he's out of time, right? Because it's 5 seconds until Void Grubs, a minute until Dragon, and he's, as you say, sitting there with a tier and some fancy shoes. Like, it's not enough, so Fnatic going to try and play away from him.
Well, playing towards the 2v2 yet again. It's worked earlier on. Nature's Grass is now down, though, as Upset takes a turret shot. Skumont's here to reciprocate. He wants his camp, and he gets it. So Razork walks away. Skumont's starting to overlap in CS and get ahead. As you said, Grubs are coming up. Dragon's 35 seconds away, but it seems like these backs to get into position are more important for now.
Yeah, I think, the Oscarin's going to step away, but I think it's just a good read coming through from Fnatic, because look at the ward coverage that they have on this top side. Without spotting where the enemy jungler was, knowing where Razork was, Skumont was just like, he has to be coming in onto this bottom side. We haven't seen him anywhere on the map, so great vision control from G2, giving them that information to know where they should be.
Sets up as well for the potential to deny the 6 strikes. Nature's Grass stolen by Caps. Used. And now Poke comes through as well. No Chain Lash is max first, as we can talk about that in a second. Oscar in a good trade back. The Silas using the range in the matchup as best he can, as Broken Blade has the wave shoved in, and G2 will start the grubs because of it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the game plan was there. I can see Caps considering moving up towards that top side, but it looks like it was more to just cover the potential take on the grubs. Fnatic looking to trade on towards Dragon, but Razork is kind of low. Hansama, it's a poke Varus with a good amount of damage.
Mickey engages in, Chains of Corruption. There's a hail of arrows. The poke flashed away from Mickey, would have been dead. Lebrov has used the quickness as Dragon still being taken, but G2 are going to convert and move down as Absconded Duck doesn't miss. Caps is running out of mana. Note the bar as Hansama also running low as Dragon is going to go. It's Fnatic who pick it up, but now running out is a different task. The poke on the Razork is enough to glide away from Humanoid as Absconded Duck into Upset is good. And finally we see Humanoid's first ult of the game, but it does nothing except send G2 away.
Humanoid was trying to see if he could go in for the all-in play on Hansama, but it kind of cost his jungler's life. He could have just opened up with the ultimate there at the start of the fight and saved Razork, but thought he might have been able to get a bit more. So jungler down. They get the Dragon, but still G2 coming out with quite a bit here. That last grub is still on the top side, but I don't think anyone really cares about that singular grub at this stage. It's not going to get you to 5 or 6 or anything special.
You really think about mites. Razork's like, hang on a minute. Just popping his head in. Only grub. You know, like that one person sitting alone at the bar. Someone should go talk to them. Razork, have a chat. Skumont. Well, now it's getting competitive. Very happy person at the bar. A lot of people coming in saying, how do we do? Broken Blade, yeah.
The boy grub doesn't look too happy that people have disturbed it.
No. Maybe this person wanted to be alone.
They finally got the house to themselves. All the siblings were gone. You know, they're about to set up. They're going to have a house party at the weekend, and then suddenly people come up. They've called the cops.
Delivery driver won't stop buzzing the door. What are you doing? Yo, wrong address. I didn't order anything. The grub is dead. The story got very real. Yeah. The day did not turn out well. 4 grubs for Fnatic regardless. As you said, it won't lead to the feat of strength, but at least mites will be spawned for Fnatic here in this game. As quick side note, 1500 gold lead for G2 in this early game. It's amazing how this is brewed as Fnatic you can see now, losing their sides. And 2v2's not going well.
And that's a
either.
major issue for Fnatic, because a lot of this composition wants to be ahead. You had the, in theory, winning top lane matchup. You had the, in theory, winning matchup in mid as well. And that's where you should be, hey, we're on objectives first. We're starting to take towers, but G2, outplayed in the early stages, got a lot of value out of the lane swap. And now Razor can't even take his camps.
No, he can't. I mean, it's getting smarted away. Skumon splits it down the middle. Razor gets a little bit here. Look at top. Dominus for Jace says, hang on a minute. Oscar, press flash. Oh, come on, son. Kill. Broken Blade's going to go into the brush. He's waiting. He's got a full Fury bar. It's like I'm seeing what I'm seeing here, but I want to see top observers. May I?
I think that, no, they're resetting. They're resetting.
No,
this.
no, he's not.
Oh?
Broken Blade's still here. Full Fury bar. Reign of Anger.
Oh, that's a crash. This is risky. Okay,
Broken
he's just
Blade's
going to get the wave.
got flash. Oh, God, I love top lane. How good is it?
Yeah. Once I saw the Jace melee queue go down, I was kind of like, oh, you've committed, and you can't really bring out anything that has any damage on the opposite side. So I wasn't sure if Broken Blade was going to look for the all-in, but instead, just going to look for the reset. We're still a minute out before Riftchild respawns. So I'm curious as to how G2 want to try and set up on the map space, because you can see Humanoid is open on bot. It looks like Caps is going to match him. Broken Blade doesn't have that TP available, so it looks like he'll be taking the top lane. But it does mean G2 still have options if they want to try and make some plays around Caps, because you can always then teleport up to that top end, which is why Razork is here to cover.
He's been pretty good at covering. I feel like he's been hovering around, a lot around Humanoid upset. Again, it's been Oscar in on the weak side, who is consistently just left in that isolated lane for now. There's Caps in the middle of the river. Razork's found him. Twisted advance. It's a Bramble smash down. There's a phase rush to follow. There's a Humanoid to cover. There's Caps to send out the soldiers. The flash away, but everyone's on him as upset. Yoink! My kill!
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Guess what? Oscar's going to die again. Why? Because Fnatic deem it so. He's going to walk past the turret, and Noxus will see fit how to deal with him. Kill over to Broken Blade, and this is the trade. Turret does go down for Fnatic though, and Oscar's starting to get less and less gold as a value for dying. So maybe it's just like the Vals, the shy play at this point.
I don't know if it works as well on Jace, especially when it's not tank Jace.
He does need gold.
He does kind of, yeah. He's kind of a, he likes a little bit of that, but I think this is actually, it's a really interesting trend I've noticed with Fnatic is, look, G2 going to get the Rift Herald here. But instead, oh, are they actually? Hang on, I'm going to hold this point.
Yeah,
Razor
you should.
Doesn't have ult. This is a weird contest.
It's a soft contest? Herald's gone. Are you fighting after the fact? Well, Broken Blade gets out.
To fight after the fact?
Yeah, you're right. With no Maokai ult.
Or a zero ult. No, they're just going to back it off. But something they did a lot against Rogue, which is why I wanted to highlight the wards earlier from G2 on the second Void Grubs. They've continuously gone for, hey, we've got like 20 seconds until the objective. We're actually going to play cross-map instead of playing for the objective you expect us to. And this time around, G2, they didn't have the vision control to spot out where Razork is, so you end up getting the successful playing the Caps in the side lane and you get the tower. And I've noticed it a lot more with them, that they are just playing for side lane turrets and the initial spike of gold, rather than really worrying about Rift Herald to crack up a mid-turret. It's come back to bite them at times, so I'm curious to see now how with Fnatic having a side lane turret down, how they can rotate. Like say Oscar in pushes in the spot wave, how do they move him to mid? How they use his pressure now in bot lane to set up for the dragon that's just spawned.
This dragon as well will lead to a third in the game. Now it is an Ocean Soul. This game is G2 kick it off, and Razork sits in the back of Rush. Oscar has pushed with Humanoid in the bot side. They'll put a fake turret up, but it's all about this contest with Nature's Grass up and available. Broken Blade will have to start thinking about a TP soon as he clears the wave. Nature's Grass for Nature's Grass. Caps uses his own, and a good stolen as Upset's damage on the True Shot Barrage is big. Now with the TP though, G2 have the fight. Upset is Sentir! Razork buys time. Skumon doing the same, but a flash away because Upset still hit from afar. Now the range, the poke comes into frame. Mickey Zenith Blade is out, but in the end, it's still a shutdown. Upset finally, the Socceroo to get nothing. In the end, he gets a kill. That's one, but Fnatic walk away after losing Dragon. They almost get G2.
They're trying to make sure that G2 are fully gone back. Doesn't quite connect with the accelerated shock blast, but now upset onto bot tower. Mid tower should be gone as well. And it looks a little dicey as both ultimates come out, and it's a good TP angle from Broken Blade, but the engage is great. The lockup from Mickey on Skumon means that he can't really follow up on the initial engage. The knockback that we talked about from Humanoid works out fantastically, and then Upset is just able to chase down here, gets the flash over the wall to get the kill, and you see there Mickey barely not able to connect with the Zenith Blade. That could have been several more G2 members dead if that had gone through.
Humanoid flashed at the end. I guess he thought he could get one of those low health members, but instead just starts laying into Caps. So a lost fight for G2, but it was only 1 kill for the Dragon. You can value that in your own time as Atakan spawns in 1 minute. That'll be spawning bot side this game. As G2 are hovering around top just to defend this top side turret. The Fnatic are now looking to trade because mid is getting threatened. Skumon is going to shadow this. Upset's coming in. Solar Flare just ignored. Mickey jumps on his old AD carry. Flash and cleanse away. True Shot Barrage this time dodged. As Upset's damage, nothing to scowl at. I don't know what that word is. Frown? Scrowl at.
Frown?
Yeah, it's rough. Okay,
Yeah.
It's rough damage.
You kind of go, ooh, every time.
Yeah, that's a scrowl. It's like growling with your eyebrows down.
Okay, nice.
He's got this is stacked, by the way. That's Muramana as of now.
Well, Hansam is definitely going to be frowning because now he has no summoner spells up for a potential Atakan fight.
True.
So I think Fnatic, this is your time to try and make that play happen. Traditionally, Fnatic have gone for these overload side lane plays, which is, hey, Humanoid has TP in a couple of seconds. Let's just go for a play around Oscar in him. But I think in this sort of scenario, playing it slow is going to be much better because, yeah, I like what they're doing. They're shifting Jace up to top side because he can't really deal with the Renekton. You're going to have a better time with Humanoid being able to play around that. And then you're actually able to get a push in bot where you can always fall back towards that Atakan.
Razork's not going to commit. Skumonder's by his side. Side note, Broken Blade has gone stride breaker this game because very committal engage from Fnatic. Once they're in, they don't really find their way back out. Turret does go down to minions in the end. That was Broken Blade's handiwork, and with the extra attack speed that comes from stride breaker, you can see how he does it. There's also, side note, Black Sleeve of this game wouldn't have been great because your AD is long range or it's a Sins out. So that sounds absolutely rubbish as Herald, hey! Love it, Nature's Grasp.
That was
onto 1. True Shot Barrage onto 1. Fnatic are not done.
But they got north, so Fnatic have to run away. So hasn't quite worked out in their favor. Again, trying to lock down a Rakan as a Leona is never going to be a good time, but Maokai.
Razork's by himself. Fnatic moved to mid. Solar Flare was also used, and Mickey is now drawing out this engage. Caps teleported in front of 3 people. Caps this game is having a stinker. Mickey's gonna die. Now, 2 old G2 members are dead. Well, one of them old, one of them also just older.
Well, one old Fnatic member is dead and one old G2 member is dead. That helps. Yeah, they're
very good, very good. I also just called Caps old unintentionally as the Fnatic start off the Atakan. Surprise, surprise, it's voracious. Surprise, surprise. Mid versus support right now. Fnatic have a lead.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to try and approach this. You've no ult on Han Sama, which leaves him very vulnerable. Humanoid still has that ultimate too.
Broken Blade's just getting weaved by this poke from Fnatic. True Shot
50-50 in this?
Hurts a lot, I think we are. Skumon once wind becomes lightning, Rob goes in, but Razork buffers. Oh, the twisted advances have been so clean, man. He dodges damage, he dodges death, and I don't think you're dodging this if you're Skumon. Right into melee, upsets Ezreal clean as ever, and Fnatic are starting to believe.
I think they really should. This game, G2, they played the early game fantastic, but Fnatic have been able to outplay in a lot of these team fights, which has been where they've struggled. But instead, it's Fnatic playing this very well. Nobody overcommits. They wait for Broken Blade to just get poked out both by Atakan and the damage from Upset. And then, as he said, Twisted Advance was great. Broken Blade dives in, but Hans Sama tries to ramp up the Q to get that last little bit of an execute, but there was nothing left in the tank. And Skumond goes down with the ship.
It's so clean as we come back to live and Mickey's engaged again. Up against the wall, Caps. He's been isolated in the lanes and he's just dead. Dagda, I don't remember the last time I said that, like, Caps is just losing consistently.
Well, I think Fnatic have done a good job of focusing him, right? Like, they've consistently gone down towards this bottom lane, tried to play around Humanoid and make sure the Caps can't do what he does best, which is sneak a bunch of extra waves in the mid game and suddenly come out with an item and lead or a big advantage in experience and carry the game. He's now down 2 levels to Humanoid, has had no real impact in the game. And even though it was Oscarina that was focused down, he's slowly started to creep up that gold lead. He's even now with Broken Blade, not that far behind in the experience. And G2 just haven't really been able to punish in the way that they were hoping.
They really haven't. Now with Nature's Grass, they're looking for the next objective, which is naturally the mid lane turret. 3 versus 3 in mid.
Oh,
Mickey wants to dive this. The damage is upsetting.
That's a scroll if I've ever seen.
pun intended, as Fnatic continue channeling down mid. Now Humanoid is here. Bit of standing gold on the map. There's an outer in top.
He's trying to sneak
mid
in
and top
behind,
as well.
but he's spotted there by Razork. So yeah, the poke is just too much, and in theory you want to set a poke composition behind, but trying to play this scomp that G2 has into all of that disengage is so tough. Mickey gonna get a little bit of a love tap from Skimont.
This is going to go further than the love tap. Maybe 200 gold for the taking. One withdrawal. Broken Blade with Dominus. They want some more. Caps the Solar Flare, gets a perfect stun. Now Razork's in trouble as well. Twisted Advance again. He tries to isolate and get out, but the Bramble Smash this time won't be enough as another withdrawal. Upset tries to get a damage and a trade on the side. And they do just take down the outer cam buff.
So it is 400 gold. You do lose bot tower for it though, which isn't ideal, but I think as G2, you're kind of happy to just get members off the map for a little bit so you can start to push out these waves. 20 seconds until Baron. So I think you've got an opportunity now to continue pushing out these and trying to get some sort of vision. Again, like you can kind of see the G2 special on the minimap, which is sneaking in these little wards, like in behind enemy lines, so then you can try and get Broken Blade into a position, or even Caps into position to make a play. But Fnatic don't look like they want to play for very long. They just want to immediately start up the Baron, potentially.
They're going to clear the vision first. One in the back of the pit as well for G2 that's well placed that will spot the start. Humanoid getting top wave in order as well. G2 have used this time to reset as they're still trailing on items nowhere near close. I mean, 3-item Ezreal, 3-item Azir versus 2 on this Silas, who again has been struggling. Hunt somewhere on this Varus. This poke Varus. Doesn't have his 3rd item yet either. Remember, he's lethality with the Mirror Mana. Cheaper build, yet still trailing.
BB being forced back. Fnatic just trying to establish themselves in this top side. You can see that Oscarinin is hovering off of vision, doesn't want to show where he is, so they don't actually know if he's potentially on that bottom side, which is why G2 don't want to pull the trigger, but Fnatic do.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's Mickey. He kicks it off. Nature's Grasp again. Not into Labrov, onto Skewmon. Sure shot barrage flushed away from Solar Flare under turret. I mean, upset. Absolute epitome of a game.
Yeah, and the zero that G2 can do, all they're doing is running away the entire time because of the ultimates. Like, they're not actually getting damage, but the ult usage from Razork has been spectacular as we got to the mid game, because all he's done is force G2 back and bought the space they needed. BB, though, is on the flank.
He's going to try something because G2 are going to throw a hammer into the works at 5k with a lead. Fnatic obviously favored as Oscarinen's the target, but Caps doesn't land anything. Mickey does though, and with Baron down now, it's just G2 falling to the ground. The one-man Azir ulti, you'd say, yes, that's great from Caps. They're all onto Upset. You'd say even better for G2, but Fnatic are still too far ahead. And even if Upset dies, the humanoid mid survives.
It was so close. Labrov and Caps got the kill onto Upset, but it just wasn't enough. Fnatic had too much in the tank, and now they're marching down the mid lane.
They are indeed. The death time is at 25, and G2, I mean, they're normally the ones that win it out. G2 are normally the favored. We showed you the head-to-head record at the start. But Fnatic, as they work on the Nexus turrets, they know the death timers are in their back pocket. 10 seconds on Caps, another Nexus turret as they run back in. It feels like Fnatic used to look up at the stars, wondering about their place, but now they should look down and look at the dirt, because they've drawn their line in at 4-1, beating their nemesis at G2.
Summer playoffs was the last time that Fnatic beat G2 in the playoffs. It was spring 2023 was the last time that they beat them in the regular season. This has got to feel good, both for Fnatic old and some of the newer stars that have joined their roster as well. See hugs from Mickey to his former teammates, but there's only smile on one face there.
It really is, because Fnatic hold their heads high. Everyone at home. Rare case. Not a rare dub as it only happened last year, but still to open up the year. Great for Fnatic as you can vote for your key player of the game at X, on X rather. Is it Upset, Razork or Humanoid? I don't like to sway people's opinion.
No, you never do, ever. Yeah.
But
I've never heard you comment on any of these, ever.
Upset had a banger though. I will say. After our match of the week, we're going to throw to a quick break, but Law is standing by on the desk with Mickey X right after this.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move!
He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move. Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Waiting to balance as the Nature's Grasp and a setup from Q, a twisted advance, and that's all that Fnatic need. Let's see first if it goes right. He's buying time. He goes into Hammer Form, gets the resistances, but Wind becomes lightning, almost getting the slow down as LeBron.
I can ult him. Oh shit. I can, it's fine. Yeah. I can flash him. Is that?
Yeah, nice. Yep, flash.
Yeah, take my kill, bro. Slowly. Nice.
Holy fuck.
We can finish it. This end zone.
Yeah, I think it's not flash. I finish.
I give you the buff, Elias, if you want to suicide for it.
Yeah, no, don't suicide. Jake in 40.
Nice, guys.
Want to take a slide?
Clean.
Textbook AD carry mic check here after a match of the week, Fnatic versus G2, where Fnatic prevails here, and we have none other than Mickey himself to talk about this one. Mickey, congrats.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Because last time I was on Excel, I wanted to also get some wins against G2, but we were not successful.
Why do you have to bring that up right now? There's a time and place for that in private, you know.
So yeah, I'm pretty happy now, especially because the game felt pretty in control as well. Yeah. So yeah, it was nice.
Tell me about the approach this game, against G2, your knowledge of the team. Of course, you've played with these players, you know their systems, but also the fact that they've been struggling a bit right now. Where did you know how to strike and where to strike?
Well, first I kind of knew exactly how they want to draft. So the draft kind of went according to our plan. So it was a bit easier. in that aspect. And I also know to gank caps, so I ganked him.
Classic.
Classic, yeah. And I also knew that he hates playing against Leona, so I picked Leona. So yeah, I kind of used all the knowledge I have against him.
Why didn't he know that you were going to into Nautilus?
Actually, they should have banned every support except Nautilus now.
Right. Because what I was thinking when I went to this draft was thinking, well, okay, G2 played a similar comp to this last week. Seems like a lot of European teams are playing the aggressive side of things with the low melee. Well, they're trying to play the high engaged, low range teams, and they're just completely messing it up. This also wasn't an easy game. On the other side of that, how easy was it to deal with a comp like that we're seeing a lot in Europe right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure because, I mean, I just think range is usually best unless you have very strong engage champions. I think their only engage was kind of like Rakan and maybe Silas if you can steal the Maokai Leona ult, but I feel like all of that kind of we can just avoid it, like Tenacity or like Cleanse or whatever. So I feel like it's kind of a hard thing for them to start the fight. And also, if you're first in the objective, as you saw at Atakan, they just kind of get poked before they even enter, and then they just get cleaned. So, yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a hard draft to play for them. I think maybe they could start with something easier.
Yeah, it seems like every time a team fight came up, you guys were just always winning it, no matter what was going to happen. And I'm glad we actually finally settled the debate of who's the GOAT, because it seems like Mickey Jordan is better than LeBron James.
Oh!
Okay.
Finn knows ball.
I know.
You like
that
Mike?
was a great one.
You like Mike? So we have this other con fight here where Upset actually kills the jungler of G2. Can you talk to me about this? Why did you feel so comfortable starting this Atakan? Because you were actually even numbers. And from my experience, starting Atakan when you're even numbers, usually it's pretty tricky.
I feel like we kind of chunked them earlier, or there was some situation where it was actually a 4v4, because I think I died and someone else from the enemy team died. I think it was Silas, yeah?
Yes.
And Silas also TP'd into the fight, so he didn't have TP. So they were kind of like 4v4, and they also felt stronger because the more they walk into us, the harder it is for them. Like, as you saw, like, Maokai sapling kind of one-shot them, and then Ezra was one-shotting them, and then Azir. So, and then we were kind of also willing to 50-50 it, because we have Maokai. So Q Smite is, like, pretty successful. And they didn't have the most success smiting 50-50s.
Because I think that team fight, there's another team fight as well, where I thought that this was a real improvement from last week across the LEC, where it felt like a lot of teams weren't great at stopping enemies from coming into the objective, and they just kind of ended up fighting around the objective, flipping it a little bit. Both in the Atakan fight and this, you held them off really, really well, used your poke. This is good improvements.
Yeah, I think we've worked on this quite a bit during scrims, and I think it also makes it a lot easier with Ezreal, and Upset is like pretty insane on Ezreal, and he's also the main person calling for these kind of plays. So he's very, I guess, good at knowing when we have to poke them coming in and when we can just turn and all of that. So yeah, he makes it quite easy. A bit stressful sometimes because he's like doing like 2,000 words per minute, but like, yeah, it's good.
Any comments on Humanoid, your mid laner, Kia player of the game?
Oh yeah, he was smurfing. I'm very grateful that he was 1v9 this game and that my mid lane ganks paid off. Because he kept reassuring us throughout the game like he's gonna 1v9, and he just kept getting stronger and stronger, and they weren't really able to do anything against him. So yeah, it felt quite easy. Yeah.
Do you have any final closing thoughts on how things have been progressing so far? Because we're halfway through regular season already. Do you feel like you're getting better at the right pace? What is the next step for you guys to get better?
Yeah, I think we're getting pretty good, pretty fast, I would say. I mean, I think we still have this problem where sometimes we are not on the same page with everyone. So there's still a lot of clutter in the comms, a lot of chaos, which I think is like the main difficulty we have to overcome. So everyone just, you know, there's no useless comms basically, because I feel like we have a lot of useless comms a lot of times. And just everyone being on the right place at the right time. I think besides that, individually, usually, I mean, I guess on stage sometimes we do choke it a bit. I feel like I've seen some misplays that usually wouldn't happen in scrims, like for me as well. Like yesterday, for example, I was like cringing it as well. And the Alistar game, yeah, that was a bit embarrassing. But besides that, I think we're doing quite well, considering it's like kind of the start of winter, and I'm very confident in best of 3s and best of 5s we're going to do way better, especially with Fearless as well.
All right, well, at least you know where you want to go, and I feel like it's been a great start for you guys so far. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Mickey sends his regards to G2 Esports and takes match of the week here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back in a couple minutes for KC Rogue. Stay tuned.
two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, beautiful people around the world, welcome back to the LEC, where we're going to be kicking things off for KC versus Rogue. My name is Dagda, and joining me is Hysterics.
I've just come from France. You know why, Dagda?
No.
Because KC are really, really good. So I had to see for myself what was in the food and the wine and the cheese over there. And it was very good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really good. I'll just row out for the bit as we get into this game.
I don't know where to go from here, so I'm glad draft is up.
Back to Berlin.
The Azir immediately taken away from Larson. Azir definitely been rising up in the party cheat sheet as we start to go on, but I still think we get things like the Skarner, probably a Maokai, honestly taken away here. I think Yike has really been performing on things like the Sejuanis and the Maokais in these games, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of target banned out here.
Well, I think Asante, thank you so much. I just realized our photographers showed up about 30 seconds late. The moment was the boat. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Next, you know what's happening next week? We get a real boat.
I think you're getting the boot, man. I don't think it's the boat.
An Australian and Irishman hop on cars. This is what happens. Final band, let's see. Kalista, Faris, Ash, Sejuani, Maokai. Sorry, Maokai's already gone. Rumble is an option. No, Kasante's gone. I'm just throwing out.
Kalista, Corky.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kalista is still here. And I think Kalista can play very, very well on the Kalista if he wants to try and go for it. Varus is also open as well, which maybe just is more comfortable going for that one. Yeah, I think that's kind of the... Okay, actually, as Victor. So I thought Victor did receive a few nerfs, and I thought it would push him down the priority order, but clearly not enough just yet.
My only question is, does Larson play Akali in this current meta? Because around the world, Akali is the option. You've got a melee jungle there. Sedge loves melee laners, and with the Kalista as well, it feels like it's going to be all into skirmishing for Rogue. And it's funny because Rogue is constantly criticized as not being that productive or proactive. I feel like yesterday you could argue there's a lot more proactivity in the roster, but this would be building a comp that is very unlike Rogue in the past year.
Yeah, so look, Larson does play Akali.
Yep.
There's 19 games of it, 68% win rate, so definitely a champion he's well versed on. It's just a case of whether he feels comfortable bringing it out here, but the real question to me is, so I think you do have to go for the Akali or some mid lane answer, otherwise you're going to end up banned away, but this is great for Kalista. So the answers that you see oftentimes to at least Kalista in the past, like say last year, would have been Draven and Ashe, but with the jumping reworked, Ashe isn't as strong against the Kalista anymore, so instead they're going to go towards the Draven. Now I'm going to mess up constantly Kalista and Kalista, so I just want everyone to already accept my apology when I mess up.
I didn't even think about that, Dagda, but now it's on my mind. Realm locked in, Duo locked in.
Okay, so they didn't. I thought they needed to take the Akali or mid lane priority here to try and set themselves up. And then you're kind of looking, okay, maybe like even second priority, I would have gone for top lane to say I want to get something like a Renekton that situates itself well with the Sejuani. So I'm kind of surprised to see the Rel, not because I don't think she's strong, it's just I think there's so many options in the support pool right now that I would have imagined it would be mid lane that takes the brunt of that.
Just a quick tangent while we're watching these final bans. I didn't realize we're actually seeing Execute change back to his old name of Jonghoon.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's a mistake. We're actually just going back, and I remember hearing about this, that there was thoughts about it. So I guess kind of going through with it.
Yeah, he executed on it.
It's a classic. He executed on it. Little high five for Dagda. He earned that one. Trust me. Akali is banned away in the end as well. Renata alongside the Draven also denied as now there's no Akali. Are we just Larson classic Oriana-ing? Like, what are we going to do?
I think it is. I think it's the Oriana. I think this is the only real option you can go for here. Like, maybe you go for a Syndra and try and play a range, but I think your damage isn't quite there then. So something that could, I was going to say puts damage in, because I don't think you've got enough damage from just the Kalista. So Silas the Hover at the moment could fit in. Maybe you go for a little bit more of a tanky build so you can go into those early Merc threads and even the Hollow Radiance, but I think you then rely on Adam now to provide at least a little bit of DPS in his Bruiser to make sure that you're able to fill out just your damage composition here.
I'll be asking you about that Bruiser as we round out because, again, we haven't got top lane for Kana. Big Jace player with Xin Zhao as well. Do we just go the same direction? Also Targamas, maybe we're just shout-outing Reckless because Engage also needed on the side of KC. Nautilus seems like the only thing left and available, unless you want to pick the Alistar into the Rel. Leona also a premier Engage support at the moment, and it looks like they lock it in.
It's not great into the Rel though.
Yep. Well said.
So I thought they might go. I'd like Nautilus actually haven't the hater of because I think you can still get the hook and at least try and play it out a certain amount. It does suck a little bit because obviously Rel can diminish your stun or your shields, I should say. But at least you got the point and click then for dealing with Patrick in the back line. But I think Alistar could have worked out a bit better, but here we go. Jace going to be taken. So I think kind of preempting the fact that chances are Adam is looking at something again like that Renekton and saying we're just going to try and take that away immediately.
Renekton into the Jace. Been seen many times before.
I think you
was Jax as an option.
I think this works, yeah.
Probably better, right?
Yeah, you could even, I think, go for something like a Gragas as well if you really want to.
True.
And then just try and wave clear. Still set up for a good amount of damage in team fights. If you can knock something like the Draven back away as well, I think that can work out well for you.
Well, I'll keep that into consideration for now. It feels like they're really seriously considering the Jax. For someone like Adam, I mean, we think about these wacky picks, but let's not forget, like, you know, Adam as well, situated top laner. Jax also just great in the current meta. You know what I'm trying to say, that it's going to work here in this comp for Rogue, and we do have a very proactive Rogue draft, and every time, until Rogue are consistently proactive, until Rogue are consistently playing some of these tempo comps, I'm going to bring them out, because it's really nice to see, but can they execute on it, Dagda? Because once again, like any Kalista Draven lane, we know how important the bottom lane is, we know how important the carries are going to be in this game.
Yeah, and I think like Rogue have looked better. And even yesterday in their game against Fnatic, it was an incredibly close game. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what they do here against KC. Because for KC, this is kind of a game where they can now match up with GIANX, go 4-on-1 and set themselves up nicely coming in towards the final week and looking towards those playoffs. But I think for Rogue, it's really about kind of trying to establish what you are in the current league and what you look like at the LEC. And honestly, how do you fare against a lot of these top teams? Because that's still a big question mark for me because we just haven't quite seen them come out yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like that you're hitting on the positives. I was trying to hit it in my own weird way as well, that like Rogue do look like they're developing as a team. They've got new elements on the roster when you consider that Malrang's back, that you've got Execute on the roster, you've got Adam as well, who is a very spicy top laner, very individual style top laner as well. There's different working elements than just the lane-focused Larson. Then Patrick as well, who is getting a lot of criticism from other people in the league. We want to see how it all blends together, and this is Rogue's chance. KC are obviously favorites. They've done so well at the start of this split, and with their brand new roster, they are taking names. So can Rogue do the unthinkable? Can Rogue do the unbelievable? Only GIANX have been able to take down KC. As their week one was so damn hard, by the way. Koi, G2 were in the mix. They versed the top dogs. And now they're versing one of the bottom ones. Here comes Rogue for the invade.
So I'm wondering if Rogue are basically trying to force the split map here, see if they can punish Kana and get Adam out of the early laning phase, but it is a little risky. Like, you do have a good level 1, but you are also up against the Leona and the Draven, so you got to be a little careful, which is why they took at least a safer option. You've got the ward in bot lane to spot out exactly who's going to go into that bot lane, but there are ways for KC to try and play around that and avoid the 2v2 matchup if they want to. Or sorry, even force the 2v2 matchup if they want to.
Maybe assuming that Patrick and Execute are going to go there. For now, they hover. Blastcone going to be taken, though. No deep wards. Have you noticed, you know, in LEC, rarely do we get it, but now, Dagda, I get to press the button down there. This is a very, what do you say, Gen G, LCK style ward that we got a lot last year as well. And that was spotting the lane swap straight away. So you can see, it looks like what, Rogue using the information here.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw Patrick and Execute kind of hovering more towards mid lane to see exactly what was going to happen before they really opened up on the lane. And now, Kana going to realize, well, we guessed wrong, and he's going to be in a little bit of a difficult spot. Execute just, you always crash down as a rel, gives you an extra little bit of attack range and also gives you the shield, so just nice for trying to look for the trades.
Disappointed his name is Executing Game.
Yeah.
We called him Jong-hoon. Of course, that is his last name, but also his old summoner name for those who weren't familiar with him. But lanes kick off. Now, the 2v2 mismatch yet again, just like the last game we saw, and we already talked about it, you know. Bliss is going to be abusing Adam here. And I feel like, you know, last game, the problem we saw with Oscarinin was in the weak side lane, Jace just doesn't have as much survivability, something like a Renekton, maybe as a utility as Jace. Larson just got slapped a bit, by the way, just to keep that in the back of your mind. But yeah, the lane swap's going to be big, and let's see how the dive is executed, how it's set up as Malrang pathing down. Right now, Yike hovering mid.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what the game plan is, because oftentimes you are, as you rightly say, Jake, focused on the side lanes, but it is given a free lane to Vladdy, who's doing a very good job of trading against Larson in the mid lane. So no dive going to come in just yet. This wave is going to crash, and Targamas even resetting on that top side. So if they spot Targamas here, you could end up seeing a quick reset here from Patrick and Execute. I think they push this wave, reset, and go back top. Adam interrupted the reset from Kalist. So KC were trying to force the 2v2, but Rogue actually prevents it. And now they're in a pretty decent spot where Patrick and Execute should hit level 3 off this wave, where Targamas now down almost a full level essentially to Execute after they clear out this wave. Targamas kind of needs to get some experience to match the support XP that he's lost now.
It's still hovering around. I mean, it's going to take a while. Might have to siphon off mid, but then that affects Vladdy's lane, which, playing in the range matchup, feels pretty good for now. Spots out Malrang here. Targamas just going to pop his head in. Larson's also very low, but he's not going to try and commit to get that flash.
Yeah, now though, Targamas is going to get cut off, so Malrang level 4, level 2 Leona late to the party, and Kana might be the one left holding the bill.
Arctic Assault over, just set out Baflail, and with the Permafrost and Rel, how easy's that first blood? As Targamas shows up a little bit late here, and KC, I mean, the bullying of Jace, just like last game, continues again.
Yeah, he should be able to TP back in at least, you know, start to push out this wave, but it was a nice early game from Rogue. They prevented the reset from Kalist. He's actually going to TP to the top lane, but prevented the reset from Kalist so that you don't get the matching lanes. And then, unfortunate for Targamas, I think he just needed to sit on that bottom side a little bit longer. Thought maybe, with how low Larson was, he could make a play in mid, but Larson backs off, and then he's just desynced from the bot wave.
Malrang also getting earlier tanky stats thanks to the fact that he got first blood. Not as detrimental as you think. Close! That would have been a nice backstop, as wave not going to be stopped here, by the way. It's too close towards the enemy turret, so Rogue are fine to just walk this out. And this Jax, you look at bot as well, Dagda. Adam's just walking to lane too, so he saves his TP.
Yeah, now Rogue going to be able to come up here and answer. Now the wave is slowly, I believe, yeah, going to start to push out against Kana here, so this is where now he could end up with the wave frozen on him for a little bit as well, or at least lose out on a lot of the CS. Okay, Patrick's just going to look for the crash, but still, did they just dive again? Is that here? Malrang's in position.
He didn't burn his flash before. Kana, he saved his, which is good, but if he dies here, I'm going to sound like a broken record like I did with Oscarinin, then he's going to have to walk back to lane and he'll lose a lot. Dagda, he's a very smart man. Not only does he have the looks, but the brains to show me that Targamas is walking top.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be here in time again, though. Kana having to give up another wave. This is so painful as a Jace.
Such good zoning, and the power of Rel being tanky, having good bit of burst damage with all the crash down as well, by the way.
And the thing is, every single time this is happening, Kana's having to give up a wave, give up a little bit of CS, whereas Adam has been able to soak all of that CS because he's only in the lane against Kalist. So you can see he's just ticked over level 6, actually has the CS lead for himself as well as a tiny little bit of gold, but it does mean that he's in a much better spot. So once again, when Kana and Adam start to meet up against each other, it favors Adam and a potential all-in in that regard with Malrang.
The big bonus for KC right now is the fact that Yike is getting solo experience around the Dragon and will be picking up this first objective. Grubs being started though, as we're seeing, Grubs have a lot of potency still in League of Legends. They spawn, Malrang starts.
And Adam has TP to be here. Kalist now only resetting, so he's going to be late if they ever try and make a play on this top side. So it means that you've still got the opportunity for a 5v5, or Rogue just say, no, well, we got one grub. We're kind of happy. Maybe we get a second one here with the smite. And yeah, should be able to get it.
I feel like calling them grapes now. That's great.
And Patrick?
Patrick is dead? Question mark? He's dead! Kana flashes on his face. Now, Kana should be dead in return, right? Now that the flash is gone, it's a good sidestep, but yeah, with Sejuani here, it's just that easy. KC going to turn into a brawl as we look towards mid, but maybe we should look towards top. Chaos Storm, but not Chaos Storm, and in the end, I like the chances of Rogue as Adam gets a TP and flashes straight in. The feet of warfare. Those are some good-looking feet.
But that's why I was surprised KC actually tried to commit to that. You say Kalist was late, you have the TP on Adam, so he can always join the party, or he just goes for bot wave. It was a doomed situation for KC. They really should have just gone for the waves and looked to fight for the next set of grubs, but instead now, they end up losing the grubs, and they end up giving over kills to boot.
Looking towards mid as we were on screen. Vladdy didn't use his Chaos Storm, by the way, in that whole extended trade. It's fun that mid laners were fighting amidst, but Rogue, as I said, Feats of Warfare now secured, 1k gold lead, and really good early game so far. I mean, great proactivity as this 1v1 happened in the midst.
Yeah, Connor just, excuse me, sorry, able to chase down Patrick and get the kill here. Flashes forward to make sure they can get the definitive Q damage off, and then gets the auto, and then tries to play around execute here. You can see changing into the hammer form, but just barely gets clipped by the crash down. I think he could have knocked Malrang away and maybe set up for at least a little bit more time here. But Targamas, again, you're only level 3 Leona.
Yeah.
We talked about him trying to run everywhere on the map, but it means now he's a sitting duck when Rogue come to find him.
And look at live now as well. The flail's out once more. There's good damage, but Kana survives. Gets a little bit of trade back onto Adam. Actually, a really nice burst that comes through as well. While the setup for the bot dive, Kalist is level 6. He has the Whirling Death and doesn't even need to use it. Comes out late, maybe execute. It's gonna be executed. Kalist with a cash in and then some. Once again, 2 days in a row, the Draven got money.
Yeah, a lot of money because he's about to get some of these plates on top of everything as well. That was much needed for KC. Like, some of the players are starting to sneak back. Kana getting the kill onto Patrick, and Patrick again falling down. It was like good openings from Rogue, but KC kind of just outplaying in certain situations.
Yeah, in certain moments, like we just saw, that have just pushed KC into a massive gold advantage, a 1k lead. This is what happens when Draven, you know, in the lane swap as well, we got to mention, when you're largely uncontested in CS and you get free stacks as a Draven, when you go back and, you know, execute that dive, when you give Kalist an opportunity to cash in, he cashes in big as the BT already almost completed.
And it's just a case of how you want to try and utilize the Draven now. So it looks like they're going to send him back up towards the top side. It's a minute 20 until the Void Grubs, and I think they're happy to just try and force the 2v2 now. Kalist being level 7 as Patrick has just ticked over to level 6, plus the item lead. Even though Targamas is down, I think just the sheer force of will Kalist is on the map right now is going to work out well for KC.
You see a Larson thinking about coming top in case something's happening. Some pings are going down. What are we pinging the Nexus turret for?
They want to go for that next.
They want to go, yeah, okay.
You just really want to proxy. You've been watching, watching the boss, you know?
Yeah, okay, we'll go deep.
On me? On me?
Yeah. On me. On me. KC, one turret plating for Kalist, obviously. They're just going to keep pushing in as Grubs. While I do watch Grubs do some damage to the turret, spawning in 35 seconds, so being topside right now seems very relevant as both these top laners, I could say, would have TP, but it'll only be Adam who will have that in time if there's a fight up there. While Kana, he's just used his to get the bot.
Yeah, so KC are kind of in a bit of a precarious situation again where because of the TP usage, they don't actually have any way to force the 4v4 because they can always end up in a 5v5. And the tower can be traded on the bottom side, but you're giving over potentially 5 grubs to Adam, which is never going to spell well. So Rogue trying to now force this, but they do need to be a little careful they don't take the poke, because that's kind of where KC, a lot of their help will come from off of Vladdy.
How short range are they as well, right? Like, we're now seeing it in fruition, so even though numbers look good as Adam has now moved towards mid, and as we said, you know, Kana can't join in with the TP, they're still trying to poke them down. KC ignoring grubs for now. Rogue finding 4, or rather it's going to be 5, so the grub trade is no trade at all. 5 grubs to 1 is what KC have as in turn. Engages beautiful. The Shattering Strike to follow through the Fate's Call as well. Yike gets out, but for how long? Patrick's picked up the first kill of this little charade as KC now come in, look for more, but Rogue give them none.
Great turn from Execute, realizing that he just had that chance to take an extra member with them from KC, so Targamas falls, and now, honestly, Kalist has to be a little careful on this top side, because Malrang's still there. He can always come over the wall, and looks like instead Rogue are going to back away. I wasn't sure how much they want to try and commit for the tower, but Kalist's going to look for the interrupt and will actually find us.
Only on to Execute, but for what that's worth, the support slower to base as he goes back towards his turret. Kalist, I think he's sitting on enough gold now to get BT. Maybe he just thinks about the boots, thinks about the tier 2 boots. We'll just see. He's got another wave to play for as well and get that push in as teleport's going to be used to defend top.
Yeah, it does mean he'll be a little late for this dragon. So Terror going to go to KC. Kana should at least, or sorry, the plate's going to go to KC. But Kana again, like, he's now sitting on a ton of gold. Your Draven's now sitting on a ton of gold. So it's just, even though KC are getting some nice plays, it's the smart map movements from Rogue that are working out well for them, where they're in the positions that they need to be. And this was kind of similar to what happened yesterday with Fnatic as well, where Rogue just played really well in the early game on how they are positioned on the map. Really good understanding of lane swaps, but KC just haven't been able to keep up.
Look, I don't want to get too excited. Regardless of the outcome of this game, I'm enjoying, more than last year, I'm really enjoying watching Rogue. Now, last year, obviously every team has their identity, but Rogue, the development, and how they're playing the early game, proactive is going to be a word that we use over the next couple of weeks of broadcast, and then some, throughout different splits. And Rogue trying to get these lane allocations right. You can see with Silas top, trying to get the push in, Adam doing the same, but they're setting up all for this starting Dragon, which would be Dragon number 2 of the game. KC picked up the first one, and there you go. Talk about proactivity. He's executed in, but he's getting bursted down. Kalista is a serious problem, needs to be dealt with, but a whirling death helps up with Yike. And Yike helps up with Kalista's Dragon begins.
He kind of chased Larson down the lane, so Larson couldn't actually TP in. He's now going to do just that, though, and I don't think it's been spotted here. Darkness is dead. No, he's not.
Hey,
Maybe?
It may be. I mean, you're right. Larson's just going to one-shot him. Abscond of Duck out of range. Gravity Field gets him. Larson didn't think he needed the flash. Maybe he should have just committed it. He has ult too. That's a shame. That's just a shame. That's all I can say.
Does mean Dragon goes over to Rogue, though, using that TP, but Kana's getting a lot of these plates, so that TP play towards the Void Grubs, Kana ends up with a couple of plates. Now he's getting the same on top side, and he's starting to eke back in towards a little bit of the, not quite at the XP side of things, but on the gold side of things at least.
Tar plating taken mid. Looking towards those first items, that's why it's pushing so fast. Vladdy might be in trouble. Execute, good sidestep from Vladdy. Gravity Field down as well. Larson steals the ulti, forces the flash out of Vladdy. There's a fake Chaos Storm following Vladdy for now, but he'll just walk it out.
Look at top side, though. They're collapsing on towards Kana. He doesn't realize it.
Oh, he might just have to die for it. I think he does, and he does get the first turret of the game, so KC picking up a feat while Kana's running for his life. This Jace, not sure how far he can go, as onto Adam the flash for flash. Malrun captures him as Yike is over the wall to help out. Wind becomes lightning and he stabs him. He swirls a bit. Adam decides to spin himself. So Kana will die, but Yike wants a trade. Stunned up. Permafrost. I'm seeing a bop, a whop, and now a little bit more on top. Shut down by Yike. He goes in, he gets a knock up. And as Malrun comes back down, I think he's tanky enough, but a big duel will favor the Xin Zhao as a smite, a slow, a Q, and the Talons strike him down as Targamas missed, but he gets the ignite. Okay, how do you do? With a blast cone out, Targi now needs a Zenith Blade, but Patrick is out of range and he's running into the fog of war.
He's trying desperately to run away. I think he needs to pray to all the saints right now that he gets out of this one, but can he find his way? Looks like he might be able to. Dodges on the wave. Good call from him there.
Shh, Dagda was hiding.
Yeah, it was really smart. So he waited for the minion wave to go past, then hit the blast cone so he could actually get into bush. So nicely done. But here, the engage comes through. Great sidestep. Oh, and the stand aside onto the Kalista as well. Means that they just end up going that little bit too deep for him. I want to see here. So flashes away, doesn't get the... Yeah. That was so well played by Kalist.
Oh, it's a shame we didn't get to see that live. We were looking top, of course, with the brutalizing action between tanks. But Kalist, I mean, the French fans haven't been disappointed, have they? They came into the league, and do you know how many times, if it's LEC, LPL, LCK, LTA, how many times a player gets hyped up, comes into a league, and falls short? I feel like it's 9 out of 10. Kalist is that one person, you know.
He's him. He's delivering. He looks fantastic.
He is being him this split.
Yeah.
And I'm not just hyping him up because we have a large French audience here today or people watching online. I genuinely think this guy is red hot.
Well, he needs to try and do that once again. Stepping in here, 3-0 in the Draven. But can he try and carry this fight? KC trying to set up Vladdy a little bit pushed out. Execute has a good position. No real vision for KC.
Larson stolen the Crescent Guard. 2.5k HP, and there's a steal. How did Yike get it? Solar Flare stops Rogue as well. Targamas has done a good job, and they've actually picked off the pieces. How? First of all, Yike. Second of all, Kalist. Third, Kana's damage, and the execute not there. But KC are now finding the fight, and Rogue have had it stolen away from them. just like the chances in this game.
Yike is the best smiter we have in the league.
He is.
Every time he goes in for a 50-50, it feels like it's a 90-10 for the enemy jungler. Like, this man is insane.
He is also him.
It's just, it feels like, again, like there was so many eyes on Yike coming out of last year. You're like, well, you're on G2, mate. So obviously you look good, right? But Yike has really impressed and shown what he has learned on his time with G2. But feels like he's now taking it to a new level where he is leading this team literally from the forefront here as he starts to go in, gets the smite,
oh my God,
and is able to do so much again. Even the knockback, the Crescent Guard there, interrupts, executes the crash down, and now Targamas wants to kill Adam.
I mean, now it's a 5k gold lead after that fight, and now after the TP, it's going to be more. Adam is going to counter-strike, but you know he's dead. Stand beside is only going to thrive for a little bit. Vladdy gets a kill on Adam. Kana defends mid. There is no counter play here from Rogue. They're committing teleport to top because they know they need gold on this map, Dagda. But KC just kept taking it all. And with Herald as well, it's just suddenly not the Rogue game anymore. It's not the Rogue show.
No, it's Rogue who are actually going to try and go for the tier 1 on top. But KC looking at tier 2 on bot lane. 25 seconds until Dragon Kana.
Malrung wants an ulti, but it's on cooldown, so he runs into Fog of War. He's tanky enough for now, but that ulti is going to have to buy him time eventually. But will he be dead before it does? Kana says yes, as top is the focus, but you can see bot is getting taken in inner. Yike pokes. He goes in. Another Crescent Guard and a Man of the Moon. Following execute, sending him out. It is his game as well. Yike is massively ahead. Bot fell in the end, giving more gold to the solo lanes. And Dagda, like, KC, I think this is a big hand stiff game. And KC is showing us why.
Yeah, they're playing fantastically when it comes in towards, well, just outsmiting, outperforming, outplaying. And now they might be out-dragoning them as well as they turn over towards that next objective. Adam in the area, but you've already committed a lot here on Rogue to trying to push back KC. And it looks like instead they're overloading the top side. Kana aware that this is probably the vulnerable part of the map, so rightfully backs off.
What can Rogue get right now? Dragon's going to go down to KC. Atakan spawns in a minute. But Dagda, I mean, it's kind of taken me by surprise because it was partially that one fight around Herald, but it's also the fact that, you know, Kalist held onto his gold lead from the early game, of course. And also the fact that, you know, Kana just came back in after we saw that early kill against him. His Jace is really damn good.
Yeah, it's been sick. And the fact he's managed to pick up like a lot of the turret plates in that early helped out massively in that regard. So Rogue now kind of pottering around the map, hoping they can find something, but they don't really know what they're supposed to be at. So KC kind of happy now to just chill. There's 15 seconds until Atakan, so they're just going to try and set up control on this bottom half of the map so they can always look towards that. But
which one will it be? Let's wait. 5 seconds.
Do you want to take a bet?
Ooh. Gracious.
Oh, one of them.
Oh my God.
Do you want to go for the other one?
Every time. We have a graphic waiting for when Ruinous Atakan spawns. It will not be used this split, I guarantee you.
There's going to be a graphics producer that has to go into the depths of the basement, brush off an old hard drive that has this.
Ah, yes.
And then try and make it happen. But KC, back in this game, going to be taking Atakan without much contest here. Again, poke, relatively good.
Kalista's soloing it.
Yeah, he's got the lifesteal on it, and he actually can't poke. Like, he's the one member here that doesn't need to be part of this formation. So like, cool, we just take it right from underneath your nose.
Atakan, and now we win the fight, don't we? Because KC run in, and even if they die here, it won't matter, but Larsen's going to die first. Electric field from Vladdy. Like the eel that slithers on Summoner's Rift. You don't know where it is because I haven't spotted it to you as KC run up this lane. Yes, Adam's going to get an inner, but I think the base is going to be torn apart by KC.
Especially with the Rift Herald as well. Like, that wasn't used, so now they're going to start to focus this down. Adam going to reset, but yeah, I think they should get another charge off here.
Why don't we end, says KC, and they're going to go for the Nexus turret. Malrun gets poked, Execute gets poked. Nexus turret number 1 is going to drop. Yike flashes away, but the GA is still available. Targamas jumps in, but you know what? They're not going to be popped. KC are going to end here.
Holy
21 minutes. Execute with a great engage, but Draven will one-shot you. Fate's call, an open Nexus, and they're playing to end the game. KC are getting low, and even if they withdraw here, it doesn't matter, because Rogue has to get blown apart as Kana dies in the end. That Nexus is bare, and you know it's only a separate time, or rather, a couple more minutes before KC finish the job.
Yeah, I think this game's over.
I think so too.
After that play, this game is very over. We're not even doing a replay of the Ida Cannon fight. It's just like, look, you all know what happened there. Instead, we're just going to go for this. Make sure that we're able to catch as KC tear through structures. They get the CC, so they're able to kill off Malrang as well. And it is at least a good hold with a good engage from... Never mind.
No, never mind, because he's dead. Adam in the ground, and they'll just go up mid this time. The defense coming from Larson and bot to make sure that super minion wave doesn't give free access for KC, but it'll still be like a 25-minute game.
This is incredibly impressive from KC. It has been aggression from the get-go. And look, you have champions that spike really well off 2 items, but I don't think that's even the talking point. It's just the entire thing is gone awry for Rogue, and they're just kind of hoping they can slink into the darkness without getting caught by KC.
This is one of those games that's really hard to find MVP. You have plays from Karna, you have Yike steals. You have Vladdy, who just played a great game of League of Legends, pretty standardized. And Kalist and Targamas, who once again are firing on all cylinders. This duo still looking really good.
Just a reminder, there is a Bear Nexus, so those super creeps that are churning their way through that bot lane,
they will.
are very quickly going to do some damage there. So Adam going to have to roam over, which means KC, it's like, cool, we'll take the entire top side. 2 minutes, yeah, until Baron. Great. Sounds good. Maybe a third Drake, just while we're chilling for that. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, putting your feet up. You've already done all the hard work.
You have.
Now you're just rolling off of that, what's it, passive income? Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. They've invested in some stocks. And they're getting the dividends, you know? You know, right now in this game, you know, Rogue are just sitting back. They're kind of the ghosts of their children's futures.
Explain.
I can't.
Yeah, I saw you Google a quote and then just say it. It's like,
look, last game, I said something in relation to Interstellar. It was on my mind, and then I'm still on the page. And so now the next quote is just, we are the ghosts of our children's future. And I'm like, how do I weave that in?
You did it flawlessly.
I did it flawlessly. There's one in here that just says, no, it's necessary. How would anyone know that's a quote? That's just words.
It's also in Dodgeball for way more of a famous reason. So let's, but anyway, we'll move on from it as we start to look towards the rest of the map. Baron is going to spawn in a sec. Dragon has been successfully secured. I don't really know how Rogue are supposed to do much here. Any ideas?
Nope, absolutely none. You know, Dagda, I don't know if Rogue are afraid of death, but I know they're afraid of time. As I've gotten older in life, that means so much more to me. Just don't look at my screen.
That's not part of the quote. That's just what they wrote on Reddit.
That was afterwards.
That was just the user.
But I thought that seems, I'm like, that's so relatable for me. That seems so relatable. Okay, Baron's up. Let's have a go. Rogue need a miracle steal. They're 10k gold behind, and you know, Kalist is soloing another objective again because BT Draven doesn't really die unless he spends enough time in here. He's going to need some help eventually as the draw-in's not there. He spams his classic emote as Larson's flank could be mind-breaking, but as the TP comes through, now they're going to come in and just win the fight anyway. Larson, a good attempt, but Kalist once again just breaking bones. And execute, no, but a Malrang flash, yes, as Yike slows them all down, and Rogue have just been sandwiched once again. Yike destroys Adam on the back end, and with Targama's help, this will be the game. 26 minutes. Pick a lane, any lane, and KC will end.
Great stuff from KC. Rogue, again, showing that they are very, very strong when it comes towards lane swaps. But unfortunately for them, just don't really know what to do after that stage of the game.
The Nexus turrets are back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, do we have to, thank you. We get to bring up the 3 minutes. Woo, beautiful.
They are back.
Yeah.
But Adam is still dead.
Oh. Is Kalist dead?
Yeah, I mean, that was almost a kill by Karna, by the way. But Kalist, he's just going to heal up. He looks low, but it doesn't matter. He sent out the ulti again. It's a 4 versus 5. And even though the Nexus turrets are back, even though you can't see a health bar, because for some reason Spectate just hasn't dealt with that yet, they're going to be targeted. They're going to die. I'm going to tell you the health bar right now.
Do you know what? I think these turrets are ghosts of their children's past.
They are the ghosts of children's past. And I'll give you another one, Dagda. It's not possible but it is necessary for KC to run Rogue into the ground. 23, 24 kills. And Larson and Malrang will watch this end. Those turrets are dead, by the way. As we end this, KC, an absolute stomp. This is one of the best teams in the LEC, and they let Rogue know.
Big smile on the face of Yike and Ghana there. They know that they have come into the LEC and they are smoking everyone. It's been such great things from KC, and I'm just excited now to see how this continues moving in towards the rest of it, because at this stage, it feels inevitable that we get to see them deep into a playoff tour.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the split of KC, to say the least. You can vote for your Kira player of the game in the meantime, though. Kana, Yike, or Kalist. A great performance from KC when you consider this team last year struggled to get past the 2-win mark. It became a meme for the majority of the year. Now at 4, they're sitting up in the top of the standings with the likes of Fnatic, with the best of them. It's just easy to say that right now, KC is one of the most impressive teams. And you're right, how far can they go? When does it end? Not today.
Well, we're going to go to Patrick?
Patrick is dead? Question mark? He's dead! Callista's level 6, he has the Whirling Death and doesn't even need to use it. Comes out late, maybe execute. It's gonna be executed!
Don't flash, okay? Yeah. Nice. Good. Okay, no, no, play end. Yes, play end.
Welcome back to the LEC, everybody. I'm Ginny here, standing with Khalees from KC after another win under their belt. 4-1 start so far to the winter split. You guys have had an incredible start. There is no denying that. I want to ask you from your perspective as the AD carry player, because you're so difficult to pin down in these team fights. What allows you to have such a big trust in your team that they will peel for you, that you will be okay?
Well, I think first that we are all 5 of us really good individually, and it's pretty easy for me to just say to my teammates, like, oh, for example, Yike, I want you to do that, Tarimas, I want you to do that, and we all listen to each other. We all have good trust in each other, so it's pretty easy for me in fights to just, well, say, just tank for me, I will win 1v9, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, on the Draven with the Bloodthirster, you can 1v9 indeed, and you've done that 2 games so far this week. I want to talk to you as well in regards to being on Karmine Core and coming onto the LEC, and potentially also having some of the pressure from the fans that, you know, you were the one that everybody was looking forward to. Everyone's like, Khalees is going to come in, he's going to shake up everything. How do you deal with that kind of pressure?
Well, first, the fans, they help me a lot, actually. Even though there is a lot of fans, like, all the fans are really, like, cool with me. They are all sending me some nice message, and I really thank them. It helps me to help. It helps me with the pressure. And just how to deal with the pressure, I'm just playing my game. I just love what I'm doing. I'm really happy to be there in the LEC and play at the highest level. And I'm just living each day like it's the last one, and trying to be the best version of myself every day.
We can see that clearly on the server. We've seen the improvement, even though you guys had a great start. When it comes to that, what has been your biggest lesson so far from being on the stage in the LEC?
It's not easy, but I would say that it's basically, like, it's a bit weird to say that, I guess, but team play-wise, like, it's really different that in ERL. The level is way higher. You have to play really quickly, way quickly, than in ERLs, and I think it's the main point that is, like, I still have to learn things, right? But other than that, I'm just focused on my own gameplay, on my own performance, and it's really easy for me to play with this team.
It feels like in such a short period of time, you've already made your mark on the LEC. Was that the goal that you had coming into this? Did you say, I want to go there, I want to impress everybody?
My goal was not to impress everybody. My goal was just to go have good performances, be first happy with my performances, and just be myself. Like I think I am. Just be myself, be aggressive, and yeah, just be happy to be there.
Well, you guys are doing really well, and your performance is great as well. So thank you as well for your time for the interview. Thank you to the fans too for coming out, because they're so loud. We're going to be heading over to Finn, who is joined by Yike to break down some of the fights. So Finn, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I'm sitting here with my fellow countryman from Sweden, Yike Martin Sundelid. Great game. What do you think about your AD carry?
I think Alice is pretty good at the game.
He's pretty good.
His Draven is pretty good.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's really
I have a play with me here. It's a 2v2 you guys had in the top lane. While your top laner was taking a tower, he randomly, not very randomly, got ganked by a very hostile Sejuani. And here I want to pause and highlight that you are very far away from him right now. Did you know this was happening in game, or was this a surprise to you as well?
No, I was like doing my top camps, and then I see Kana hitting top tower, and then I see Seri behind him, and he's saying, I'm dead. So after that, I just ran straight to him. I was like, I'm gonna save you, Kana, don't worry. I think he still died, but I got 2 kills, right? So
that's the real one, because I feel like usually 9 out of 10 junglers were just like, oh, you got the tower, it's worth.
Yeah.
You live next time, but yeah, I'm gonna play this clipper. You're gonna come here from the tri-bush and actually save him. I think I was surprised when he flashed here. I thought he was just gonna waste his flash and die, but he actually managed to buy so much time for you to come in here and connect with your Wind Becomes Lightning and go into Sejuani. So what do you think about here?
Yeah.
What is on your mind right now?
Yeah, I was like telling Kana, just buy time, I will come, you can flash over the wall. I was like trying to tell him to do that, and he did it like very good. He bought a lot of time, and then I was gonna like try to save him here. I tried to Egon Seju and then ult away Jax to save him, but I think they still got on top of him. But I knew like I'm gonna be stronger, so I can kill them both, even if Kana dies.
That's actually really cool that it was your call for him to flash over the wall. It's not something he thought of himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're gonna see them here trying to kill your little boy here. But you're so strong. I think you have 1.5 items here, or at least you have your Thunder Sky, which is the key. You kill Adam here, and what compels you to chase the Sejuani here? Because I don't know if you have information on the rest of the team.
Here I was like, I was like screaming to my team, where's Silas, where's Silas? And they said he was base.
Yeah, so he's in base.
Yeah, so they said he was base. I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't go, but I still went for it.
Yeah,
why not?
It's a long way to the tower
Yeah,
here.
know,
you have a lot of time to chase him.
Yeah, so I was like chasing. I was thinking like, okay, Silas is running from base. But then they said like Silas bot or something. I think it showed somewhere.
Is that where you commit here? Because you see Silas bot? I mean, now we see Silas bot.
Now I commit.
Yeah.
Otherwise I wouldn't go here. But I see Silas, and I know I can kill him.
Yeah, because if Silas would show up here, you would be in a pretty big danger. Probably not worth to chase that.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So what do you think about Rogue? You played them now for the first time. Is it the team you scrimmed? Is it the team you practice with? What is your opinion on their team?
I think they are for sure an underrated team from the teams that people put like at the bottom list. I think they are not a bad team, even though they're like 1-4 now. I think they're strong. And compared to the other teams that are like 1-4, I think they might be one of the best there. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes for them, but I think they can be a good team still.
What do you think about Malrang? Is it fun playing against him? Because he's a bit of an enigma here in Europe.
I know. I mean, I played against Malrang a lot now, since 2023, and it's always fun to play against him. Because I never know what he wants to do, and it makes the game fun. I think it's a fun player to play against.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Jack. Up next is our last match of the day, BDS versus Movistar Koi, and we'll see you after the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Who told you it was out here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland.
And the last game of the day with BDS and Koi hitting your screen as myself as Serix and Dagda take you through what has been already quite an eccentric day. I have to be honest, Fnatic versus G2 gave some vibes, but I feel like it didn't give us all the vibes. The last game was a stomp, so I'm hoping that this one is good, especially since Koi have looked really good this season. I think BDS have shown us, you know, a little bit of intricacies with 113 coming into the roster and being hyped up by, I think, only person is Finn, but still hyped up nevertheless. As we get into our last pick ban, let's hope it is a barnyard burner.
I do feel a little unfortunate for BDS because coming off of the loss yesterday has got a sting. Like being that far ahead and then end up losing out to Heretics definitely hurt. So I think they'll be coming back to see if they can make a bit of a statement to say, look, no, we're still high up in these contentions and want to show what we're worth, especially when it's a, like, even though it's always kind of been the Fnatics and the G2s, BDS has constantly been in that conversation for top 4, if not top 3 in Europe, at least over the last few years.
And with Koi and KC getting better, I mean, they don't want to be drowned out. So let's hope as well Paris especially has a better day. We can talk about that as we go into game, but I know as well, Skarner being banned away, just the usual. Corki, Vi. I see a Jace actually on blue side as a ban, which is interesting.
Skarner and Victor are our only two 100% presence champions. So will we get a Victor ban here? Or will we see it high prio here for Nuke on BDS if it's not taken away?
My only question is, if it is picked up, will we get a Jojo Akali? Okay, Victor's open. Varus the ban instead. BDS thinking about what direction they want to do. Think about the junglers that we've seen so far. Sejuani also an option. Crisante, that was banned away blue side consistently. And BDS are going to prioritize it here while Koi think about their options.
I mean, the champions that Miran has played are just K'Sante and Mbessa.
Yeah.
So kind of the Mbessa over there kind of saying, look, I'm probably going to go back towards this. I think it does fine into the K'Sante anyway, so I think they're going to be happy to take it. I think the priority, I was going to say should be on something like the Victor if you want to look towards it. Or if you're at least going to go for this this Zyra, it's probably not going to be Yeah, it's not going to be the Victor or probably an AP mid at all for Movistar Koi. More looking towards Ione or even flexing that Mbessa into the mid lane.
The versatility of it is what makes it such a good pick at the moment, especially since I know a lot of people like it and how it can deal with the Cassante. But Victor, as we said, big priority pick. Kind of has to be picked, I think, at this point. But it's just about what jungle you get going into Elyoya, because that high IP, yep. It seems it's going to be the Sejuani again, especially with that melee top lane. Big front line.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what the idea is here for Jojo. I think you have to take an AD mid here, just because you've already got the Zyra locked in.
True.
But it's probably Yone, I'd imagine. And then you're looking for some sort of mixed damage AD carry. So Ez kind of has that, but yeah, I think you have to take the Yone. Yeah, there it is.
True.
Just to make sure you can actually get your hands on it. It's not going to be banned away.
Had a pretty good game on it from memory as well. I think that was a Vitality game, if I am not mistaken.
Yeah, it's some great engages on with the ultimate.
Yeah. Not going to have the same setup as like you would with the pairing of Sejuani, but nevertheless, as mid is now picked, we need to see what goes into the bottom side. As you said, a damage profile kind of important here as Alistar's taken away. Are we just going to pick Rel on 4?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Rel.
If it's available.
If the next ban is a Braum, I imagine we're immediately going to go for that Rel just to stop the counter pick. But Rel, I think, insanely strong at the moment, so no reason not to go towards that pick. And Alvaro's been performing fantastically. It's actually going to be the Ashe ban, so curious. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what they're looking for in the AD carry role, because I don't think Ashe has been, like, we haven't really seen it that high prio at all over the course of LEC. Maybe something like a Kai'Sa or the Zai is what they're looking at, like a shorter range
follow up
AD
on the
carry.
dive.
But honestly, I think when you've got the Zyra, you're kind of, I suppose you have some lockup, but you're kind of happy to absorb a lot of dive as well. So
the Braum ban from BDS is interesting, Dagda. I guess they think, what, we're going to pick the Rel because they want to get the priority AD carry.
Yeah, it looks like they're just setting up for the Ezreal pick. So kind of surprised to see the Ashe ban. I thought they could have opened up a little bit more, but yeah, I think the Rel going to come through here for Paris, make sure that he's going to be happy on that one. And then not really much left for Alvaro, maybe falling back towards something like the Renata could be it, but Renata Ezreal, not exactly a stellar lane combo because you don't really get use of the attack speed. So you're more looking towards, I think, a Rakan here. But even then, if you get caught up, it's a bit of a miserable time for the Rakan and up against the Rel.
Well, let's just see that AD carry locked in. Again, when you think about what's left, I mean, Kai'Sa could come through. Jinx is another one as well for Ice, a favorite last year. And I mean, yeah, you've got the front line. You play the front to back. And you've got high scaling damage now on BDS as well. It's kind of how they played last year as well, Dagda. We saw a lot of team fighting comps, Nuke and Ice put into the threshold of their carry role.
I'm also curious what build we get to see in this Jinx. We talked about that Kraken Slayer into the Hullbreaker, yeah, getting very popular over in, or even in solo queue as well at the moment. So curious what the game plan is. But there's the Leona, so team's kind of happy to opt into it. Looks like the Leona into the Rel and just say, look, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to fish for these long-range engages with the Leona ult and hope that we can be the ones that pull the trigger first.
But I'm excited because Alvaro syncing up with Elyoya has been something that we've kind of been talking about. We've been talking a lot about support jungle synergy, and I think it's really important when we've had these lane swaps, we've had these constant changing for grubs. Support and jungle seems like a really important duo role because of how much early objectives there are in the game and how much of these lane swaps actually come in that's set up for dives. Dagda, I see a lot of dives coming through from Koi. I see a lot of confidence on their roster. And for our last game of the day, I mean, it is a good draft to see a bit of action early, and especially those 5v5s later on.
Yeah, I think the jungle support for Movistar Koi has kind of been the best in the league at the moment, trying to work together to get that early control. And even we saw yesterday when they had the Talia for Jojo Pyun as well, they were trying to play for a lot of that mid-jungle support to invade onto the bottom side of the map, but unfortunately the combo just wasn't quite working out between them. They ended up giving over some kills and had to fight that game back against Giant X to take that one to a victory. So I think there is a lot of eyes to see how they can impact towards the mid lane once again, especially when you got the Yone there. If you can get this Yone rolling early, side lane is very much strong for Movistar Koi with the likes of this Mbessa and Yone.
We find out how Jojo has another day on the Rift here in EU. I hope the lack of sun is treating him okay here in Berlin. I
hope his mouse is treating him okay now.
Yeah.
He was talking about his DPI was wrong for the first two games.
The old chat yesterday, he got called out. which was quite funny. But that was by G2, I believe, yesterday. The problem is a lot of games blend
it was
together.
Giant X yesterday.
Giant X, another big top contender where Koi gave them their first loss. So a massive day indeed yesterday. As a lot of people are excited about this roster, the Spanish fans out in force. And it would be crazy if all those legacies and dynasties started to get taken over by some of the strongest fandom we've ever seen in the West, in Koi.
I mean, it has to happen eventually. I mean, us two were there in the LPL as the likes of EDG and RNG started to fall, and you get to see the JDGs, the BLGs.
The top esports rise.
The top esports rise.
Yep.
So at some stage it has to happen. It's just a case of if Movistar Koi, the KCs, are now able to step up to that, but it's BDS who were kind of the gatekeepers to that. And Movistar Koi want to see if they can take them down and really start that.
As a side note, it is Grass Victor this game as well. So if you're expecting something else, he's going to try and use that range advantage and just abuse JoJo.
Yeah, I think it's more just to try and get as much damage out of like the likes of the extra shield bash and stuff like that. And you can already see just getting.
Oh, Nuke is
There's not much you can
styling
do.
this lane.
Yeah, Grasp just, with fleet footwork being reduced on range carries, Grasp kind of just became that replacement. And that's why we started to see, like, even at Worlds, a lot of the Aries starting to opt in towards Grasp and dying. So it is just a very strong lane. And then obviously opens up for some of the nicer tools in there for Victor as well. So he's going to be happy out in this lane and just trying to make sure Jojo Pion has a bit of a miserable time.
Now, if you can't already see, obviously bot lanes are top in this game. They're just swap lanes, but it is standardized laning with both junglers actually heading up here. The only difference is Elyoy is quicker on the clear, being the Zyra. And I love it. Thank you, observers. Let's just stay here. A happy place for BDS fans, a sad place for MDK fans as, excuse me, Movistar Koi. Still in the back of my mind is, yeah, Jojo is just going to continue playing this out. I mean, Fleet will give him a bit of sustainability to get through. As Irrelevant does fine for now into Mirwin until Mirwin really has an item.
Still, you can see Nuke's trying to look for trades.
Help!
Does need to... I thought he was going to pot. There it is. I was going to say pop his pot at this stage because he was taking a little bit of a worse for wear trade, but Alvaro trying to press up.
Zenith Blade. Remember, there's a crash down here as well, and as it goes, Elyoya, not sure if he was spotted on vision, but 113 is nearby as well, just in case as Mirwin goes for the all-in. Low mana bar on Irrelevant as he misses a Q. Mirwin also levels up, and there is a bit of a threat here, one I didn't expect as Irrelevant matches that 4.
Yeah, so Mbessa doesn't actually get access to the healing on her abilities until she hits level 6. So at the moment, it's just kind of going trading back and forth and trying to use the Grasp and dying. But the lack of mana on Irrelevant definitely going to be a bit rough.
Sorry, Dagger, really anxious right now. I mean, if Nuke gets a Q off,
great ward from Nuke.
Really good timing, hey.
Yeah, so just spots out immediately that Ayoya is over the wall. Because if Jojo had gone for the solo bound into third Q knockup, just the damage from Zyra may have been enough to try and set up something a little wonky there in mid lane, but doesn't have to burn anything. So great heads up play from Nuke just as to where the enemy jungle is.
And Nuke will now be able to get the pushback as well as TP's burnt by Jojo to get him full health. As he comes back, he's got a full wave to deal with. We'll give Nuke time too. Let's see if he walks the lane or TP's back. He's done pretty well so far. A lot of grass stacks as well. You know something that's really broken on Jay? I know we don't have a Jason game. I just need to tell you.
Okay.
Remember we talked about it, and maybe you were the one that actually told me, so this is just irrelevant now.
You get to sound smart though, so that's
you know when you auto, when you have Grasp on Jace, and you're in range, but if you turn to melee form, you get a melee stack of Grasp.
So you have to do it as the range auto attacks in mid-air, you change into melee form. But yeah, that was Mr. Goober, so shout out to him.
You could have lied, said it was you, but you're just such a nice person, aren't you?
I could never do that to Gibbers.
Nah, you wouldn't. That's what makes Dagda. Now, enough talking yourself up. As 5 minutes turn.
I was feeling weird over here.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I don't want you to feel weird. Dragon's up, by the way. Grubs in 50 seconds. Mid continues to be fun because Nuke has a wave right at his doorstep. Jojo has to walk in and try and help crash it. So, yeah, a bit of an awkward state as that range advantage continues being a pain. Elyoy is now up in the top side and he's half the way to level 6. Remember, as soon as Zyra gets that 6, that burst is just online.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out basically in a 3v3 scenario between BDS's AD carry, jungle and support, and Movistar Koi who actually comes out on top. Because I think if you connect with Ice, I think you've got enough burst damage to kill someone fairly quickly. But I think if you end up with anyone else, I actually think BDS just have the tankiness to turn around and kill fairly quickly. And if Ice gets excited, it's a little bit dangerous. So I think that's why Movistar Koi are kind of playing for counter-engage in the hopes they can turn on towards Ice. But this is a little bit of risky business, especially when you've got that Victor who should get control of the mid lane here.
Well, Sejuani is now spotted as well. You speak about mid as Jojo just unseals his soul for a little bit. Nuke was a small trade. Chaos Storm is up and available. Fate Sealed also there. So if mid laners get involved, expect me to talk and yap a little bit about what ults matter. As 113 is the one who started up, but Smite is just a yoink. That's from Elyoya. He walks in, takes it, gets the experience off it as well. He's so close to getting 6. Off this last grub, he should just find it. And with that pressure, BDS are backed off. Koi get all 3 grubs. Excuse my speaking of the experience. Obviously don't know grubs well enough as Elyoya just went up top. He just siphoned for 6 now.
Yeah, so now he's level 6 Paris in a little bit of trouble.
Don't walk in.
Don't have a Sejuani here at all.
Grasping roots, and with an ulti, Paris could be in trouble. Here's the Ezreal, Archangel forward, Super. Takes 1 turret shot, not 2. Then we would have started complaining as Ice was ready there to auto-attack.
So I don't think Elyoya wanted to commit the ultimate because Dragon is up, and I believe Movistar Koi want to try and commit for that as well. You see the TP from Mirren down to that bottom side to be in position so we can push wave to get across. And it looks like instead they're just kind of trying to clear the wave and then get into position with the push on top, but Supa's still sticking around a little bit longer on that top side. So might just go for the 4v4 instead.
You see how top lane's come into the equation as well. Because Sheen's picked up here by Irrelevant versus Pickaxe and the M-Pesa. And it's important to know because all they're going to want to do is team fight in this game, as you'd expect. Salvaro's still roaming around the map, looking to see what he can find and probably get some deep vision here. There's 113, now with Glacial Prison available. Probably looks for the clear and then thinks about what he can do with this Dragon bot that Dagda was talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where Movistar Koi are putting the resources, because Alvaro did kind of sneak in to clear out vision, but doesn't establish any vision for Dragon. You've got Supa open at top.
Jojo, is it a mistake? The soul was unsealed, unfaded, and Chaos Storm is now unleashed, and Paris is tanking up. Fate Sealed is great, though! Jojo thought he was in trouble, but the ambulance for the other side now called.
So they hadn't spotted Supa on any wave, so I think BDS thought, hey, he's gone up to top side, they're not going to try and contest for Dragon, which is where I thought they were going as well. So BDS commit onto mid instead, but they end up with the turnaround as Supa was actually just hovering out on the wings.
The only rectifying factor is the fact that Ice is now at turret, denying all these minions, but Supa should get the majority here. He walked down, too scared to look for that first turret plating, and first blood, however, going over to Jojo when he's been stuck in this lane. 300 gold lead. Not too bad when you're the Yona.
Nicely done by Movistar Koi, but there's not really anything on this top side, so I think Movistar Koi more nervous than maybe some sort of plays going up towards Supa. So you can see where Elyoya is just sitting, pocketing the Ezreal right now to make sure that nothing does happen, as Supa would like to be able to connect onto these waves, but Ice outranges them, outlevels them, and 113 is waiting in the wings.
Alvaro and Elyoya are here, but the problem is the Zyra still with ulti up and available. You're waiting. Zen played forces 113 out, grasping roots away from Paris. A little bit short, it seems, as the poke will just come through from Elyoya, but nothing more.
And Alvaro just understanding, hang on a second, 113 doesn't have that ult available, so I'm very much free to go in on this. Elyoya, having not used his in the last engagement, means they're in a good spot, so Movistar Koi continue to keep pressure up here, but 113 nearly has the ult up and available.
Trisha Barrage with a bit of poke. This 3v3 continues to play out. We're just facing off. Good movie, by the way, if you haven't seen Face Off. John Travolta, Nicolas Cage.
Oh, you can quote that one next if you want to.
I can look that up. I want to take his face off. That's it, that's a quote, actually. I can tell you that, because I laughed. I'm like, oh, they, you know when you watch a movie and you go, oh my God, they said the name of the movie. That's one of those moments.
Okay.
That's one of those moments. Good movie, because Nicolas Cage then has to play John Travolta, and John Travolta then has to play Nicolas Cage.
That actually sounds
because they change their faces.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil the movie, but they do change faces. I mean, it's in the title, what am I saying? And it is like 20 years old. I don't think it's spoiled. Just like how, you know, if I said a certain character dies in Half-Blood Prince of Harry Potter, it's not a spoiler because it's been out for too long, you know what I mean?
You are rereading though, right?
But I am rereading, but I mean, anyway. Alvaro slowed down. How's Dumbledore these days? That's all I'm going to say is Void Grubs. They've now spawned again. 3 of them already taken by Koi. All they need is 4 for the Mites. All they need is another 3 to help get that objective bounty, or rather the objective setup for the feats. BDS want it badly. They want this fight.
Movistar Koi are getting control of the waves though, which is kind of the more important thing, because now Jojo gets the roam down from top. And they're just controlling this area really well, because if you imagine the big Stranglethorns right in this area here, it's going to be near impossible for BDS to really contest that. So Movistar Koi just playing with Elyoya in a perfect position here. So 113 needs to really hit with the ult.
They're setting up. The ult is hit, and Alvaro's squishy enough. There's the Stranglethorns, as you talked about. The ulti dodge, though. Alvaro's not dead yet. BDS want to charge forward as Irrelevant's ult is now popped out. But remember, BDS's comp don't have that much damage. They've used everything, but no Manabar on ice, and Jojo is now full health.
And Mbess is on the way, so everything used by BDS, and now Movistar Koi want to see if they can fight back.
Jojo gets tagged out. Alvaro thinks about the engage, but he's got nothing up and available. Flip back as Mirwan's ready to come in. There's the ultimate, the Magnet Storm in from the Rel. And remember, BDS, like I said, they haven't scaled yet, Dagda. So their damage kind of falling a bit as Koi now move in, and they're going to take 5 grubs.
I didn't quite see. I need to rewatch. Looks like Paris got interrupted there as he went for the engage, and Alvaro was just about able to skirt away. He was looking for that engage to see if he could pick off the support, but just overextends a little bit, and Movistar Koi, they end up coming away with a win, and 5 grubs as well.
And 5 grubs on this mid lane turret. I mean, Super's just going to get an easy plate right now, but expect more damage to come down in the next couple of minutes. It's a 2k gold lead, and we'll watch once more as this play is just a recoil.
So Alvaro manages to get the W off, and there's the Stranglethorns, which gets the knock up, and then a good dodge on Ice's ultimate from Alvaro as well. Supa gets pulled away by Irrelevant, but now Irrelevant taking a good chunk of damage back, and they're just trying to buy time as the Mbessa gets through here. But I'm trying to watch what happens to Paris here as he goes in, because I'm not entirely sure what ends up connecting onto him. Because just barely. So he ends up flashing. So you can ult flash as Rel, and immediately as he does so, actually just gets locked up by the Stranglethorns coming through from the Zyra, and then can't follow up with the crash down. So just great timing from Elyoya on that, and you can see frustration there. That could have been a really strong engage by Paris.
Great grasping roots in the end. I mean, Elyoya once again having a carry performance. There's only been 3 kills in this game, but let me tell you, Koi have benefited from each and every one. Jojo's in a good spot. He's up gold in what this range matchup was. Elyoya's up against this tank as you'd expect. But everything's red right now. And all I know is red is the color of Spain. Is it? Yes.
Yeah, red and yellow?
Yep. Yeah, okay. Fantastic.
Technically Canada as well, because it's red and white.
No, yeah, wrong area. It's the color of Spain. And Koi, color as well. I'm sure there's got to be some brown in there. That's dragon.
Okay.
Mountain dragon.
Okay, yeah.
You looked at me weird. It's mountain dragon. I mean, there is brown in there. I've seen the flag.
Yeah, it's a little crest.
Yeah. So that's also brown.
Maybe it's gold though. I haven't looked that closely.
I need a color check. To be fair, I can never be wrong. There's a flag right here. Red, yellow, and yeah, the crest. Not everyone sees colors the same way. This is just a good time to say that.
So some people are colorblind?
Yep.
Is that where we're going now,
but
Jake?
also, some people don't see perfect color. I'm not. I'm one of them. You know, there is actually such a thing as perfect color. There's people like
perfect pitch?
It's like 1 out of 100,000 or something can see colors perfectly, like better than anyone else.
Yeah.
Which would be great.
It's the same as well as that the mantis shrimp can see like 10 times the amount of colors that we can or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What I would give to be a shrimp right now. Okay. Then I wouldn't be here with you, Dagger.
Yeah. But if we're all shrimp together. Sorry, it's kind of the weird part of the night.
It is. It's getting late. To be fair, the games haven't gone as long as yesterday. I think yesterday the games were going very long. I mean, we had a pause, but apart from that, things going okay. As Jojo into Nuke, it's starting to get a bit heavy here as Paris is waiting. Jojo wants a ward, finds it, sees everyone in there, still walks forward because his team's on the way, but he went early. BDS just slap him as Mirwan wants a public execution onto Ice. He finds it. Really well done. That's a lot of damage and cleans up the kill. That makes it even for Koi as they're going to open up mid with those 5 grubs. Turrets drop like flies.
Yeah, Relevant going to be able to get on out of there, but they're trying to trade it for bot lane turret at the moment. It's just a case of how far Movistar or Koi want to go for this.
They're going to make it a dive, but into Cassante. Solar Flare, is it enough? Yes, Stranglethorns make it so. The Chuggle is also good. Elyoya takes the last hit, takes another one, unfortunately, because the plants are in action, but an inner turret mid broken down. Great siege from Koi.
And this makes it so difficult for BDS to try to defend these outer turrets as well, because you just shove in mid, happy as you like as Movistar Koi, and then just disappear into Fog of War. So Movistar Koi, like again, great trade in the map, and this early aggression is really becoming a trademark of this team, slamming early jungle support plays, being able to find success on invades and going for dives around in their side laners, and then great trades on the map again. You do have Rift Herald up and available. I don't think you're really able to contest this as BDS, maybe with a pick, but the vision's there for Movistar Koi.
And Super also just having another great game. He's always part of plays. You know, he's 86% kill participation as well. And you might think, oh yeah, so what, as an 80 carry? But when him and Alvaro are always involved in plays, you know that this duo is just starting to run the map again on top of El Yori as well, of course, as Herald's going to start off. He pokes it out, and Alvaro's here with Solar Flare almost up and available again.
Yeah, but again, that control is perfect. And it's so difficult for BDS to really contest because, again, the Stranglethorns from Elyoy is so perfect. The ultimate from Jojo Pyun just to follow over the top. Like, these small entrances into River are really difficult to deal with.
Gone.
It's gone.
It's a trade of turret. They finally get the outer turret for BDS. Bit of gold back. But the Herald, it can be used for this outer and top, outer and bot. Can be used to threaten the inhibitor turret mid because earlier than normal, we just have an inside track for Koi to go through that mid lane. As Wave's being defended right now, only thing up and available will be the Dragon in a minute 30. That's our next look here, as Koi already picked up the first, and Jojo just stopping and getting a bit of tempo there against enemy jungle.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a little bit of a slow burner now, because Movistar Koi, minute until Dragon, they're just going to push out the waves at least as best they can and try and open up for that. I think BDS are just making the right call, which is continue to play 4 sides and just hope maybe we can get a side lane turret. Nuke, going to try and keep this wave up, but I think you forego a Dragon, it's second Dragon, and try and play for top tower instead.
They were trying to make a play onto Jojo. BDS were there, but with the soul unbound as well, he was always going to snap back. He walks down towards his support, and 113 has wasted about a minute. He's still here. He's still here. Nuke is far away. I
actually like this, though. Like, genuinely, because look at Jojo. He thinks he's completely safe because all the vision that they've set up on this top side... Oh, it doesn't matter.
Is it buffered? Is it buffered? No, it's not. Jojo unseals his soul once again. This long con play, surely it's going to work out. And Nuke flashes to make it so. So, Dagda, you're right. You liked it because in the end, it was well fought.
Well, the thing was, there was a ton of vision that was set up in this top side, right? They had here covered, here covered, here covered, and then also the one in River. Now, it did get cleared out at the end, but it meant that, in all intents and purposes, Jojo was like, I have everything in vision. There is no way they are getting past my radar, but didn't realize that he was already snuck his way into the enemy backline. So, really good job from 113 to find that. But Zupa, now up on this top end of the map, just going to have to cover. And maybe this does open up the potential Dragon play for BDS, but I think they're a little slow to come across.
He gets Nuke on the board at least with a kill as well and gets some gold back in his pocket. I think that's an important thing to note, as he also brought up the topic of Dragon, and it is a Hextech Drake as well. Now, the only thing to put in dimension is that BDS, even though they're out on the map, they've been given time. Now, they're still looking at defending and making a counterplay towards top. Super and Alvaro are getting this push on the outer turret, so Dragons just ignore. Everyone's up here.
But Jojo isn't, and Ice is able to get there a little bit quicker, and Irrelevant has snuck his way up as well, so I don't think Movistar Koi realized quite how many members of BDS are in the area. Nuke gonna reset and try and move his way into that bottom wave, which is starting to collect. But Movistar Koi, again, this is kind of the problem you have when this mid lane turret goes down, because look, we have to try and catch right now as Ice. You're so far back, which means that then this entire line just becomes controlled by Movistar Koi. It makes it impossible to move up over towards the... thank you. I appreciate that. It makes it very difficult to move up to defend the tower.
And that's Koi right now. Happy as Larry that they can move their vision in. Voracious. Good one. But yeah, I mean, this is why as early as these turrets have gone down, it just enables vision galore. Now Koi move. They move Jojo to the Dragon. They'll get number 2 of the Drake. And with Atakan spawning top as well, that's our next look. So it's been a slow burner. But for Koi, it's not like we're talking about outscaling or anything. You know, I know BDS, Dagda, we got the simple front to back. We got 3 items. We're looking for Jinx. We're looking for Victor scaling. But let's be real. I mean, for Koi as well, this mid game should just be a runaway as well, especially when Jojo's in the side lanes. And he's looking good.
Ice might get caught by Alvaro.
Yep, Solar Flare. Would you like a cleanse with that? No, only a happy meal for Ice. He just walks out and he's kept his summoners.
Still though, I don't think it's like the end of the world for Albert to kind of throw that out, because at this stage, as you highlighted, Eric's, Movistar Koi control the pacing of this game. They're going to move in, they get top vision, they just want to push in top wave, push in mid, and then continuously steal vision out of BDS's hands. And you can always fall back to Atakan, and you can always wait for Jojo Pyun, who now is a very real threat in the side lane, to go for the all-in on Nuke, burn some spells there, maybe even get a kill, and then just look for the play afterwards.
BDS still playing defensive. This vision line still talked about, still looked at as Koi continue defending it themselves. Mirwin's getting the push down the wave as Nuke versus Jojo. This is happening now. Fate sealed under turret. Is he overcooking it? That's a question. The turret gets him. Nuke gets some movement speed, thumbs in the air because...
Incredible banana draw by Jojo.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a legendary combo. Only Xiaohu was known for that last year. Well, he wasn't the only one, but you know what I mean. That's a big ulti. Stranglethorn's just sent out. El Yoya, the charge has already come through as well. Inner turret burned. Koi running forward onto 113. Mirwin's here, but he's going to be the target. Magnet Stormy flashes away from True Shot Barrage, pokes them as irrelevant. He went in, but now he went out with his flash. So, BDS lose the turret. And even though summoners are a trade, Koi still went out in the end.
Exactly, and they still keep control of this top side, which is all they really want. Nuke is doing a decent job of pushing Jojo Pyun back in this bottom lane. You can see him chasing him in towards River, but the resets are going to come through. In theory, Ice could. No, I wasn't sure if he was going to toss a zap in there.
Yeah.
Just see if you get Alvaro.
I heard ice could, I thought ice cold.
And yeah, now you just come back out onto the top side, and Jojo Pyun's ultimate's going to be back up in a moment. This is fine. Like, there's not really any threat from Movistar.
Okay, gold lead. Again, it's been a bit of a slow one, but
it feels slow because it's only 22 minutes, right? That's the thing, is that Movistar Koi blew open the game so quickly by taking that tier 2 tower.
But it's been controlled.
Yeah.
Like, really, really controlled. And now they're like, okay, this is our jungle. Remember, again, it's just so easy to access this. And Koi zone off because one misstep, one bad move from BDS. They get this Atakan. It will go down pretty quick. They've also got TPs to commit for a fight as well, so they can be there in a flash.
This is risky from BDS, because Ice is going to be very separated from them, and yet there's Mirwin coming in.
Thinking about perfect execution, he lacerates to get in range. That Drakehound step is just a threaten. True Shot Barrage onto Paris, onto Nuke. They do some damage, but maybe not enough to start thinking about this objective. As Jojo now foregoing bottom side. He's through mid, he wants a Fate Sealed. Nuke flashes away from double ulti. Jojo still gets some good poke damage off. There's 113 with the Permafrost. The setup of the ulti is Paris is the poke out target. He's ignited down, but Jojo flashing forward just out of range. Now he's into Chaos Storm. Now he's blown up. BDS get a pick and they get a reset for Ice, but Mirwin, he's back into the fray and he's pretty tanky. He'll just keep Drake hounding it up. Dracos would be proud as Mirwin continues to rap battle with this Ambessa.
There is so many carries on Movistar Koi. You flip one down and one immediately takes his place. Jojo falls, but Mirwin gets blast coned in on towards Irrelevant. He picks him off, and now they're going to be able to turn over towards Atakan and pick that one off as well.
This will go down pretty quick as well, thanks to Zyra too, so it just keeps happening. It just keeps being Koi's game to lose, and it's just so simple, isn't it?
I mean, what do you do?
What do you do?
It's a nice attempt here. Like, I think this was risky from BDS trying to push in here, but good flash from Nuke. Jojo Pyun goes forward, and then they try to turn on Super. The cleanse works out really well for him, but again, Paris is rooted up, and it's watch Irrelevant here. So you get the ultimate from Ambessa, actually puts her over the wall, so he gets to kill Irrelevant, and then although Jojo Pyun goes down, 113 tried to follow up, but only ends up setting himself up for Supa with the retake as he comes through. Nuke ends up falling to Mirwin as well, and even a little bit of a giggle from the end from the Spanish top laner.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's having a great game. He's having a clean game, and you know, Ice gets a reset there, but Dagda still no 3 items. Remember, that fourth is probably going to be the Infinity Edge after he builds up the last Whisper, so they still need more time, Dagda. They still need more damage, and BDS have not been given time in this game as Baron now spawns.
I think the problem is more so just the space that they have to work with. Like, they in theory have a lot of damage. Like, you saw what Nuke could do to Jojo Pyun, and you get the reset for Ice, but they'd already given up so much space that they couldn't really fight back. So I think they're going to be in a similar position here where if they try to contest into these small choke points, Movistar Koi get to come alive. So it's just, how do you try and fight back? And as long as Movistar Koi don't overextend or someone gets caught out, I think they're in a fine spot, although it looks like...
Oh, this is a Baron start if I've ever seen one.
That's
Look
a lot
at the
of plants.
Oh my god, it's Professor Sprout's herbology. Ulti used, The Plants are just going to take this before BDS are even aware about the health bar. Yep. Baron down, Alvaro zones, and BDS were here to try and play the rest of the fight. Jojo thinks about an angle yet again, but even though the permafrost was set up with the Glacial Prison, you look at Mirwin, who gets a public execution in the back line. Nuke, dead first, 1-1-3. What's his scoreline, I wonder? Because he's going to die yet again. Put the 3 in the middle as Koi run down top. They've got 2 dead on the enemy side for 40 seconds. And this one just feels even more over.
They still have to wait for the wave. You can see Supa escorting that one in on the top side. Wave just about to crash, and I think that tower is going to crash along with it.
Ice is trying. He's going to try and wave clear this, but feels like you also need the Victor. Koi also still have the Arakan buff for another 30, 40 seconds, I'd like to say, as Mirwin jumps forward. Remember, they can die. They can just int this, because it won't matter. Alvaro runs in and looking for the stun. He's going to die eventually, but it is a trade because Ice is now dead. Mirwin gets some damage on the back burner as well, as BDS managed to defend for now. But Ice is dead. 40 seconds. The timer not there, even if they wanted to think about the Dragon.
They just, yeah, there's nothing you can do. It's the strength of Atakan. The fact that you can go for these plays, play hyper-aggressive, and still have a backup plan is going to work out well. 1-1-3, running as quickly as he can down into this bottom side of the map, but Movistar Koi is still making their way back out, but with no AD carry to speak of, you're kind of doomed.
Yeah, you kind of are. It feels pretty close to real right now. Third Dragon will be taken. It is actually 1-3-2, by the way. Shame there's no 1 assist.
So close.
So close. Well, the last 2 games have been kind of stompy.
Yeah, a little bit.
KC, I mean, at least Rogue's early game was, I think, quite competitive. But, you know, this game, like, BDS haven't been able to hold a candle, really.
Did GB and Jack Spectra's bet ever get made public? I can't remember. Or games last longer than last minute? Because I'm really curious. Because this is still quite stompy, but it's still 27 minutes.
True.
Most games have been over 30 minutes, so...
We don't see, like, the 20-minute games very often. A little bit in the LPL, but, again, not watching enough of the LCK, I feel, so... Not sure if that's the case there, but yeah, it does feel so much longer, doesn't it? More objectives to fight over. You'd think the game would end quicker, but it is snowbally at the very least. Irrelevant just getting poked out. I mean, what do you say at this point? Mirwin just jumped in to 5 people. You know what? Why not? True Shot Barrage, Nuke, lucky to be alive. Irrelevant, the same can be said. It will still be a double inhibitor, even though Mirwin just decided to try and end it himself.
he had an idea.
Yep.
May not have been the best of ideas, but I'm sure there was one behind that. As I was quite, yeah, like you said, it's all 3 nibs down. They're going to play it nice and slow. 30 seconds until Mirwin can TP back in, and they just overrun them with minions. Ooh.
Flash, Jojo still hit. He might be in trouble here. The Yone surviving for now. Irrelevant gets the flip back, but look at Elyoya's damage. With the poke from Super in back, it doesn't matter. They can be a man down. They're still so far ahead as Irrelevant is just trying to buy time for the game to go on, but Super's not going to let him while that chase comes down. The Stranglethorns gets a knock-up. Death Rocket would be good, but Nuke flashed in to get nothing. Jojo takes him out clean with Elyoya's support of the plants.
Super's just still going. Finally gets the tank, and now Mirwin's finally back up, so they will be able to TP in just shy of 30 minutes. Looks like Movistar Koi have it.
They'll move up alongside KC, alongside Ginex, alongside Fnatic of our day 2, week 2. It looks like our top teams are being cemented. It looks like BDS ain't what they used to be. They'll get sent to the fountain, and now with the Bear Nexus, Movistar Koi, your fans have something to be rewarded for. Their undying loyalty of last year, how close you got. It looks like you're getting close again to the top of the table as you move to 4-1.
4 teams now tied at that 4-1. Movistar Koi managing to get themselves up there as well. This is a banger of an opening to the year. Like, we have so many teams that are performing incredibly well. We have such a hype match for that top spot as well. And it looks like, unfortunately, BDS couldn't quite put themselves in that position. But for Movistar Koi, what a performance.
Vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Mirwin, Elyoya, Super. Super having a really good tournament so far. Super having a really good start. I think that duo lane, you know, is one of the best in the league. And as we say, Elyoya, Alvaro, also one of the best sync-ups in the game as well.
Yeah, it's genuinely like it's so fun to watch the jungle support on this team work together.
True.
And then as well, when you start to add in like Jojo Pyun into the mix for some of the Talia games, no, it didn't work out, but it was still really cool to see that synergy and what they can build on.
Yeah, I mean, again, you had young talent last year that just had this hype up because of how well they were developing, how good they looked coming in, and then now they're just cemented themselves. They've built on the building blocks they already had. And then you have Jojo in the mix, and Jojo's had a pretty good start. Our game was like his worst of his games, but he seems like a very ballsy mid laner who's willing to throw it a little bit.
I think it's also just, apart from Mirwin in the last fight, the patience from this team has actually been the real standout point for me, where they're not going over aggressive. They're not getting caught out. Because I think that was one of the things they fell short with last year was trying to do too much when they got these leads. But they've learned. They look really clean on the map. They're playing well around how they should be setting up around objectives. And I think this is now becoming a very, very difficult team to take down.
And now we have a really serious topic. Who's going to lead the pack? Fnatic, Ginex, KC, or Movistar Koi? Because G2 aren't cutting it at the moment. And you have to think, like, what's going to happen over the course of this week, over the last week in week 3? As I guess we'll get some answers. Ginny is now standing by with Jojo Pyun on stage in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in, so we'll throw it over.
Thank you, Dagda and Hysterics. I appreciate it. But Jojo, another win. Congratulations, 4-1 so far here in the winter split at the LEC. Coming into EU, you had some things to say, of course. We've already discussed that. Do you still stand by that?
Yeah, I still stand by for sure. I mean, even this game, I could tell, like, there was a fan meeting in the mid lane, just everyone was trying to kill me. They weren't even playing the game, honestly. They were just trying to kill me. So, I mean, I guess they got the message out, but it was still a fun game to play, so.
You know what? A win is a win, right? That's what you're going
to say.
A win
is a win, yeah.
But when you tweeted about these mid laners, Vladdy had something to say. Did you see that tweet by any chance?
I think I did see. I mean, it's pretty funny because I feel like if I'm trash talking and they don't say anything back, it kind of feels weird. So it's good that they're responding back and it makes it more fun for sure.
Okay, that's good. So you're no hard feelings there, right?
No, it's personal with KC. I mean, with KC, it's personal.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see how that's going to play out in the future. I had an interview yesterday as well with Elyoya, and he mentioned that you were always late to meetups. Do you have anything to defend yourself there?
I mean, he's late the same amount as me. We've both been late 3 times. I think he's been late, but we didn't count it because I'm just a nice person. I think, honestly, he's late like maybe 6 times, but I think he's late more than I am.
So Loki, you did count it.
I mean, like, he's more late than me, so he can't really say anything. So it's kind of like, you know?
You know what? At least you guys are both late and you have that synergy like outside of the game. Because also in the game too, it feels like you're gelling really well together with EU. What has been maybe the biggest hurdle for you to overcome moving here?
I feel like EU, the teams play much faster for sure. I feel like in NA, only the top teams play fast. I felt like it was only FlyQuest, really, and TL that played fast and played well. So in EU, I feel like even the bottom teams play pretty fast. So we have to kind of keep edge and not mess up tempo the whole game and just think about it more. So I feel like EU overall is just much stronger. But besides that, I think that's the biggest difference. I mean, I think EU is much stronger. Not at the top, it's even. But it's like I feel like the bottom teams and just the ERL teams, like in solo queue, is much better, yeah.
That's actually good to hear, because I feel like, especially the games that we've seen so far on the LEC, they've been quite enjoyable. It's been really good to see how it's everybody's game for the taken. When you're looking at the rosters that we do have right now, who do you think is in like the top 3?
I mean, it's kind of hard. I feel like G2 right now is not winning, but I think if they mesh, they'll definitely be, you know, a contender for the title. I think G2, I mean, Fnatic, when we versed them, I don't know what happened, but KC, I have to put KC top 3 because we got shit on by them the second game, right? So I guess for now they're top 3. So I would say G2 or Fnatic, and then us, and then KC, yeah.
What would make you stand apart and be like the top 1?
I mean, I think right now, honestly, we just keep on improving. I think right now we're at the top. I think us and KC, Fnatic look good some games they look pretty bad too, so it's kind of hard to say, but I feel like there's no clear top 1 team right now. Everyone's kind of inconsistent, so it's just whoever improves the most during the season will probably win at the end.
Yeah, especially as well looking forward towards those best of 3s, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time, for the interview. We are ready to be heading over to the PGL because we have Lord Nymera and Alvaro. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. Amazing interview. Always nice hearing from Jojo. And we have Alvaro with us to talk about this amazing game. Hi! Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Nice to see you. I mean, I'm doing great. I think it was a really convincing game.
Yeah.
Also, I think it was a bit boring maybe for the spectator and for us sometimes because we like to fight.
Yeah.
But I think it's some good vibes because I think the game was good.
We'll talk about the game a bit later. I have something to ask before. I'm sorry, Naimira. I'm gonna let you get to this. There's, as an unbiased member, there's been a discussion on who comes the latest at the office. Yeah, you know where I'm going. So between Jojo and Yoya, or someone else maybe that we wouldn't think of, give us a ranking of how late players are.
The other day, maybe it's because North America, you know, but he didn't know our routines, and we had a schedule 10:30 a.m.
Yeah.
He came like at 12. So, I mean, I can... Maybe I don't blame on him because I don't think it was well done on the calendar.
All right.
It was just something that we said, but he already knew. So I think it's top 1 Jojo, but I think on times that they have been late, I think it's tied. They are 3-3 right now.
Oh my God. Let's keep tracks of this.
Yes.
Naimira, sorry, can you go?
Oh no, I was just saying, do you actually prefer to win in a boring way or an exciting way though? Because like, as you're saying, okay, that play didn't look so fun. I'm sorry. I mean,
I was 1 HP, you know, like just walking around. But I think I like when the game is something that you need to fight, or like it's a game that, in my opinion, it's something exciting. I think this game, of course, is exciting because you are playing well the game, you are playing like macro-wise. But I mean, if I need to prefer, I want to play like fighting because I think it's really, really enjoyable.
How has been the, the synergy and everything, because obviously you changed only one member of the team, but it is mid lane, central on the map, of course. How much did this impact the way you like to play together and also forcing these fights?
I mean, I think I already said it other times in the interviews. I think Jojo is a person that he's really good calling for people, and also is someone that he asks a lot for resources, and he plays with these resources as well, and he capitalizes. So I think it's also something that is really good for our team because we didn't have like that much of a voice. It was mostly Joya the last year. Of course, we also talk in the game as well, but it was not something that confident. So I think right now having also there is a meme in my team that sometimes I open too much on Jojo's side instead of Supa on mid lane, and Supa sometimes dies on mid, just to make sure that I need to also open on mid. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good. Like he's bringing a lot of ideas as well to the table, so I think it's something that is really positive.
Can I just say, that's not a fair amount of Ambessa damage. That's like 1,000 damage a minute on Ambessa. That's just not okay.
It's the meme, no? It's the meme Riot versus Riot, no? On top lane, like K'Sante into Ambessa. I think these two champions are the strongest right now.
We've spent the weekend with Finn and a bunch of other top laners. Like, you can't play carry top lane. What is that? What is that? You can't play carry top laners.
We already know Mirwin, no? He likes to play all this carry.
So you just have to be Mirwin instead. That's what you're saying.
I mean, look.
Mirwin is really talented.
Yeah, and he's the key player of the game here.
Okay, I mean, he deserves it.
Yeah, he deserves the praise,
yes,
of course.
He deserves it.
Yeah, top lane is not boring at all, as we said.
I mean, he played already 3 K'Santes the first week, so.
Oh, so he's done his quota for it?
Now he's just playing into K'Sante than Ambessa, so.
Quick question on that, because we're going to get Fearless eventually. You guys are looking like one of the top teams for this. I think you guys are going to be good in Fearless, and I think that Mirwin is going to have a really good time.
Oh, yeah.
Have you already been practicing Mirwins with... Is the Fiddlesticks making a return?
So, Fearless draft right now, people are not practicing, but we did, I think, two morning blocks, like 2 scrims is only 2 games, into 2 different teams. We did the Fearless draft. I think it was like, we played 2 or 3 games, I don't remember exactly. And it's already like hard to remember, but I cannot imagine when we are playing the best of 5 and it's the 5th game and there is like, I mean, I'm not going to say supports because it's not something that you play on other roles, but for example, ADCs, there is many ADCs that are played on mid lane, maybe there is 11 ADCs that are out, so I think people need to bring out a lot of ideas, and I think in our team we are a big contender in that aspect.
You throw game 1, draft 5 ADCs, and then have fun for the rest of the
I have heard of people doing that in the past. And, like,
then you can ban 3 ADCs, and I think it's going to be hard.
The weirdest tournament I ever remember, I think it was a Fearless tournament played in Vietnam a couple of years ago, where you couldn't play anything again for the rest of the tournament. So you had like Quinn ADC in the finals. And
That's like another season, no?
Oh, yeah, this was ages ago, man. No. This was still when Quinn ADC was really bad.
Okay.
It's just nothing else was left. Anyway, that's just Fearless to the real
We're going to end up playing like since Cassiopeia in bot lane, or
Amazing.
Team of Cassiopeia.
I'm
Hey,
ready.
maybe.
I mean, I feel like you have the best identity, per se, to play this kind of format.
Mostly on our top guy called Mirwin. I think this guy is just... For example, we came today into the draft meeting. I mean, we don't usually do draft meeting, but the other day Merced told him, maybe you're playing this champion today, and he said, okay. And he's like, we don't even practice it, we just, maybe you play this.
I remember that it was something last year, because every time I would ask you what is the draft going to be about and everything, it's like, I don't know, whatever the players feel like playing. Is that still something we do?
I mean, I can tell you today, for example, Melted didn't come to the office because he's sick. He
All
was
right.
feeling sick. So
Even less checks and balances on the players.
Yeah,
The players rule.
No, we had Thef, but he was asking also for some confirmation on Mirwin. And yeah, we just did the draft with Thef. We were like doing it a bit of a joke way. Like we just let the coaches have the responsibility on the draft, and then it's on us, the game. But also, if we see something, we also like bring it on the table. But I think overall, like Mirwin, after the 3 Casantes, he deserved to play something a bit more fun. You know?
All right, tomorrow he can have fun, of course. I'm always wondering, Naimira, when I see teams who play on instinct and are going to go for the champions that are not meta, but that they feel comfortable on. This compared to the meta approach, I feel like not a lot of teams feel comfortable and trust maybe their teammates enough to pull strats like this.
Yeah, because from what I've known, because I've watched way too much LPL for many years now.
And that's great.
Yeah, the thing about Fearless is that it's actually less about having champions that you can play, but let's be honest, like you're all pro players, you have champions you can play. It's playing a composition you can play. We've had games in LPL which have had Swain mids where you're playing for kind of like slow meat grinder team fights. It's a different play style to playing a Kindred Galio. It's a different thing to playing Noct and Orianna, Vi Ari, or Kalista unlocks different supports. And sometimes you'll even have a pick like a Kalista to say, well, you can't play Nico support with other stuff. Play Kalista with it, that unlocks it too. That is the kind of trust that you need to have to say, look, this is something that fits the comp we want to play, rather than I know you can play a laning phase. That's fine, that's step one. It's all the other stuff where you actually connect with the other things in the team, which I think is really important when it comes later into what we see in Fearless.
But I think it's also like the fun of making it be also for the spectator, but for the player itself, like playing way more champions, I think is something that is really enjoyable, and even for us, because of course, I mean, for me it's fun playing like in official because there is always the competition, but if I need to, I don't know, like if I play scrims and I'm playing the 3 same champions for like 1 week, like the meta is always the same, it's not shifting, it's a bit boring. So I think in Fearless Draft, it is gonna be way more fun.
Quick take on playing on live patch this year, actually. We haven't seen much because the patch hasn't been that compelling, but yeah.
It's weird, but I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm not used to it still, but I think it's a good idea because also you have better practice as well in solo queue, and I think it's something positive as well.
We'll see.
Because I remember in Worlds, for example, we had the old patch, like it was the
That was rough.
difference. It was not the best practice as well, so I think making it like this is way better practice for the professional.
We'll see what players think when Mel hits the rift and breaks the game completely. I have one question about you, Alvaro, because I remember when you entered the league last year, super motivated, really perfectionist, which is something I really like about you. 1 year in, what is your attitude towards this new season and learnings from last year?
I mean, I think it's hard, but the focus I put on myself for the start of the year, it was mostly to actually enjoy what I do and deal better with frustration, because since I'm a really like perfection person, like I want to do it well or like really good. Also, it carries a lot of frustration, so I want to be better holding my emotions as well, and inside and outside of the game, also express myself better, because I think sometimes my brain goes that fast that I talk about something, but I don't really have the time to explain it, so I need to be better using my words. And I think it's mostly, this is the main focus that I'm having, because I think if I'm enjoying the day by day and I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I think I'm going to become the best.
Love it.
And I thought you were incredible last year as well. From a third party, seeing from the outside looking in, you started the year very well, went through a bit of a style change throughout the year, which sucked for a bit. That wasn't the best. But I think by the time Worlds came around, especially making Worlds with, 4 ERL to LEC kind of players in 1 year, that's a very hard thing to do. You definitely peaked again at that point. So I was obviously seeing Jojo come in, so we already talked about your experiences with him and outside of the game stuff, outside of timekeeping. I was always very interested in watching your games, thinking, okay, well, how much are you going to keep from that growth you already had from last year? So it's good to see that you've had this kind of personal growth alongside that, because inside a game and outside a game always go hand in hand.
Of course, and it's usually hard to like keep tracks of your improvement and goals, especially when you change teammates and everything. So I'm really interested in seeing what is going to be Movistar Core with Jojo Pune in the mid lane evolving in the year. Let's take a look at the standings maybe, because things look weird right now. We have 4 teams being 4-1.
We won into 2 of them.
Yeah.
And Casey won into us.
What is your take on the state of the league right now? Because I see a lot of stuff on social media, people saying that the bottom teams got better, people also saying that maybe the overall level of the league got worse. What do you think about all this?
I mean, my opinion, I think is overall the level of the league got better. I think the teams from the lower table, they can bring good ideas into games, and I think they are also stronger than the last year. I will say, I mean, we see, for example, G2 right now is the thing that like catches more my eye. I mean, I think they are a really strong team.
Yeah.
Of course, they are 2-3, but you cannot sleep on them. I think they are really good players still. So I think they will bounce back. And I mean, for me, it's really cool because I think there is a lot of competition right now. And it's the thing that I enjoy the most in my life, like putting competition in front of me. So I think it's really, really funny.
I love that we do have a genuine competition for the top spots. And I really love that we saw a marked improvement from week 1 to week 2, particularly around the way that teams are playing around Atakan. Week 1, we saw a lot of people not control Tribrush, setting up very poorly, just flipping the objective, basically. You had a pretty interesting game. I think it was the game against, it might have been the one against KC, where it's just an absolute mess around Atakan. That looked a lot more clean from almost every team that was in the lead this week. Did you notice between weeks and scrims, have people really been nailing the objective setups more? Or was that already happening and just didn't make it to stage?
I think it's mostly the biggest difference I saw is when we started the season, well, it was a mess. Like any team that goes to the Atakan just die.
The GA immediately gone. And
I mean, it was a mess. And then also I think sometimes depends on who you are screaming. It was not even the GA Atakan because we had like a lot of kills on screens.
Sure.
We've had no games of that yet. The other one, have we?
We will make it one day. Don't worry.
Oh
it will
my
be
God,
a blue
thank
game.
you.
Yes.
Can you shake on that?
I hope.
One game
I
of
wish.
it.
I mean, the GA I think is so strong. I think it still needs some changes because I think it's something that is really hard for the other team to actually fight if it's on the right time when you kill the GA. But I think the biggest difference it was like how we set up the Atakan at the start of the year and at now. Because at the start we didn't even know how we were getting our resistance lowered. Now you are playing, like we were playing before, I remember in the bootcamp we were minus 50 on both resistance.
Oh my God.
And yeah, you just get one tap and we were like, what? And now you can kite it, you know how the pattern is as well. You also know how to set up the vision better if they cross a line. So.
From what I remember, we did a segment which is like the do's and don'ts of Atakan. I think most of ours were talking about the difference between top and bot lane, difference in Tribrushes, controlling Tribrush, and of course there's a difference between top and bot lane. Don't tank it, and also don't let it heal. Feels like those 4 things, all of them improved across the weeks. That's good to see at least.
I think it's also really important, depends on if it's top side or bot side. Like I think it's harder to retake from one side to another if you take the river, and also you need to be really careful if there is no tier 1 on bot or on top, because you can get TP flank, and it's over. So I think it's a lot of ideas that you need to bring into the table. You need to think really fast as well. And since there is a lot of objectives, there is always a fight or something to fight around. So it's really cool.
Well, seeing teams and players workshop around this has been really fun to watch, at least for the better or the worse. But I feel like the league is improving. Either way, let's take a look maybe at the schedule we have for tomorrow. Who are you guys playing? SK. Oh, they're not doing good.
My boy Isma.
Your boy Isma, yeah.
I love him.
Oh, true, actually.
Yes.
Used to be teammates.
I mean, I'm sad for him.
Yeah.
But tomorrow is my day, you know.
I know you can't say too much, of course, because you're playing them, but any takeaways from their game so far? What is your take on this game?
I think they're having really good ideas in early game. I think sometimes they are misplaying it, but I don't know. I think they're kind of losing the confidence because when you are 0-4 down, I have been there. I mean, I have not been in 0-4, but in summer and in spring, I was not doing the best. So I think the ideas and the confidence is lowered, and it's way harder to actually come back. I think they need to full trust on themselves, but also on their teammates, because I think it's really important right now facing these weeks. Like, you can make it out. We have won 3 games in one day, and we qualify for playoffs. So I'm just wishing the best luck for them, but not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Next week, maybe.
Yes.
But confidence here is key. Confidence that we saw from GX's coach, Naimira, last week, saying that G2 was not going to make Worlds. Well, they're going to face tomorrow.
Good matchup.
Yeah, it's time to stand on business. You think they're not going to make Worlds? Show you're better than them, because for them to not make Worlds, you have to have other teams which are above them.
Do you think they beat them, or is G2 going to wake up, or is GX going to
well, given that it seems like the theme of this week is, wow, teams are either really good or really bad at Atakan, G2 are still pretty bad at objective fights. They lost pretty handily to Fnatic around a lot of the objectives who are much better at it. I think GX have been one of our better objective teams. That's already a good standpoint. So the question for me is, are GX going to match up mechanically and in laning phase in the early skirmishes? Because if they can do that, I think the objective game is in their hands. And doing that, and turning that around in a day, hard for G2.
Put a topic in the box, open this one again tomorrow, because we have more League of Legends for us on the other side of the Atlantic. Thank you so much, Alvaro.
Thank you so much.
With us. Good luck tomorrow against SK.
Have a good night.
And thank you all for joining us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow for more LEC at 5:45 CET. But League of Legends, as I said, doesn't stop now. LTA North is live now with Team Liquid versus Dignitas. So let's check out how they're doing over there.
I heard Lyra's starting today.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Whoa,
right?
whoa, Kangas, what the hell, man? The show's about to start soon.
Yeah, I'm just doing my prep, man. I read something about, like, feeds of strength.
You mean first turret, first 3 kills, first objective, stuff like that?
Nah, dude, like deadlifting, arm wrestling for side select, you know, cool stuff.
Is this all you've been doing? Like, what about Otacon?
How to who?
Oh, God.
We're doomed.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I got one more set. I forgot about that teleport channel.
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
For anybody watching at home, it's great for your posture check. Get your rear deltoids.
And Closer has to move down bot side. Oh my god, Jackie's no mana on Camilo.
I think
no
I've
on Jackie's.
Closer's on his way across. Camilo still has the flash here.
Oh no!
Oh, he flashes into a wall.
I Nice. What the f? We can go Nash, we can go Nash, we can go Nash.
But he's still in vision. First blood, though, goes over to Rahel. Kazi tries to answer it with one of his own. Isma now coming in. Oh my god, Vitality! What were you doing?
Oh my god, 9.
Oh, it's close. It's close.
Boom, 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 boom.
Now Rahel is by himself in the bot lane. Loopy's on his way across. Rahel gets Rahel! Rahel's going to get 2 with a double on the tower.
Hey, bra, vi ska bomb. Okay, on kan bomb, guys. What do you mean bomb? Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
I get him. Nice, good job.
They're waiting to balance as a Nature's Grasp and a setup from Q, a twisted advance, and that's all the Fnatic need. He's buying time, he goes into Hammer Form, gets the resistances, but Wind becomes lightning, almost getting the slow down of LeBron.
I can ult him. Oh shit. I get him, it's fine. Yeah. I can flash him, is that?
Yeah, nice job, flash. Yeah, take my kill, bro.
Slowly. Nice. We can finish it. This end zone.
Yeah, I think it's not flash.
I give you the buff, Elias, if you want to suicide for it.
Yeah, that's suicide. Check in 40.
Nice, guys.
Take a slide and clean.
Patrick?
Patrick is dead? Question mark? He's dead!
Don't flash, okay?
Yeah.
Nice. Dead. Okay, no. Yes, clean.
No, what is that? No flash. Go Otacon after the whiff.
The perfect teammate! They take it all! In knockback, instant combo punches! What? It's Big Boss! Oh my god! Clubs! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we